or balancer is that we are particularly focused on solving some of the key issues with AMMs today, such as reducing the risk of impermanent loss and also allowing for single-sided or single token exposure. And we really think that these features will allow yield farming to be a sort of more sustainable activity and beneficial for both the liquidity providers or LPs and also the DeFi protocols that are deploying these rewards on AMMs today. So
that's awesome. That's awesome.
sure.
And this leads right into Corey. Corey, what's going on?
Hey, so I'm
I'm
Corey Kaplan, the
Corey
chief.
Kaplan from DeFi Money Market Foundation. Is that right?
Yep, that's
Go for it,
correct.
man. Mike's
I'm
yours for
the
the next minute.
Great. So I'm the chief technology officer of DMM or DeFi Money Market. We're working on building an interest earning protocol using uncorrelated yield based on real world revenue producing assets. Whereas a lot of the interest that's being earned in the space today is predominantly crypto to crypto or kind of uh, it mixed in with I guess the sentiment of the market right now. We're really trying to build a protocol that's bridging real world assets that are revenue producing into the crypto world. Our two goals really are to democratize access to yield as well as democratizing access to credit on a global basis. So definitely a very large and lofty goal, but something that's very simple by nature and what its implications are.
All right. I'm gonna ask. So I'm gonna really simplify everything. Uh, I just want to educate the viewers, and I know you guys can go ahead and do that. So everybody who's tuning in today, we're gonna simplify the process, and these three great gentlemen will go ahead and literally simplify the process and any questions that you might have lingering in your heads about DeFi and yield farming. Yield farming, aka liquidity mining, basically is putting your digital assets to work that leverage your investments with multiple other high risk, high profit digital assets. So my first question is, who can explain yield farming in one sentence to our viewers here?
I would say that yield farming, or I like the better term of liquidity mining, it's the proper placement of assets to encourage growth of a protocol. And they usually encourage that growth by actually incentivizing with some token or some extra yield beyond what's normally possible with what's out there to bootstrap that growth. We've seen a lot of really, really nice use cases with this pop up so far. DMM is just one of those protocols or projects that's doing just that. In that we need to have a liquid market, for example, for trading from ordinary stable coins into our interest earning M tokens. And that liquidity becomes increasingly important as our protocol grows. So what we actually encourage doing is taking those funds, that being our interest earning M tokens and their corresponding ordinary stable coins, and putting them into a Uniswap pool together. And in doing that, we actually reward you in our governance token DMG for putting that liquidity there. So you would normally accrue any trading fees that are accrued from there being any trading volume against those two assets. But in order to kind of supercharge the yield that you would get off of it from those trading fees, we actually further incentivize it by also rewarding you in our governance token as well. That's why you usually see with this liquidity mining craze that there's just so much yield out there, and the APRs are just insane because it's not coming back in the native tokens that you're putting in there. Rather, it's usually coming back in some native token to the protocol or project in order to facilitate growth.
My next question then, and thank you very much. Appreciate that, Corey. My next question, are liquidity pools all that different from savings accounts with traditional banking in theory? And that, gentlemen, anybody? Nate, I see you shaking your head, so I'll give that to Nate. I'll get you long. I see you. I'll get you.
Oh, this is Nate's video for sure.
Yeah. So again, Bancor is based on liquidity pools, and with a bank, when you're making a deposit, the bank is typically using that money to potentially lend out to other customers of the bank. I guess what's different in particular is that when you deposit inside a liquidity pool, that those tokens are being used for exchange, actually. So you're sort of lending them out for exchange, and then each time the pool processes a trade, it's dropping a fee that you accrue by holding your tokens, and then you can withdraw and sort of realize those gains. I guess a sort of key, another key difference is that when you put your tokens inside a savings account, you in a bank, you can be sure that when you pull it out, you're going to have at least your principal. And this is the real issue with yield farming, and why I guess a lot of people have sort of a yield farming hangover, and why, you could say yield farming is really, turned into sort of a whales game or a sort of game of hot money, is that it's because you actually face a lot of risk in certain cases as a yield farmer or as a liquidity provider. And those two key risks are, first, that the tokens that you're receiving from providing liquidity could dump very fast before you can even withdraw them from the pool. And the second is that you're exposed to arbitrage risk. So if the tokens change in prices a lot within the liquidity pool, you can pull out your holdings and have them be worth significantly less than if you had just held them in your wallet on your own. So I think a lot of farmers are really looking at yield farming and kind of sort of getting burnt out, that they have to constantly monitor their stakes, that they can wake up any morning and their stakes can be worth way less because an arbitrager has just come along and wipe them out. And so again, I think this is really the key to making yield farming sustainable, is solving the sort of underlying issues of AMMs. And I'll end with this. It feels that with yield farming, we've really figured out how to sort of point a hose at an AMM and make it sort of gain in liquidity, but we haven't solved the sort of underlying leakage issues that a lot of these AMMs are suffering from.
Nate, I appreciate it. Very detailed. I'm sure the audience is clapping right now, even though we can't hear them. I want to ask, obviously I'm going along right now with a question. Are you ready, Long?
Go hit me.
All right. So what do you see as the best way to go ahead and reward DeFi communities to keep a sustainable community around your brands?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a complicated question. Really, there's kind of two kinds of yield farming that happen at the moment. One is a bit more sustainable than the other, or just fundamentally more sustainable. So the first kind is just immediate rewards. So when you want to kind of bootstrap adoption of a project or an idea, let's say you want to bootstrap the concept of taking Bitcoin and using it to create synthetics, which is something that the REM project did with UMA, for example. You can create like a once-off reward that you say, for the next 4 weeks, we're going to provide rewards in some token, doesn't really matter what. And then, anyone who uses the platform over the next 4 weeks will earn a share of these rewards proportionally to how much they use the platform. And this is sort of like, a technique to bootstrap and get people interested and get people using it in the hope that it then becomes self-sustaining in its own right. And this liquidity sort of sticks, as they say. And the second is like a more long-term, I guess, technique. And it's fundamentally more sustainable because obviously, these centralized rewards that projects get together and they take out of their treasury and they just sort of use to fund adoption. I mean, that doesn't last forever. It can't last forever. But projects like Comp and Uni, what they do is they say that as a user of the protocol, you are basically earning these governance tokens, which represents you earning a stake in the protocol, which is kind of interesting. Obviously these governance tokens have a level of value to them because they allow you to govern valuable platforms. But it's also a way of saying that, the users of the platforms are ultimately the ones that get ownership of it, right? So if you're a liquidity provider and you earn governance tokens in return for providing liquidity, or you're a lender or a borrower on Compound and you earn a governance token in return for doing that, it's your use of the platform that is sort of earning you the right to govern the platform in the future. I think these models are obviously far more sustainable, and they make sense. In certain ways you can design them. And then obviously there's some of these more like food type protocols that have been interesting to see, but I don't think they were intended to be built with sustainability in mind. Some of them have outrageous inflation rates. in order to produce insanely high APYs artificially. These kinds of projects are obviously doomed.
Yeah. I'd also just add on to that
Go for it. Go for
very
it.
briefly.
You got 30
Um,
seconds.
By the time that that these rewards would run out, like from either projects taking some tokens from their treasuries or bootstrapping growth with their own native tokens in a more sustainable way, the idea is that when the rewards run dry, the growth has basically been sufficiently bootstrapped to the point where the protocol itself is either self-running or running with some level of sustainability in mind, where maybe the rewards aren't as juicy or as good as they were beforehand when they were supercharged, with the governance token being distributed like Comp or Uni. But perhaps there is sufficient use of the protocol now that the governance token has sufficient value because it's governing something with enough value locked in it or enough usage behind it on a daily basis. So it's kind of all about getting to that tipping point.
I got this question that I want to ask you guys because, I'm sure you'll be able to answer this. And I want to throw it out before I get into individual questions that I had prepped for you guys. The blockchain industry does not have a lot of blockchains interoperating. Can cross-chain lending and liquidity change our industry's mindset to this? And that's a question for all you guys. Keep it to a minute.
I guess I'll kick it off. In short, yes, I think it can. The introduction of interoperability can be done in a way that it stops being something users even think about. If you do interoperability correctly, users don't even realize that necessarily they're acting with multiple chains. And I think that's sort of like the end goal. That's kind of like the gold standard of interoperability, is creating a user experience that is so smooth that that question kind of becomes moot.
Yeah.
People aren't even thinking about that. Like when you interact with the internet, you don't think about the squillions of protocols and apps that you're interacting with behind the scenes. You can find out about them if you want to, but ultimately they don't really matter.
Nate, 1 minute.
Yeah. I mean, I would say Lung is our resident cross-chain expert here. So, I agree with a lot of what he just said. I will say that, it does feel like we're in a climate where, specifically with sort of yield farming and DeFi in general, that Ethereum is really the proving ground where you validate and then figure out, how you expand to other blockchains. And that's certainly been our perspective and will continue to be. So yeah, I think, there's clearly many other benefits of other blockchains, but, at this stage, we really feel that this sort of fast pace innovation is really centered on Ethereum, and as well as a lot of the usage of these sort of decentralized finance protocols. So that's where we are heavily focused, and then certainly exploring additional blockchains. We already have a live and active cross-chain bridge, and exploring bridges to L2 solutions. So that's definitely where our head is at.
Awesome, Nate. And Corey, do you have you got 40 seconds. Can you chime in, or do you want to chime in on this?
Yeah, just really briefly, I think that overall, I love the way that you framed the question of being around cross-chain lending and liquidity, because I really think that that's one of the biggest hindrances to initially bootstrapping interoperability amongst different chains. I think that in order for there to be a lot of encouragement of development in those areas, there needs to be a lot of liquidity to be able to get access to one platform or another. Like part of the reason why Ren had a lot of success with Bitcoin onto Ethereum is that Bitcoin is obviously huge. There's a lot of liquidity for it,
Yeah.
and people are really excited by the idea of getting access to it on the Ethereum blockchain for being able to interact with it with all the different applications then.
So you guys, Nate went ahead and spoke about Ethereum. So this is going to lead me to the last question before I go ahead and to go into personal. What is the future of Ethereum? Does its success hinge upon the gas fees and version 2.0? Guys, you got a minute each.
That's a huge question.
I know, but if you can put it into Cliff Notes.
Really long term, yes, I think it does hinge on V2 going well and gas prices becoming something that we can reduce and make more competitive. Someone here mentioned that DeFi farming is a bit of a whale's game at the moment. Part of the reason for that is that gas prices are so high that if you're working with small amounts of money, it's just not profitable. All profits you might earn get erased by gas prices. And I think this will be the case in perpetuity if Ethereum is not able to evolve. So I think it does hinge on V2.
Perfect. And I'll have another question for you, Nate. 45 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure I need that much. One thing that's been interesting for me to watch is how gas fees were so relevant to trading, and that was our primary use case for quite some time. And then with yield farming, gas fees are particularly relevant there too. So to see that, as farmers are measuring their liquidity provision, the profitability of that, gas fees are certainly slicing into their margins. So it's definitely, requiring a lot of DeFi protocols to make creative gas optimizations with their contracts, and also to explore, as I mentioned, L2 solutions before V2 is live.
Corey got 35.
I think that it does hinge upon the gas fees, but not necessarily version 2. I think that there's tremendous headway being done on non-version 2 solutions for the gas fee problem, which is this L2 or layer 2 thing that a lot of people talk about. Loopring, which is just one such project that I think was the first decentralized exchange to go live using a roll-up mechanic or a layer 2 solution, is an excellent example of this. They have completely fee-free or fee-less transfers on their layer 2 solution to and from any address, no gas fees for trading. It's a tremendous solution. I think the Ethereum community will band together if 2.0 doesn't come out quick enough and build on top of some layer 2 solution that's able to communicate with other layer 2 projects that are built upon the same layer 2. The Ethereum community has a very funny way of banding together in those sort of ways to build a strong community around things. So I think that there'll be solutions like that in mind if version 2 doesn't come out soon enough.
And I hope so. And this will lead me to the last one on Ethereum, which is, what are the best alternative blockchains for Ethereum for smart contracts? If you can keep that to 25 seconds, guys, so I can roll into the other questions, personal questions for you, I'd appreciate it.
I don't think there are any other best platforms at this stage, and there won't be until we get grassroots. All of the major projects are on Ethereum, so that's where people build. It's the proving ground, as Nate said. So until other chains prove adoption, the technicals almost don't matter. I think interoperability protocols like Ren Project really help with this, because you can bootstrap some of that access. You can build something on a different network like Polkadot and still access a lot of those original applications on Ethereum, so they'll help. But whether they get adoption in the long run, I guess, is yet to be seen.
Nate, 20 seconds.
I don't have much to add to that.
Perfect. And Corey?
Neither do I. It was very well said.
Listen, that's a nice one, Long. You just cleared the entire question for everybody. I appreciate it. All right. So here, I'll go right back to you, Long, and I'm going to ask you a question that I wrote out, which was, is sharding of data and transactions such as Ren does the future of data security? You have a minute to go ahead. And
I don't think it's always the future of security. I think it's highly dependent on the protocol itself. The structure of Ren and Ren VM, which is the virtual machine that runs everything that we do, means that transactions fundamentally have to be split up, because there are just super high scalability issues with the kind of technology that we use. I think data obviously has to be sharded, because that's just an unsolvable problem. Compression only gets you so far. And if you want to store unlimited amounts of data, then you're going to have to break that up, because not everyone can store that. But there are a lot of interesting solutions out there that are fast enough, or at least appear to be fast enough at this stage, to process high volumes of transactions without necessarily having to shard those transactions in order to process them. Protocols like Avalanche come to mind, when you're thinking about those kinds of solutions.
Awesome. Corey, how does using pegged and backed assets such as DMM does change our world's view of revenue?
Say, looking at our protocol in particular, and the ability to do this on top of the Ethereum blockchain with such high-tuned precision, it shows you the ability to earn revenue that's being accrued to you on such a fine-tuned and minuscule level. For example, the revenue that's being produced right now is it's correct down to 18 decimal places. Whereas if you look at like a traditional savings account, every now and then you kind of see like a couple pennies flow in here or there, and you see a little tab on your general ledger that says interest payment. Ours is actually being accrued in real time, even though the interest payments come in usually about monthly or so. But the actual accruement of the interest basically is essentially forecasted and being accrued by the second, which means that the interest itself is also compounding continuously. So really, really neat that you can do that and also see all these things happening in real time. And if you're technically minded, you can see all the code that runs it extremely transparently, which is just such an amazing technical marvel in and of itself. But it's really exciting stuff. I just love what we're doing.
Same here. I love this space as much as you guys do. The last question, Nate, are you ready?
I think so.
All right, cool. What does our industry need to pair with custodial wallet services and investments to have a real security, keeping in mind that often in DeFi, users do not own their private keys to wallets or liquidity pools?
Yeah, I think like a lot of DeFi protocols, we're getting a lot of knocks on our door from centralized services that like centralized exchanges that want to offer DeFi services to their users in a custodial way. So I think this will open up the door to a lot of DeFi adoption, especially in terms of kind of the traditional security that we think of. I think the security issue that's really being overlooked in yield farming is the sort of more market risk, the exposure that we're exposing token holders to and their holdings to arbitrageurs. You know, you're seeing actually in the yield farming craze this massive transfer of wealth, I think, from LPs, liquidity providers, and token holders to arbitrageurs. And they're being sort of drawn in by the DeFi protocols. So as important as sort of the custodial integrations are, I think for us, we're mostly focused on solving the sort of key issues that will allow DeFi protocols to deploy these rewards without exposing their token holders to this arbitrage risk. And really, when you see all these like big headlines about AMM protocol generating this number of fees per month, well, you have to understand that a lot of those fees, they're not going to the token holders, they're not going to the LPs, they're going to the arbitrageurs. So that's a real risk and security, I think, issue, financial security issue that is going to become way more important in the near future.
Well I wanted to thank everybody. We've run out of minutes, but I'm going to try to get in, 30 seconds for each one of you guys to go ahead and, just plug yourselves again so people can go ahead and, venture out and, connect with you. But I just want to say, I want to thank everybody who tuned in. I want to thank you guys for joining me on this panel today about yield farming. I've learned something today. I'm not just saying that, I really did learn something today from you guys. And I appreciate that. Again, my name is David Gottstein from G Media Network. Long, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead and plug away.
Oh yeah, Chief Technology Officer of Ren Project. Come check us out on Telegram. Come check us out on Twitter at Ren Protocol. If you want to use Bitcoin on Ethereum or you want to use any token on any chain, come check us out and have a chat.
Nate, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm at Nate Hinman on Twitter or Telegram. Feel free to reach out to me. We have the new version of our V2 that addresses a lot of these issues in impermanent loss and single asset exposure launching in the next couple weeks in full release. So definitely keep an eye out for us.
And Corey, you're the last one. Grab the mic and finish it off.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely check out DeFi Money Market at defimoneymarket.com. We also can be seen on Twitter at DMMDAO. We also have a Telegram if you want to get into more of an active communication with ourselves or our community. And then definitely check out our application, see how easy it is to go earn some interest based on real world assets as long as you have a crypto wallet. Really, really easy, and looking forward to seeing you guys on there. It was a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you guys for coming on. Thank you very much for LA Blockchain Summit for inviting all of us. I appreciate it. And on to the next panel. Enjoy, guys.
Thanks.
What are cryptocurrencies? Cryptocurrencies are digital tokens of value that can be transferred to anyone around the world without relying on a third party like a bank or credit card company. eToro.
Gained its early traction with the B2C crowd, what is going on with enterprises? Are they exploring the amazing possibilities that DeFi brings? To shed more light on this matter, please welcome Sumit Kishore of ConsenSys with Paul Brody of Ernst & Young, Shruti Rowe of Draper Goren and Home, and Vendy Richard Ma of QuantStamp, and Thomas Borrell of Polymath.
Good evening. I welcome everyone at LA Blockchain Summit. Who knew 12 years ago that we can have a technology that can cause and that can bring a huge improvement to the financial world? In order for that financial world, changes, we need enterprises support. And for enterprises support, we need a strong regulatory and compliance framework. Today, we are here to discuss the reasons actually why we cannot put, let's say, we cannot introduce DeFi solution to the enterprises yet. I have amazing panelists with me who will start with the introduction. My name is Sumit Kishore. I work for ConsenSys in Codify Compliance, which is a AML CFT solution. And I have panelists who will start with the quick introductions. Let's start with Thomas.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sumit, and thank you for the team to give us the opportunity to speak today. So I'm Thomas Borrell. I'm Chief Product Officer at Polymath. So Polymath, our mission is to automate and simplify regulated markets through blockchain. And so we're doing that today by building and contributing to a dependable compliance-focused blockchain, connecting market participants and doing whatever we can to grow the security tokens market.
Thank you, Thomas. Richard?
Hey, everyone. I'm Richard Ma, CEO of QuantStamp. I really appreciate being here today. So QuantStamp, we're a full stack security auditing firm. We've audited over 120 different enterprises and different blockchain companies, spanning almost every single vertical in blockchain. And to this date, we've secured more than $5 billion in risk. Some recent projects that we've done on the enterprise side is a project with Toyota Motors, with Siemens. We also did a project with Mitsubishi, and also with the Dubai government. And then on the DeFi side, almost every major DeFi company has done engagement with us, including MakerDAO, Curve, Chainlink, and many others, and also the sponsor eToro is one of our customers as well. Yeah, so happy to kind of share where I see that intersection between the enterprise side and the DeFi side.
Thank you, Richard. Paul?
Hi, everyone. I am Paul Brody. I'm the global blockchain leader for EY, also sometimes referred to as Ernst & Young. We are kind of a global professional services and audit firm. And in EY Blockchain, what we do is we build business applications. So you may have heard of our OpsChain solution. We do blockchain assurance and business audit financial statements. So we audit about, I think currently it's about 150 companies worldwide that do their financial statement audits and material business transactions on blockchain. We do obviously tax and tax advice. And then we also do kind of core mathematical and cryptographic research on blockchain. So if you've heard of Nightfall, which is our zero knowledge proof solution, or the baseline protocol, which we developed in cooperation with Consensus and Microsoft. Those are things that our engineers and researchers have helped put together and bring to market.
Thank you, Paul. Sure thing.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you for this opportunity. Hey all, I'm Shruti Rao. I am a co-founder and chief business officer of a new serverless inspired and distributed ledgers inspired startup to help customers solve their dispersed data problem. Previously, I was the founder and head of blockchain at AWS and Amazon. While I was there, I saw that most of my customers had did not have a need for trust, but they had a need to have access to all of the data that themselves and their partners were producing. And they needed that in one place so they could run AI and ML and analytics and use some of the fantastic startup pieces that you guys have built, whether it's distributed finance or supply chain-based solutions, without needing to worry about trust, because not every enterprise customer out there needs to worry about trust. So I left AWS early this year, raised a seed round of $5.1 million to start this layer one startup to make it super quick, easy, and fun to just launch your services without thinking about all of the undifferentiated work that comes up with infrastructure. So that we take care of that. Very excited to talk to you folks about what I see as some of the barriers to entry and barriers to adoption in enterprises for DeFi and adjacent solutions. So thank you for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, Shruti. And thank you, panelists, for giving the quick introduction. And congratulations to Shruti for your new venture. I wish you all the best. It sounds exciting for me. So straight ahead, let's go to the main topic about the regulatory and compliance challenge. Now, as Thomas and Richard, you already have a product in the market. So I would like to ask you two questions so that our audience can also say, what are the regulatory and compliance challenges that you have solved already? And what are the challenges you still think you might face in the coming time or near future?
All right, so
Oh, go ahead.
I'll start. Thank you, Richard. I mean, when it comes to regulation, I mean, as you can appreciate, with a strong focus on security tokens, regulation is essentially pervasive around everything that we're contributing to, and so. One area where we've seen a significant amount of improvement has been around clarity, and particularly we've seen a lot of clarity coming from Europe around Germany, Liechtenstein, with regulatory clarity on the assets themselves, on securities, on the different roles of the market participants. When it comes to the challenges that we had to face and what led to a lot of the innovation that we had to deploy significant resources and thought process to, I would say that one area, the area has been that concept of a good control location for smart contract, and so for an atomic trade, for an atomic settlement to occur, for a token versus token delivery to occur. Traditionally, there's been a lot of use of smart contracts to do that, and that obviously poses some challenges, particularly regulatory challenges around how can we make those smart contracts a good control location, or can we even make those smart contracts that would hold custody of the assets even for a very short period of time, but how can they be made good control location? And so we looked at this, and instead of essentially trying to convince everyone that code was code and it could be audited and eventually those smart contracts could be made good control location with the involvement of the regulators, we looked at innovating and operating differently to still do that token versus token delivery without using a smart contract in the middle that would hold custody of the asset. So that led to a significant amount of innovation from our team on the settlement side to be able to solve a problem that essentially stemmed from regulation. And I would say a second one, and then I'll pause and let Richard comment, but a second one that I think is going to speak to some of the things, Paul, you were talking about with Nightfall, and that's been, hearing the need from the market, hearing the need from capital market participants for protection of their positions, protection of their trades, protection of their intellectual property. That sort of led us down the path of confidential transactions, but still having the demand from regulators and asset issuers to be able to audit. So essentially auditing confidential transactions without leaking private information through the auditing process or by the enablement of the auditing process. And so that led our team to innovate in the area of confidentiality to solve that sort of dichotomy of we want confidential transactions, only they cannot be confidential for everyone because a regulator needs to be able to audit them and an asset issuer needs to be able to audit them. So I'll just pause there. Sorry for cutting you off, Richard. Please go ahead.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think in our experience, like working with enterprises, there's a couple of different areas of difficulties when they deal with DeFi. One example is, in DeFi, you have to interact with systems like Uniswap or Maker. And from an accounting perspective, that's very tricky. And also just from kind of the job security perspective, where you might have to explain to other people in your organization what these kind of systems are doing. So what we found that kind of works on the regulation spectrum is solutions like IBM Hyperledger, where it's transaction purely in data and they can kind of control the environment in which information is getting shared. So we've seen a lot of the bigger enterprises lean towards that. One trend we've seen in the last year is that very large e-commerce companies and enterprises are starting to try to think about developing their own stablecoin framework. I think, the Circle USDC kind of led the way in terms of being able to develop these stablecoin frameworks. So in the last year or so, I think we've audited 12 different stablecoins, different regional stablecoins. And I think those are a little bit easier for the bigger enterprises to understand or potentially transact in. So that's kind of where I see the current convergence of different solutions going towards. It's like companies starting to get comfortable with stablecoins. And I think the larger problem space of DeFi, that's still largely like to come, where I don't think any big companies are going to start really embracing that anytime soon.
Thank you for this, Richard. Thomas, you mentioned, so if I summarize, I have 2 points from you. The first one is, so you have done innovation on settlement side for the smart contracts. And the second one is protection of trade, IP, and auditing smart contracts. So when we say innovation on settlement trades, would you like to share the information which smart contract with blockchain network you were using, which standards you were using?
Sure, happy to. So we're actually in the process of releasing, like we're contributing right now to a blockchain that is built specifically for security tokens, which is called Polymesh. And so, as a company, we started on Ethereum, took a lot of learnings on Ethereum, contributed to standardization with ERC 1400. And through all that exercise came a fantastic amount of learnings from the team. And so when decision was made to contribute to the Polymesh blockchain, to a purpose-built security token blockchain, that innovation, a lot of it came from the standardization work that we did, as well as an understanding of capital markets and an understanding of some of the challenges, frankly, that we had seen working on the public Ethereum blockchain. So that concept of using a smart contract for everything, we saw being challenged more and more by regulators. The SEC in particular has been challenging those smart contracts as good control location. And so you factor in the learnings from having worked over 2 years on Ethereum with engagement with regulators, with clarity, or the beginning of clarity from regulators. I'd say there's still a bit of work there, but it's a multi-step process. Is what led us to that innovation, eliminating smart contracts in particular aspects of a transaction and moving those down to the chain itself, building financial primitives into the chain itself. So we didn't have to rely as much on smart contracts as we did before.
Awesome. Thank you very much for sharing. And I must tell you, I really like the name Polymesh.
Thank you.
I have actually a question to Richard. Like you said that the major problem from the regulatory standpoint you had was about actually accounting, such as accounting on Uniswap, etc. So would you like to say, how did you solve those challenges?
I think the way we've been solving it is, generally speaking, like we'll try to take the client's requirements into account. So, based on what the exact problem that they're trying to solve, we'll try to design a solution that kind of can fit what they're comfortable with. And so, there are like DeFi services that are already available, on the Ethereum mainnet that are quite mature or well developed. But if they want to, for example, do settlements, there's also other ways where you can use private networks to do those things. So generally, I think the way we've been solving it is trying to figure out what they're comfortable with, and then picking a solution that can work for them. Usually that means picking some kind of more like permission blockchain that can just do exactly what they want. For bigger kind of like consortium chains, I think there the issue is more around IP and how do people can preserve their IP while still sharing data. It's like confidential trade data or customer data, things like that. But yeah, I would say definitely like larger enterprises, they have different needs on those sides because even though DeFi gives, for example, really high interest rates, it might be such a big like hurdle from an accounting perspective that taking advantage of those rates doesn't really make sense, for example.
Thank you, Richard. I'll take this question to Paul now because you are from enterprise industry. You do everything at a very high scale. So every single step has a huge impact, on the industry, on your own business processes. How do you see these regulatory challenges in your company? Because you have to manage not only for one country, but actually at the global scale if the solution is there. So how do you see this?
So obviously the regulatory challenges at a firm like EY are pretty substantial. We actually have an auditor independence organization. We have global ones, we have national ones. We have a global and national professional practice groups which keep up with the standards. And then we're engaged with all the various regulatory bodies as well. So that often imposes a lot of kind of rules and standards on what we do. In spite of that, we are able to sort of forge a path forward, right? So we've got over 150 kind of financial statement audit clients that are doing material amounts of business transactions on chain with stable coins, with Bitcoin, with cryptocurrencies. So one of the things that we always take time to sort of very specifically repudiate is this what's called FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which the vendors of private blockchains are often selling, which is, oh, it might not be legal. There are perfectly legal ways to do business on public blockchains, even with cryptocurrencies in much of the world, right? So that's maybe one thing that's really, really important. Obviously, The rules by country are quite different. Some of them are clearer than others, right? But nonetheless, right, we are able to, kind of help map out a path for all of our clients. Secondly, because we do all of our business, almost 99.9% of our business is with large enterprises, we spend a lot of time thinking about what their needs are. And the baseline protocol is kind of an outcome of a combination of thinking about their needs and also where we want the world to go. So first and foremost, their needs are regulatory compliance, right? So it's designed with that in mind. The newest version of Nightfall, for example, that we contribute to and have released into the public domain, it supports whitelist, blacklist, and a bunch of other kind of audit-related tools. Secondly, it supports privacy, right? No enterprise is going to do transactions on blockchains without compelling privacy. And by the way, most private blockchains don't actually provide a lot of privacy. Everybody in the blockchain can actually see the stuff that other people are doing unless you properly kind of encapsulate that, right? And then lastly, one of our key visions is the proper tokenization of the inputs and outputs of business process under privacy. So we don't just want to take a classical enterprise process, right? I have money, you have stuff, we're exchanging those things and put it on the blockchain, right? That's, we sometimes jokingly refer to in the technology business as your mess for less. Or old mess, new tech, right? Our goal, our vision is if we have things properly tokenized, the purchase order, the invoice, the asset transfer, the payment, then we can deliver services against those asset tokens, right? We want to see companies be able to take a purchase order token and get financing for it. We want to see deliverables tokens or, payment tokens, or I should say kind of obligation tokens for payment turned into factoring. So we want to see the emergence of a whole DeFi ecosystem under privacy for enterprise clients in a fully regulatory compliant manner. That is our kind of big strategic vision.
It sounds very good to me. I would like to pass and
you want one?
I would love to. But I will jump to Shruti because we have a time limitation. So Shruti, what do you think about it? Like, how do you tackle this? Because you also now the co-founder of a startup in this area. How do you see this?
Yeah, look, I think Thomas and Paul, Richard, they've all hit on these points that are 100% makes complete sense. And anyone watching here must feel very bullish about anything that they're doing in the DeFi space, because whether it's decentralized finance for tokenization, for, as Paul was talking about, for a purchase order, for supply chain finance, settlement and clearing, any kind of an exchange of value, store of goods, unlimited number of use cases is DeFi will be necessary. Because gone are the times when you had these 5 set of static participants that or partners that you got your raw material or your goods from and traded with. It's not that case anymore, especially given technologies such as IoT and edge and digital transformation has become the norm of the day. Look, and I'm not going to talk about what kind of regulatory hurdles are there, because all 3 of them did a fantastic job on that. But what I do want to address is how can a DeFi startup company that has a product or is building a product can go sell to enterprises quickly, less painfully. I'm not going to promise pain-free way because there isn't one. Less painfully to go sell to an enterprise despite all the regulatory hurdles. Sure, there are external regulatory compliance needs that they have to meet, both the buyer and the startup has to meet. But there are a few other things internally within a company, within the buying company also that they have to meet. So I look at it as, these three phases of it. One is before you sell to them, the enterprise has to make sure that whatever you are selling is in line with what they already have. With the technology they already have, the developers they already have, so there's least friction, the InfoSec options that they have, the administrative policies. So you're not asking the enterprise to reinvent the wheel and build something new in order to accept this solution that's coming from a small startup. look, there is a power imbalance here, and the enterprise usually wins unless you have a very strong sponsor within the enterprise. So it is in our, as startup founders, it's in our best interest to make sure that our solutions are easily pluggable, works with what the enterprises already have. So it comes from all different perspectives. Second one is ongoing. How easy is it for the enterprise to keep managing this? Do they need expensive consultants? Do they need these complicated processes? Do they need to go out and hire these specialized developers? There are 3 of them in the world, and Paul probably hires all of them in his purview. So the rest of us are not getting any of those. So how hard is that? And how hard is it to keep maintaining the auditability? Thanks to the Richard's company, we have that covered. But at the same time, we have to make sure that it's accessible by all of the enterprises. The general inertia and the general the change in the culture will take place. And the third one is, any company that's looking to share data needs to maintain full control over that data. That means if they want to leave that business relationship, they need to have an opportunity to take their data back or do rollbacks, deletion, GDPR and right to be forgotten and immutability doesn't usually go in the same sentence. So how can we think creatively about that and make it all go in the same sentence? So I think, as I said before, all 3 of Thomas, Paul, Richard have addressed the regulatory options. If we augment it with what we can do for the enterprise before we get to the table, I think most of the ones listed on the LA Blockchain Week website, all of these DeFi companies have a real potential at a great upside.
Thank you, Shruti. So if I understand correct, you see that how DeFi company can pitch to enterprise in 3 simple steps is A, that you need to first of all find the enterprise and your DeFi solution is well aligned with the enterprise strategy, right? Once you are aligned, you're saying, then the management and the maintenance has to be super easy, super smooth, easy access to the know-how, so enterprise do not suffer in getting to the knowledge. And the third is the enterprises should get a full control of the data, clients, and counterparties. So do not run out of this, because then they will be out of the business if they lose any of this. Very, very interesting point. Thank you for sharing this. I have a question actually to Paul, because you mentioned that you are working on a tokenization where you would like to have a business processes, purchase order, on the basis of purchase order, finances can be issued. So all of this this project that you're running, are these projects are upcoming projects or are they already developed? What is the status, if you would like to share? Like how are these DeFi
So where we are is, EY ourselves, we are not going to get into the DeFi business, right? So we're a regulated accounting firm. We ourselves not going to do any of this stuff. What we are going to do is a couple of things. Number one, we're going to build a process tool. So if you go to blockchain.ey.com, you can see our new network procurement system, which does enterprise procurement transactions. But the inputs and outputs, the purchase order tokens, the contract tokens, the invoice and payment tokens, those are things that we would like to see go into the DeFi ecosystem. And so what we are doing is we're working with the Baseline Protocol Group and others to define the token standards, put those into the public domain, and then clear a path for DeFi companies to support those standards under privacy in an enterprise-friendly way.
I see. Thank you very much for this, Paul. So all the DeFi companies, now you know who you need to contact, Paul Brody, if you have a DeFi solutions. They're building amazing.
We love to talk to them.
Great, sounds good. And I have so I would like to keep this time open because Thomas, Paul, Richard, if you have any questions to each other, you all 4 are from very different sectors. So stage is open.
So actually, I have a question for Richard. If we look at DeFi, whether in the enterprise or outside of the enterprise, there's been an undeniable increase, I would say, in demand for auditing. with that though, and with the
What is
variety of
blockchain?
chains that you have-
Blockchain is the technology that powers cryptocurrencies. To put it simply, a blockchain is a distributed ledger that facilitates and tracks all transactions for a given cryptocurrency. eToro.
There have been quite a few discussions roaming around the crypto Twitter world on how DeFi needs more safety nets to make it more approachable to non-crypto and crypto users alike. In order to make baking dinosaurs extinct, our next guest will answer why decentralized finance needs safety nets to achieve a truly open financial system. Please welcome Mati Greenspan of Quantum Economics, moderating a discussion with Camilla Russo of Defiant, Andrei Belyakov of Opium Protocol, Antov Bulkov of One Inch Exchange, and Patrick Rosson of Curb Labs and Prime Deo.
Implement. So we've basically been learning by ramping into each of these audits. So we set aside a lot of time before the audit to really ramp into it. And often we become probably like one of the top 3 experts in the world on that specific blockchain. So like on Polkadot or on Ava Labs in terms of how it works from the ground up. I think this is basically going to continue because there's a lot of fragmentation.
Right. At this moment, I would like to say thank you very much for all of your time. Thank you, LA Blockchain Summit, for organizing this. The question was, can DeFi not pitch? What are the reasons why not pitching to enterprises? Actually, the answer is yes, we can pitch. You work on innovation, on settlements, work on privacy, choose the right blockchain, keep the interest of clients, amazing 3 strategies from Shruti, be aligned, easy process know-how, and of course, give a full control to enterprises. And then we have Paul Brody to contact. And this is an amazing example. Thank you very much once again for your time. I wish you a good day and have a nice evening. And thank you, LA Blockchain Summit, for organizing this. Great.
Thank you, folks.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Have a good one.
Okay. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
As an entrepreneur, I'm not there yet as far as DeFi and crypto is concerned. Of course, I have suppliers, I have contractors, everybody wants to get paid, and that's done through the traditional banking system these days. And of course, especially if you want to do it according to the law. But what I'd like to understand, and of course, we've got a limited amount of time and some very intelligent people in the room. So I think that we can actually try and tackle one thing today. And if we can get that one thing today, I'll consider this a success, which is, of course, we're not there yet. But rather than that, let's get to the next level of the conversation and say, okay, why aren't we there yet? I'd like to, if we can, identify the risks that are involved in DeFi. The insurance is one of them for sure, but as far as maybe there are more risks, let's see. And what are some of the ways that we can solve those? So Camilla, let's start with you. What are the risks that are involved in DeFi?
Well, yeah, right now DeFi is certainly a very risky place, and there are risks from many directions. The first one, and this is common to all of crypto, is just the volatility inherent in digital assets. So any investor going into DeFi, as the same as any investor going into crypto in general, will be subject to huge volatility from even the most liquid assets, Bitcoin and Ether. Those are the 2 kind of giants in crypto. but they're still a lot more volatile than, you know, most stock indices, most fiat currencies. So that's one there. Huge volatility. Yeah. And then another big one, and I think this relates more specifically to DeFi, is smart contract risk. And we've seen this over and over again. And, you know, this is risk basically of having a bug in the code of these smart contracts, which are used to execute very, in some cases, complex financial transactions. And all this technology is incredible, but it's also very new and untested. And so that means this code, which is sometimes coming out without any audit and without any test, is sometimes bound to not work as it's supposed to, or work as it's supposed to, but somebody may find an attack
a loophole.
vector.
Sure, we've seen it already. There's several smart contracts, even audited ones. I mean, I was an investor in the original DAO, and you know, we all know what happened there.
Yep.
Anton, maybe you could tell us what are so we know smart contract coding risks and volatility are big ones. We spoke also maybe a bit about insurance. What are some of the risks that users might not be aware of?
You know, I also want to add about smart contract risk, because it is not only about new smart contracts which are developed for new protocol. It is also about composition of different protocols. Since DeFi is also called like money leaguers, you know, if some protocols they use other protocols, and if this usage is not like intended how it should be made like in a bad manner. It could not predict how it could end everything, you know. So since its composition, it also increases all the risks. Yeah, but yeah, as you asked, the core feature of smart contracts is to remove trust between parties. So instead of parties to trust each other when they interact with each other, they could rely on smart contract, and both parties could trust smart contract. And since this smart contract is audited, or it's much better if it's also time proven. For example, it could exist for many months, for 1 year, and no one hacked it. It's also some kind of protection, some kind of proof that this contract is fine. Yeah, so it's about
time, you're saying.
Yeah, it's like dependency inversion. If instead of trusting to each other, two parties starts to trust something immutable. When smart contracts are immutable. Some smart contracts are not immutable nowadays, but I'm more talking about immutable smart contracts like the concept. So if some parties trust to immutable smart contracts, and it is like time proven, so it's much safer for them.
Sure. And what do you think, Patrick? I mean, are there any other risks that we haven't yet identified? And we've got smart contracts so far, volatility, and insurance. What other risks do we have within the DeFi space?
I always like to challenge myself to think from the perspective of somebody who has no exposure to this space. And you know, one thing I did recently is I walked my mom through donating to a Gitcoin grant. So Gitcoin does these funding rounds, and you know, it's supposed to fund open source, and you know, everyone receives a slice of the pie through this matching algorithm. But it took me about 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to walk her through this, and she actually felt like she was doing something illegal when she had control over her own funding. She felt like something. She was not. No. God bless her soul. This is my mother we're talking about. So no, but
my mom does illegal things. I'm not here to judge.
Oof. So this is a new psychology. This is something that's going to require for mass adoption to occur. People need to change their understanding, or the locus of their understanding, and this also ties into the uncertainty connected to regulatory risk. If we want to get down to it, I'm in Germany. I'm shopping for insurance now, or my company is incorporated in Germany. And, we are buying insurance to hire our defense when the regulators eventually come after us here. And I say come after us in a light way. We're not doing anything wrong, but this is just such a new area of finance that every country, every jurisdiction is responding in its own way. Some of them are responding with very ambiguous signals, especially the United States, which traditionally took a leading role when it came to financial regulation. And people don't necessarily feel safe in this very wide open, Wild West sandbox, if you will.
Right. All right. Well, I think you mentioned two things there, actually, two risks that are inherent. So number one is user friendliness. I think that we need to get to a place where grandma can feel safe using it, and that she'll not feel like she's doing something wrong every step of the way and not have to have an expert over her shoulder. And you mentioned also regulatory risk, which I believe is one of the big ones. I mean, that's one that I've spent a lot of time on personally. I mean, when I'm building out financial services for quantum economics, I mean, I have a trader's license. I'm a licensed portfolio manager in the European Union. So I want to make sure that everything is by the book. And certainly the DeFi space screams regulators don't have any idea how to attack it yet, and certainly there's a lot of risk there from making the wrong moves. Andre, how about you? Any other risks that we haven't mentioned yet, or anything that you want to bring?
Yes, sure. Hi. Sure, but before I want to say compliments to Patrick Smarter. It took her only 2 hours. So I think it's not so bad. So the result is not so bad.
But she had Patrick there with her the whole way.
Gas prices were 300 that day as well. So it was quite a day.
Wow.
That's good. So, but okay, talking about risks, if we speak traditionally, there are classification of risks, and it's operational, credit, and market. Mostly that's how people split risks in the financial market. And I think the blockchain, we're trying to get rid of operational risk, definitely, because everything works automatically and everything is immutable, trustless. Credit and market, credit, okay, that's credit, we're managing the credit risk, but the market risk, I will emphasize, people don't have a clue what's going on. People don't have a clue what kind of leverage they're on at the end. People don't have a clue what kind of tail risk they're accepting, because I can offer you extra 3%, that looks good, but once in a while you will lose everything you earn so far, even more. So that's
certainly not worth the extra 3%.
Yeah, for sure. But people don't understand. They like to have extra 3% currently, and they don't question what kind of risk I'm onboarding. And more dangerous is this risk is correlated with my existing risks, because the risk, also outstanding risk, can be reasonable. But if I have already lots of risk in my portfolio or my exposure, it doesn't make sense to add this risk, even if it's reasonable. I'm just running to and then 2007, 2008. Going to happen again. So, and I think actually it's going to happen, but that's my point. So I think the market risk is very big. Leverage is very big. Leverage killed a lot of companies, a lot of markets, and we don't have a regulation, which is pretty cool, because it's pretty cool when you don't have 200 different institutes who are trying to regulate you, but it's also not so cool to have zero regulation and no clarity at all kind of Ponzi scheme, pyramid games possible. So, and people don't understand it. So you need to really have a PhD to understand all these risks and correlations among them. So that's my answer. I would say that's the market risk.
Yeah. We had a comment in from a viewer, Mary Winfield, who says Singapore also is doing some work on port of entry, which are tough measures. So yeah, that makes sense. I like the way that you've classified it: operational credit and market risk. And certainly we've got a lot of different factions within those three categories that we'll need to tackle with. Personally, I've been a bit of a skeptic on DeFi. I think that it's extremely exciting, certainly the pace that it's growing. And I think that the reason that we're all here today, I mean, panelists and viewers alike, is that we get, it's quite fascinating. And we're excited about the fact that we can take back control from, you know, the traditional financial players, maybe decentralize it, make it a bit more fair. And I think that that's really the goal here. But of course, we need to tread lightly given the abundant amount of risk that's in there. So what I'd like to understand is maybe what are the next steps and milestones? Camilla, starting with you.
The next steps and milestones, you mean to like overcome these risks?
Yes, of course. Well, to make the banking dinosaurs extinct.
Let's see. I think part of it does come with time, as you know, was previously mentioned. Just have a more secure and tested ecosystem where people feel more comfortable transacting.
Is this the right? Does this look like the right screen?
Higher regulatory
Yep.
certainty.
Okay.
How's that look, April?
Because right now we are in this very kind of gray
Okay, if
area
you could just
where
leave this like
not
this for a few
sure
minutes.
Okay.
for like our different jurisdictions stand
Does my
regarding
cursor come through on the
DeFi,
share?
and that makes, you know, people
It
kind of
does.
stay
Okay, good.
away and makes kind
There's a
of
couple places
making
where I plan to be
dinosaurs
pointing at
extinct,
things. So
harder to do. And I think just like a deeper financial
Our operator's just sizing everything up right now.
just like more developed financial infrastructure, which lets you take
We
market
are
protection.
about 12 minutes from your session.
Andre was
Okay.
mentioning CDS.
Wendy,
There
time
are you know, different
Standby.
teams building derivatives like options that allow you to protect your exposure, and decentralized insurance will also help. So there are all these different pieces that are being built right now. And, you know, we're such in kind of the early days that everything is being tested and broken and rebuilt again. But, you know, we're seeing all these primitives kind of rising, right? Like derivatives, insurance, regulators starting to take a look and maybe get more clarity in the space. And just, you know, the code itself getting stronger with time, and as more value and users flow in.
Right.
So yeah, I think we are kind of taking the very first steps now, but yeah, we're still a long ways away.
Right. So that brings us, I guess, full circle to the beginning. We're still early, right? So it's just a matter of time, and people like those of us in the room here continuing to build, continuing to bring smart contracts that talk to each other, and to continuing to bring services that can withstand the test of time, because of course the test of time only happens not immediately. And Patrick, how about you? What do you feel are the next, I mean, let's say, well, so maybe let's switch the question then. How much time is it going to take? Let's quantify this.
Well, I want to first approach the original question, because I have a pretty clear answer to it.
Great.
When we look at the blockchain stack as a whole, of which DeFi is a part, but DeFi is not the only part. What is the weakest part of this stack? And the answer is not the infrastructure. We know from Bitcoin, and we know from Ethereum, we know from this global distributed network of nodes that it's very, very resilient. You know, China banned Bitcoin umpteen times, and Bitcoin never went away, right? So, okay, so this is quite resilient. But what is not resilient right now? And the answer is the political layer. We have a very, very weak political architecture. We have a number of centralized teams globally that are very vulnerable to state actors coming in and, you know, interfering with their work in a very direct fashion. And if we want to approach, or if we want to de-risk, then we have to politically decentralize. And that means creating new institutions and approaching institutional design. Token engineering is trying to do this in sort of this way. Now, what does that look like in practice? It looks like institutions like the DXDAO that have 420 governors, and they're governing various DeFi protocols. They have their own interface. They control their own ENS domain. But try regulating 400 people across 6 continents, and it becomes very, very difficult. The system becomes more resilient. So we need to really look at the political layer here. And then what was the follow-up question? Oh, how soon? So how soon are we looking at? To be honest, I don't know. 5 to 10 years. We exist in a super scalable era. The technologies of yesterday have grow to impossible ends. Look at something like VR. As a child, I dreamt about these types of machines. As an adult, I'm less interested in them, but I still think about them. But we have this impressive sort of wave of transhumanism coming our way with Elon Musk, with these direct cybernetic input-output systems as we interact with our environments. And we just have this ecological revolution coming in a really serious way. And that is going to cause exponential growth in blockchain. It's going to cause exponential adoption. It is coming because we need this trustlessness for these transhumanist systems that are approaching us.
Interesting. Okay, and I think also the previous maybe 2 panels ago was Mr. Brian Brooks, the crypto comptroller, the acting comptroller of the United States, who was former exec at Coinbase, and he's now making waves along with the SEC and really paving the way for a decentralized future. So especially in the United States, where there has been relatively uncertain regulatory environment until now, I think that they're bringing that clarity at lightning speed. So this could certainly hasten not only blockchain and DeFi, but the entire fintech and innovation altogether. But of course, the United States is not the only place in the world. So there's gonna be certainly many different layers of that. So I wanted to ask you, Anton, kind of the same question. What are the milestones, and how long before we're in a decentralized future?
About estimates, I agree with Patrick. It's 5 to 10 years, but I would also add about protection from the risks. I think we forgot one risk. We not named it exactly as a risk of having own keys of own wallets. It's dangerous because these keys could be stolen and you can lose all your wealth. And this risk could be mitigated by having multi-sig wallets and hardware wallets, because your computer will always have some viruses and they can steal your key, but they can't steal it from hardware wallet. But
Patrick's grandma is not going to be able to figure those things out either, so.
Yeah. And I really believe in insurances. So simply from mathematical point of question, insurance is betting against your positions. It's like if you have your money in some protocol, you can bet against this protocol that it will be hacked. And in case of hack, you will lose your bet, and you will win your bet, but you will lose your money in this protocol. And I believe we will see a lot of new derivatives which will allow people to bet against protocols. Maybe Andrei will tell us about this, because he's working.
I think we're getting already into different area that was not meant for our panel discussion today. What I'd like to ask you, Andrei, and we've got about 3.5 minutes left on the timer here. Same question, my friend. What are the milestones? how long is it before I can stop using my bank for all of my quantum economics needs and go towards completely smart contract, decentral autonomous organization?
Yep. So I would extend what Anton said, because he said about insurance and some derivatives. You're trying to prevent me from this, but I will do it anyway. So because it's oh no,
it's a coup.
What is derivative? Derivative, if I explain to my mother, it is a way to trade a risk. So every derivative has a certain risk, isolated risk. And why hedge funds using derivatives? Because they trade, they want to take very specific isolated risks, and that's why they use a lot of derivatives. So derivatives, they do help to mitigate the risk if you get rid of the risk, but somebody accepting the risk. And for somebody who is accepting the risk, there is better capital efficiency. So derivatives solve two things: capital efficiency of a risk taker and the ensuring the somebody who getting rid of the risk. So, and that's why I think derivatives will be the big milestone as a first place, and a second place, regulation.
The
Again,
derivatives that were just outlawed by the FCA 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but this is very specific type of derivative. So decentralized derivatives, it's pretty difficult to ban. You can also ban Bitcoin, but not or Ethereum, and nothing.
I get your point.
Yes, and that's the first one, and the second one is regulation. I'm coming back to this because I think it's very important. It should be some regulation. Maybe it's going to be self-regulation, that we all come to the same standards. Because if we don't come to the standards, it's going to be a mess. So, and we don't have a mess. We don't have to have like super large number of regulation. That's not good. That's what I was doing when I was a bond trader. But we don't want to have Wild West either. So that's right. The second thing. So, and on the question why and the timing, I think it depends a lot on the financial crisis. So the faster we have next financial crisis in DeFi, the faster the system going to be robust. It's basically anti-fragility. So you can read Nassim Taleb is writing about this. So the system should have this small micro crisis, a lot of big crises in order to be mature. And if it happens, then we speed up the time. And
so you're saying that the timing is going to depend on external factors. And Cami, we've got less than a minute left. And I want to just take this in a different direction all the way with the little time we have. How much regulation should we be completely distancing from regulation, or should we be integrating with it? In 30 seconds.
Oh, well, okay, I think there's an opportunity here to disrupt regulation. You know, like fintech has something like called RegTech. I think DeFi can also approach it through that way. Something like, for example, decentralized identity, decentralized credit scores. I think things like that can really help the ecosystem self-regulate. And that will work much better than external regulators coming in and telling us how to do things.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Wish we could go on forever, but this is the world. Thanks a lot for watching. Thanks, and have a great day.
Bye.
Steve and Dave use eToro to invest in the financial markets. Steve does research on global investment opportunities. Dave does research on how to become a level 60 wizard. Steve follows the feed for the latest market news. Dave follows the feed for the latest cat videos. Steve has a watch list for promising investments. Dave has a watch list too. So why is Dave just as good an investor as Steve? It's because Dave used eToro's copy trader to automatically replicate Steve's trading activity. Whenever Steve makes a trade, Dave does too. Yes. Trade like a Steve with eToro, the world's leading social trading platform.
Next up, we have Austin Roberts of Rivet, taking us through the fundamentals of building infrastructure that can actually scale.
Structure that scales. So who am I? I'm Austin Roberts, technical co-founder and CEO of Open Relay, and we operate Rivet.cloud, which is blockchain infrastructure that scales. So what is this doing on the DeFi track? Just a few minutes ago, I heard Patrick from PrimeDAO on the last talk say something to the effect of blockchain infrastructure has never been the problem, and he's right. He's right that the political challenges are very much the weak spot of the blockchain. But from the infrastructure side of the equation, I kind of disagree that all of the infrastructure problems are solved, and I'm here to talk about why that is and how we solve those problems at Rivet. So to talk about scaling infrastructure, we have to talk about the rules of scaling infrastructure. So the first thing to understand about scaling infrastructure is that there is nothing new under the sun. People have been scaling systems, computer systems and network systems since the 1970s and even earlier than that. And the techniques of Web 1.0 and 2.0 and earlier, they still work. And if you think you have a new problem, you probably need to learn more about the old problems and figure out which of those old problems your new problem maps onto. Rule number 2 of scaling infrastructure is that bigger is not always better, and in fact, it's very, very seldom better. So given the choice between having more of something and bigger something, you probably want more rather than going bigger. And the reason, there's several reasons for that. One of them is cost. So bigger things get more expensive exponentially, whereas more things get more expensive linearly. So to frame this in terms of infrastructure, if you need a computer that is twice as powerful as the computer that you have right now, you are probably going to be paying more than twice as much money for that twice as powerful computer. If you need another computer that is just as powerful as the one that you have right now, you are going to pay the same amount for that second computer as you paid for the first computer. And that's going to decrease as you get more. You're not going to pay as much for your 100,000th unit as you paid for your first unit because you're taking advantage of economies of scale. Whereas if you need to get one unit that is 100,000 times larger than your first unit, you are going to end up paying way more than 100,000 times more for that much larger unit. So rule number 3 of scaling infrastructure is that things fail. And it's a question of when and how often, not a question of if. Even if you're really good at what you do and you try really hard, things will fail. And to correlate this back to rule number 2, big things fail harder than more things. Big things tend to fail all at once. So if you have one enormous computer that's running your systems and somebody trips over the power cord, that one big thing is gone. If you are running 10 smaller things and somebody trips over the power cord of 1 or even 2, you still got 9 or 8 computers up serving what you need. And you might get slowed down. You might have a partial outage of your service where you're not providing everything, but you're not going to be completely down like you will be if you just have one big system. And people tell me, but blockchains are new and different. No, they're not. Not from an infrastructure scaling perspective. A blockchain network is just a redundant system with many small nodes. So you've got, at Rivet, we mostly work in Ethereum. So you've got these Ethereum nodes all interconnected. And node failures don't disrupt the network as a whole. If this guy loses his internet connection, somebody tripped over the power cord, the network is still resilient. The network is still there. It's still, creating blocks, processing blocks. Now, you will notice that these guys down here are no longer connected to the rest of the network because they were connected to each other and they were connected to this guy. but they weren't connected to anybody who didn't just go down. So, now they are no longer getting updates, but the network as a whole is resilient and will keep operating. And should these guys ever find other peers that are still connected to the network, there is a process for reintegrating them and getting them back up to speed that will happen, wholly automatically. So that's great for the health of the network, but it's not so great for dApps and DeFi projects that need to connect to the network. dApps connect to a node for data. When whether you're talking about needing somebody's token balance or CryptoKitty status or loans or whatever, you have your users who connect to a dApp. The dApp connects to a node. The node connects to the rest of the network and pulls down the data. That node has limited capacity. It can only handle maybe up to a couple hundred requests per second before it starts to grind to a halt. And it's also a single point of failure. So if this node goes down, then this dApp stops getting this data and this user is sad. And rule number 3 of scaling infrastructure is that things fail. So in this example, some node that's 2 hops away from us just died. So our nodes are no longer connected to the rest of the network, and our dApp stops getting updates. So our dApp is sad and our users are sad because while they're still connected to this node, they no longer have current information. So the solution here, rule number 2, more things. So instead of running one node, run 2 nodes. Maybe make sure that they're connected to different peers so that if one of them goes down, they don't both go down. And then you have your dApp route requests to both of them. They go through something called a load balancer, and this may look like it's just one thing, but in reality, load balancers are implemented as multiple things so that they can't go down, unilaterally. And now you're more likely to survive hiccups because if this node goes down, you can still route stuff to this node and vice versa. So there's an exception here because one of your nodes is now serving stale information because it was relying on this guy that's no longer there, and now your dApp is getting inconsistent data because when it makes a request to this node, it gets current information, and when it makes a request to this node, it gets stale information. So for example, if you have just sent DAI from one address to another, if you query this node, it's going to tell you that it's in the new address. If you query this node, it's going to tell you that it's in the old address. So if you've got this dApp that's making requests to both, it might make it look like it exists in both places, or it exists in neither places. So inconsistent data can cause lots of problems for dApps. But it's okay because health checks can solve this. So the load balancer can evaluate whether or not this node is healthy. It can say, oh, you're running behind on information, so I'm no longer going to route requests to you. So generally you can work around that. Kind of. There's still some other problems that arise that we're not going to go into right now. But this isn't about how to build resilient infrastructure. This is about how to build scaling infrastructure. So now it's time to scale. You've acquired more than just one user, and congratulations, you've got a lot of users. But now, even with 2 nodes behind a load balancer, your nodes can't keep up with the demand of your users. So again, is the solution more things? You just put another node behind your load balancer? Well, there's some problems with that. First of all, more nodes lends to less consistency. So the more nodes you have getting information from different peers at different times, they're going to have an even less consistent view of the world than in the example that I gave earlier. The other consideration is that blockchain nodes spend a lot of effort validating data that they get from peers. One of the neat things about blockchains is that they are a trustless peer-to-peer system. This means when you download data from your peers, you do not trust that it is correct. You take that information and you cryptographically verify it. However, that cryptographic verification process is very computationally intensive. So when you have to scale up the number of peers in order to serve more requests, you also have to scale up that validation process. And all of your nodes are going to be doing the same validation process over and over and over again. The final consideration is that overloaded nodes take longer to validate. So, an idle node might be able to process the blocks that it gets from peers in about 80 milliseconds, give you that data very, very quickly. Overloaded nodes that you're hitting with 1,000 requests per second, it might take 5 or 10 seconds to validate a block, in which case the information that those thousands of requests per second are actually getting is very outdated. But there's nothing new under the sun. Databases solved this problem back in the 70s, and their solution is called streaming replication. So in streaming replication, you have multiple copies of your database. One of the servers is in charge of the writes. We call that the write master. And then you have as many read replicas as you need in order to serve your read capacity. The master is unaffected by read workloads. So if you have tons of read operations, so long as this master is big enough, and the master is one that needs to get bigger, may need to get bigger, not necessarily get more of, that master is unaffected by read workloads. So it doesn't have to get bigger just because you have more reads. The only time it's going to need to get bigger is because you have more writes. And then you can get more read replicas to scale up your capacity. And that makes it easy to achieve high consistency at scale. So we took this principle and we did the same thing to Ethereum nodes. So we have our masters at this layer that are connected to the peer-to-peer network. They do the block validation so that our replicas don't have to. Then we have as many read replicas as we need in order to serve our requests. The masters are unaffected by read workloads. All they do is pull down data from peers and validate it. And then the replicas handle the read workload, making it easy to achieve high consistency at scale. And we also have no single point of failure. The peers can die. We have multiple masters, so they can die. Replicas can die. Any individual server in this equation, and often multiple servers, can die at the same time, and the system just keeps chugging. So the next thing to do if you want to scale your infrastructure is to avoid monoliths. So you want to minimize the functionality of a given service and avoid having single servers with multiple bottlenecks. So you don't want to have high compute and high disk on the same server, because then if you need to scale the compute, you also need to scale the disk along with it, even though the disk may not need to scale at that moment. So if you put the compute on one set of servers and the disk on another set of servers, you can scale them independently without having to raise the cost of scaling both at the same time. The last point here is to take advantage of cloud storage. It's slow compared to local storage or memory storage, but it is dirt cheap. So if you have things that are not particularly performance sensitive, put them in cloud storage and you can get that data stored very cheaply and get it as you need it. So as an example, how did Rivet achieve this? So we started with a monolithic replica that had log data, block data, state data, WebSockets, and we broke it out into several different components. So the WebSockets moved off to their own server. This is compute intensive, but it has no disk whatsoever. We can scale that very quickly and easily. We moved logs to another server that we call Flume. They're indexed. We can query them much more efficiently than a conventional Ethereum node, but that also means that we don't have to have it with everything else. So now we have the state on another server that allows us to get contract data. So what is this Ethereum account's token balance? We can get that from this server. And if we need to scale up our contract state server, we can do that without having to scale up logs. If we need to scale up WebSockets, we can scale that up independently. And then finally, we moved block data off into Amazon S3, where we could store it very cheaply. It's not as fast, but we never need very much of that at a single time. So we can get it, serve it, and we're good to go. So where can you learn more? Find us at our Umbrella booth. We'll be hanging out there. Rivet is open source. You can check us out on GitHub, build it yourself, see how we did all the things that I just talked about. We focused on Ethereum, but these principles are chain agnostic. They don't just apply to Ethereum. You could use them for Bitcoin or any other dApp system. Check out our docs at rivet.cloud/docs. And if you want to sign up for our service, you don't want to manage the infrastructure, you want to count on us to scale it, check out rivet.cloud/signup. Promo code LA2020 will get you 500,000 free requests. And I think I'm out of time. So thank you.
Let me guess. You're too busy to watch this ad. Just like you were too busy to invest in Bitcoin or Ethereum. Oh, who's a Gucci boo-boo? Who's a Gucci boo-boo? You're a Gucci boo-boo. You think trading crypto is hard? How hard is it to open eToro, pick a coin, and hit trade? Now, maybe you're thinking, but I'm just a food blogger. I can't do this trading stuff on my own. Well, I got news for you, pal. With eToro's social trading, you don't have to. This is called a news feed. It's like your social media feed if your social media feed had things that mattered. And if you've got any questions, just ask them. Observe. Can I pay my babysitter with Bitcoin? But sir, my brain can't handle more than 140 characters. Is there some way you could make things even easier for me? Why, yes, I can. With CopyTrader. Just find a top investor on eToro. How about someone with piercing blue eyes and a voice so husky you could pull a sled and hit copy? You. From now on, whenever they make a trade, you make the same trade automatically. Neato! I just made a trade automatically! I'm so proud of you, bestie. So join eToro and start trading the world's top markets. I got a plane to catch. Got it. eToro.
The massive market for lending and borrowing has forever been dominated by private and public sharks. Thanks to DeFi and the endless opportunities crypto provides, we the people are now our own banks and provide lending and borrowing mechanisms otherwise not attained by the everyday Joe. To better explain why DeFi loans are the future, please welcome Christina Lucrezia of Cointelegraph with Stani Kusheltov of Avina, Antonio Giuliano of DYDX, and James Haft of PAL Capital.
Hi everyone, I'm Christina Lucrezia Corner, Managing Editor at Cointelegraph, and I'm very happy here to moderate a wonderful panel about traditional loans versus flash loans. I'm here with wonderful representatives of the DeFi industry, and my first question, because we are talking about traditional versus flash loans, will go to James. James, you've been working in this industry for so many years. So what is exactly traditional loan? Why we call it traditional? And what problems DeFi try to solve in this traditional loans in general?
I think that the DeFi versus traditional, it's all about the documentation and permissions that you need to participate. The system in the United States and other developed nations has evolved to say that in order to participate in these systems, you need to be wealthy. Then we for some reason, equate being wealthy with being intelligent or being able to make good decisions. And really what it's about, from my perspective, is a way to control and make sure that you really deny access to part of the community. And the DeFi movement is really about the larger decentralization movement, where you're basically talking about giving broad access and equal access to people, regardless of their race, color, creed, and wealth and location, where people can now participate actively in the market. Now, having said that, I think DeFi is very young, and it's really we've gone through the first flash of what happens when the match touches the gasoline, but we're not really at a stable market yet. And so really what we're at is the beginning of the true democratization of access to capital-based opportunities, across nations.
Thank you very much, James. Stani, you founded Aave having in mind already this concept of flash loans, I imagine. What was the initial idea, and what is for you the main value of flash loans? Also, why are they called flash? Let's tell our audience a little bit about this.
Yeah, so well, the main idea to add flash loans into the Aave protocol was that in essence, the Aave protocol is kind of like a reserve. So there's plenty of funds available there. So how the protocol works is that anyone can deposit cryptographic assets there, such as ETH, stablecoins, and so forth, to earn yield. And then you can draw a credit line from the protocol. So you basically leave your deposit as a collateral there. And what happens in this particular situation is that there's always more value there in the smart contracts, which are securing the network from basically deficits. And there you have this kind of like an over collateralized system. And in terms of flash loans, what it allows you to do is to take that liquidity that is basically unused in the protocol and use it in a way without a collateral, without risking the protocol funds out there. And how it happens is that you basically borrow for one transaction and then you repay that loan in the same transaction. And it's kind of like based on the atomicity of the Ethereum settlement. So in Ethereum, each block settles all the transactions. And in our, there's different protocols, how flash loans are basically technically structured. And in our current model, it basically works in a way that if you borrow without the collateral, you can do all kinds of different transactions within the DeFi space or in the whole on-chain ecosystem. But one of the conditions in this flash loan function is that you need to repay the loan. So if you fail to do that, all of those transactions that you try to do with the capital will actually fail. And that is how we have done it technically in the current version, and pretty much it really depends on the protocol, how the flash loans work. But this is like the kind of like a grasp overview of them.
Thank you very much, Tani. Antonio, you founded another great project that includes not only landing features, but it's a trading platform. My question to you would be, who are those people? Who are those? Why and who exactly take on loans on blockchain?
Yeah, absolutely. So just really quickly, what DYDX is, we're just a platform for exchange. We focus on just margin trading and then more recently perpetual contracts on Ethereum. But basically the main users of DYDX, and kind of answering your question, are these traders that are oftentimes seeking leverage, want to go short on different crypto assets, want to go leverage long to kind of increase their potential gains and potential risk. So those are the types of people that are taking out these loans, and especially like these flash loans on DYDX. They're looking for leverage. They're oftentimes speculators, kind of looking for a profit. And that's kind of the main use case that DYDX fulfills, is just giving these people just a really nice interface where they can trade and take on these leverage positions really easily on the DeFi platform.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. James, let's get back to you. So what is for you the biggest feature that makes loans on blockchain, the flash loans, more attractive to those people whom you named? So I want you guys to move towards this thing that actually flash loans are designed for developers. So who can and why becomes a developer who takes a loan, and which opportunities give this landing to them?
Well, I think flash loans are a very specific product within the DeFi environment. The flash loans to me really are about arbitrage, right? Because you're opening and closing the deal simultaneously. And the question is, can I end up, after pressing this button, can I have more ETH or more Bitcoin in my account than when I'm done, right? And traditionally to do that, I had to take risk. And one of the risks was capital, and the other was timing, and the third was execution. And what flash loans have done is package all these things that I would have had to have a team and a bank account and lawyers to establish. I would have had to have a counterparty, and it would take weeks to get these things done, or at least to set up the modalities to be trading, and costs that would be inherent, and I'd have to be an expert. And now what I can do is say, wow, I'm looking at how ETH futures are trading on one market and how that's represented in this wrapped ETH in another place. And if I can buy one and sell the other simultaneously, I can end up, in a better position. And so what we're doing basically is, again, democratizing access to the opportunities and rewarding people for being smart as opposed to being wealthy. And so again, not to be so political about it or socialist about it, the idea here is that that this basically opens up the community of people that can take advantage of their intelligence to a wider group of people, and to people who historically might not have been able to get credit or might not have been able to get the intermediaries to pay attention to them, that you no longer have those barriers or entry to the system.
Stani, design for developers. What does it mean for you? Like, if a person is not a developer, can the person become a developer, and how? What is the expertise needed in order to work with flash loans on your platform?
I mean, this is a good question in terms of that, like historically, blockchain technology, especially like Ethereum, in the very beginning, wasn't so easy to build upon. I mean, there wasn't many tools. The logic is a bit different. There's some constraints, and the resources haven't been available. But over the time, it has definitely improved. There's been quite a nice amount of hackathons and different libraries that help developers to come around and build interesting things. But what's interesting here is about DeFi and whole like topic of this flash loan and liquidity, without any kind of like front capital, is that we tend to see DeFi as a way of like we have a permissionless access, permissionless access to different kinds of products and services. You could use, you can go and use with the same account DYDX, Aave, and create DAI stablecoin maker. So you can do everything in this kind of like universum in an interoperable fashion. But what is even more important, that we have actually interoperable and permissionless way to build things, build new financial products where you don't need, for example, the capital up front, which basically means that anyone, any part of the world could build the next financial application that could be used by globally anyone. And that's like the killer feature, I think, in kind of like in DeFi, and also kind of like the liquidity, and also boils down to the flash loans. I think being a developer or kind of like and what flash loans relate to that, I definitely see it as a developer tool. So you could build different kinds of things. There is a project called DeFi Server that is using flash loans to close positions in MakerDAO or refinance loans and so forth. So it's a project that is servicing end users but are developers. But there's also projects where you could create flash loans without coding skills in this kind of like no code infrastructure. But I guess end of the day, it's all about creating new products, and whether flash loans are used by some people that arbitrage, but I see just them as a way to create new products as well.
Interesting. Even though I would prefer James' formulation, so flash loans is designed for smart people rather than developers, because in the end, you can always learn to be a developer. Antonio, if we talk about these developers who are able either to code or at least to build up a flash loan, how has the community changed during the last year? So the DeFi market capitalization is growing. What about the community itself? Do we see that more people are able, are educated, are willing to risk, are willing to learn?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I guess, first of all, I think there have been obviously a ton of new developers that have kind of come into the space. And like Stani alluded to, just building like really great products. I totally agree with his take that like flash loans are for developers. That doesn't mean that they're not for everybody. It's just like the way most people will interact with them is through a product that somebody builds. You don't have to be a developer. You don't have to like literally write Solidity to be able to interact with them. You come use, you know, Aave, come use DYDX, use like DeFi Saver is a good example of this. You don't have to know how to code to be able to do that. And I guess to address your question, like how has the community changed in DeFi in the past year? Certainly changed a lot. I'd say overall it's grown quite a bit. And there have been a lot of like really amazing things that have happened in the space in the past year. Just, I would point to basically all of the really interesting products that have been launched. I think Uniswap v2 was super successful, like seeing tons of volume on Uniswap. Obviously Aave has made a ton of strides in like the lending market in the past year or so. That's been really awesome to watch. There have been crazy experiments like things like Yam Finance and stuff like that, which people may have been following. But just a lot of experimentation overall, I think, has been the real theme of the past year. And kind of alongside that and accompanying it has been just a lot of excitement, especially around a lot of the token launches, around a lot of the liquidity mining, things like that. That's what really brings the community like into the ecosystem too, gets them really excited and oftentimes like financially motivated to, you know, have a skin in the game and use these products, try them out. But I think for the first time in the past year, DeFi is solving real problems too. Like all this permissionless trading, kind of democratization of finance that James alluded to. It's really been happening in the past year, and that's what we're really seeing go on with things like Uniswap, things like Aave, Compound, you know, to a certain extent like DYDX in the past year, and it's just been really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's really exciting. James, if we talk about other benefits of flash loans, so we talked about interoperability, we talked about transparency, we talked about accessibility. What about security?
Well, I think that's the big question right now. And that's really what's happened is, and the boom and the bust was totally predictable. You know, the hot money chases after these technologies, and these changes in tech tend to attract people to think about the impact it has on money first before they think about the impact it has on society or laws, et cetera. Because people like money, and it's the easiest way to market to someone, right? But you know what's happening is that people are not really understanding what they're getting involved in, and the risks are, to people that understand what's happening, are relatively straightforward. But even the most sophisticated people don't fully understand every piece of yield farming that comes out. I mean, you know, like in the last month, 17 different vegetables and food types came out, right, as, you know, as DeFi products, you know, and there wasn't enough time in the day to actually understand them all. And the way that you protect yourself in, you know, in this new world, when you get away from centralized authorities, is by actually knowing what's happening and taking advantage of the intelligence of the crowd. But when things get launched overnight and pop up in a day, then the crowd really hasn't had a time to opine yet. And, you know, the early guys in, you know, they always say, you know, that you know, pioneers get arrows in the back, right? Because they ran too fast and they ran past the danger, you know, and then find out about it first. So what's happening is that people are going along the greed and fear of missing out curve. And so people are jumping in and maybe taking risks that they don't fully understand, maybe getting lucky the first time, so thinking they know what they're doing. The truth is, you learn a lot more when it doesn't work than when it does. And so, you know, I think this is just a natural progression. People think that markets are even and quiet, and that everything comes to equilibrium, and market theory means that everything's balanced and equal. But actually, that's not true. If markets didn't have imbalances of information and power and knowledge and time, then you wouldn't have a market, because everything would be perfectly priced and there'd be no reason to trade anything. So the reality is that what makes markets interesting is the imbalance in information, the imbalance in time, the imbalance in access, right? So what we're going through now are these big gyrations that are the market trying to find equilibrium over time with fewer breaks, and it's easier to jump in. So you'll see the wave will have bigger amplitudes, you know, and that will bring in people saying it's just a fraud or it's the greatest thing since sliced earth. And the truth is, it's neither, right? It's just the beginning of a process, and it's how groups learn. by going through these processes. And so I think that what's happening right now is we're just all learning, and that DeFi will look different. All this stuff is going to resolve down to much more simple platforms where you can basically log on, deposit your value, and be able to toggle a switch and understand what's happening to it, and know that there's been a history behind it, so you can have a greater sense of security, because it seems to have worked so many times before. And right now we're just in the early cycles where you don't have that knowledge base.
Very interesting point. So knowledge from the users, but also from the projects, in my opinion. Steny, I know that you, Ava, joined the Global DeFi Alliance recently, where DYDX was one of the founding members. What is, in your opinion, guys, the level of cooperation between DeFi projects at the moment? And how can it contribute to the maturing of the overall DeFi space?
Yeah. So I think like cooperation is very good. I definitely think there is good amount of it in terms of like the DeFi alliances and also kind of like the founders and different projects that communicate between each other. But I think what's even more important is that many of the DeFi projects are basically following the DeFi narrative and how things are going. What's kind of like what's important to highlight, for example, these days, where and kind of like those particular things is quite important. And I think recently there definitely has been like a bit of drawbacks in the sense that some of the projects have launched very quickly without any kind of security audits, and it's kind of like troublesome in the sense that many of the projects here are building quite a long time the reputation, and it takes just so little to kind of like tarnish that reputation of DeFi, because end of the day, like not everyone will kind of care about the decentralization, even though if it's a backbone of the whole ecosystem. But I think in general, like the cooperation is pretty good. The thing is, of course, like all of the projects are quite busy. I'm pretty sure, for example, DYDX has a lot of things to do. Aave has a lot of things to do, and we still try to kind of like contribute to many things as possible. But I mean, we're small projects in the sense, and I think DeFi is moving now towards this kind of like more, monetization and, like generating fees in the protocols and starting to grow in the next 5 years. And that will actually put more resources and also like it will be seen in all kinds of things, such as like legal ice breaking and also like corporations.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to echo that. I mean, I think there is a really good amount of cooperation that goes on between DeFi companies. I think one of obviously the hallmarks of the DeFi space is transparency. That's like one of the really great things about using DeFi protocols is you can look at the code, you can see exactly what's going on. All of the kind of top projects have a good history of just being really transparent with their community and things like that. But also that transparency kind of cuts both ways. And this is really good for the industry because also in addition to just like users having a lot of transparency into what, various protocols are doing, other protocols are certainly looking at what every other protocol in the space is like doing. And that just makes, the rate of innovation like that much faster. If Aave comes out with like the next great feature, well, of course, like we're going to look at that at like DYDX. We're going to, try to offer that to our users as well. And I think this is just like really great for just like users of the space in general, just in terms of like the rate of innovation. Like, everybody saw what happened with like YAMS, for example, and then there was like a ton of innovation like based off of that. So it just kind of incentivizes everybody in the space, since everybody's being so transparent, to just kind of be on the same side. And I think everybody really realizes that it's still very early days for DeFi, and just that the best thing for everybody's interest is to grow the space overall. And I think that's pretty much what everybody is trying to do.
In the space, you mentioned that. I like this a lot, but at the same time, we also need to bring more people from the other spaces. So my question is, back to the headline of our panel, traditional loans versus flash loans. What is it we can learn from traditional loans in order to make the DeFi market more or expand, more mature, etc.? Not only in technical terms, but in terms of building up the infrastructure, in terms of building up the community. What can we learn from traditional loans in order to really make the DeFi loans the future? James.
Wow. So I'm the founder of Crypto Mondays, which is the largest decentralized meeting, for crypto globally. And we're in 55 cities and 20 countries. And it's my big belief is that the thing that's different about this whole movement towards crypto and decentralization, is community first, where the thing that's valuable now isn't the capital, it's not the code, it's actually the community. And so historically, the community of people that could participate in these types of activities was small. It was, I hate to say it, but, white Christian males, essentially, sitting behind desks with, glass windows, and glass offices. And that's been changing. That's now democratized. Behind a computer screen, you don't know who's participating. So the community has gone from people who are in the business of doing loans and who are being paid as intermediaries to actual, participants who are trying to achieve goals for their lives and are using their computer screen as a way to support themselves or to support the activities that they're pursuing. And so it's really a big change. What you're doing is disintermediating this class of people who've been entitled and who have been taking profit from your dreams, to quote, a folk song, and to move on and now allow people to imagine how they could, become their own profit center, become their own business, become autonomous, and start to use the intelligence of the crowd and the accessibility of the platform to start to accomplish the same things they were doing previously, but being forced to do it in a way that previously the system told you how you get a loan. Here's the process. You have to have a credit score, which is the biggest scam on the face of the earth, right? Then you had to have a bank who would listen to you, right? So then you had to have documents from the government to prove that you're legitimate, right? And then you'd have, and you go down the list, and what they're doing is just whittling away, narrowing down so that other people are making a profit and a living off your dream, off what you're trying to do. Right? And now what DeFi is doing in this whole movement is enabling me to say, okay, I need to fund this next activity. What's out there that I can use my intelligence and my knowledge where I can create that cash flow where I don't have to tell people who I am, and I don't have to sell my soul to get a car, right? And that's really so the audience is changing from the bankers who are doing things for you to the individuals who are pursuing their own activities. Hope that's not too philosophical.
I like this philosophy. Last philosophy from Stani and Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, education definitely, like that people understand the benefits of DeFi and like why it's important, because it's as James put it out, it's the thing is way bigger than we anticipate. There's so many benefits, but people need to understand them.
Antonio.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree.
People who give us traditional loans, let's also bring them to the flash loans market.
Absolutely. That's what we're trying to all do. And yeah, I think there are a lot of learnings that we can take from just the traditional space, just in terms of like building really great high quality products that people can use, making it really easy for everybody to kind of come into this new financial ecosystem. And that's certainly what we're all trying hard to build.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. I definitely learned so much today with you. I hope our viewers as well. Thank you very much for the organizers of the summit, because this is one of the way to educate the community and the space. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks all.
Bye-bye.
Okay. There's two. Here's one.
Tired of missing out? Join eToro and start trading cryptocurrencies in no time. eToro, sign up for free.
Buying the cryptos?
No, I'm watching you.
projects, fishy forks, and millions raised in 24 hours, DeFi has become a playground for crypto crazies looking to get their hands on anything and everything. While this may be exciting, is it sustainable? And even more so, how can we make DeFi more approachable to a larger audience? Our next guests know this best. Please help me welcome Diana Barrio Zales of Bandman Advisors, with David Moss of Strongblock, Luke Weber of Prime Deo, Anton Mozgovoy of Jtherium, and Kane Warwick of Synthetics. No one's confirmed.
For this purpose.
Great. So thanks, Diana, and thanks for having us on this panel today. My company, Strongblock, has been working on governance primarily, and blockchain governance specifically for the last several years, working with a number of different protocols, helping them out, but not necessarily building our own protocol. We're agnostic for that. But in that process, we were looking at a lot of different things here. And so without setting too many ground rules about what is DeFi, what is sustainability, what is governance, I think the best way to do it is to say, well, DeFi right now, in my opinion, is in its infancy. If it were a meal that you were going to, remember when we used to go out to eat? If it were a meal that you were going to, this would be maybe an hors d'oeuvre, in an appetizer, something like that. We're really not into the point yet where we're actually getting some sustainable DeFi approaches. If you've seen, there's a chart that got circulated earlier this week. Actually, it's Tuesday, so yesterday, and it showed all the DeFi protocols that are out there right now and their returns and the price of their token, which in most cases is down between 70 and 90% from its launch. So this is a very young time to do it. But what I've seen and what we've seen, because we have a DeFi protocol as well, what we've seen is huge interest in doing this for the money. Right now, it's all about the money, and it's better yields than you can get from your bank. You can get nothing from your bank. And so that's why we're all involved in DeFi in the first place, is that there is a way to take, I would say that the hors d'oeuvre part of DeFi is literally, the hors d'oeuvre part is you have a bunch of altcoins lying around around your house that you can't do anything with. And you went to Compound or some other place and you were able to turn them into some other altcoins that you may have lying around the house. And maybe at some point you'll actually turn it into something that's actually fungible out there, which would be Ethereum or Bitcoin. Absolutely. So that's the DeFi part, right? So it has to grow up a bit more, but the returns, if you don't get crushed, rug pulled, wrecked, all the other things that are happening to people out there, if you're willing to take the risk, the returns clearly are better than your bank, but they're unsecure and you have a lot of potential risk, not just in the contract, the smart contract risk if people put a smart contract out that has a hole in it that hasn't been audited, risk of the protocol deflating, all the various or inflating, all the other different risks out there. And the next step in that, from what we've seen, is to go towards governance. So we've been, as I said, looking at governance for quite a while. So what is governance? The way that we look at it for DeFi, what we've seen is that most people, like any other democracy where you vote, don't really want to participate, especially with DeFi. They really just want to know, well, if I vote, will it help me get more money?
Exactly.
And so we're in the early stages of governance in DeFi as well. What we really want to be able to look at, and what we're trying to do, is come up with sustainable models that support a larger ecosystem where your participation not only gets you money, but also helps one or more other causes. And that's how we believe it will become sustainable, is in the middle of DeFi. If there are a number of organizations that I've seen that have different kinds of banking. For example, you have a checking account, but you decide that 1% of the fees are going to go, or 10% of the fees are going to go to a worthy cause. So that's a way to be able to make it work. Those are the simple early parts of governance. Getting more complicated in governance is, well, now that you're able to tweak all those things, what gets people active? What allows them to participate? What makes them want to come back and do governance and not just collect their next altcoin, cash it in for Ether, Bitcoin, and leave? Those are the things.
About incentive structures, right?
Yeah, yes, incentive structures. And so what are those incentive structures? Because most people, even now, people can contribute, and a lot of people want to contribute and get money for doing good, for helping with the public good. So that's really where all of this is going, is that we go from hors d'oeuvres to salad to main course to dessert in the full meal of DeFi. And it's being able to participate, being able to get the money that you expected, your returns, your rewards, but also being able to help one or more causes in that part. And then that lays the groundwork for what are those causes, and what is ESG? How does that really work in the real world? And how do we bring that to decentralized finance?
To be realistic.
Yeah, and so what we found with governance, and how am I doing on time here?
Let's give it like 30 more seconds.
Okay, great. I want to make sure.
Talk a little bit more about transparency and governance as well.
Yeah. So that's the last part of this, is that the transparent part is that what governance parameters can you put on chain to get people to both participate, allow for transparent changes that affect everybody in a positive way? How do you then incentivize people to participate in that kind of governance? Do they care? We're finding a lot of those things is that it's very, very early on blockchain, on-chain governance, but the seeds have been sown.
Right. I love what you're saying, David, in terms of introducing the concept of ESG. Even in traditional finance, ESG is a huge topic and a huge question mark in that, as investors are increasingly interested in investing sustainably, is to have the right metrics and to have the right quantifiable measures in order to be able to compare across investments and have a certain level of analysis when you're analyzing portfolios or opportunities. I'm going to turn it to Anton. And when we talk about ESG, it's a very wide-ranging topic, right? We already talked about governance here, which is fantastic. Now, turning it to financial inclusion, and you have experience with emerging markets. And how can your product, which is basically a wallet and a debit card, for instance, be best positioned to again, be realistic and solve real world problems? We know, for example, that financial inclusion, there was a lot of hype and excitement about financial inclusion at different times in the early days of Bitcoin and in the early conversations about Libra, but we also know that it's important to, like, people in emerging markets, they need access to water, they need access to jobs, they don't need access to crappy ICOs, and we don't want to repeat that again. So how do we leverage access to really networks of productivity and growth through DeFi networks and ecosystems to leverage that?
Sure, thanks, Anna. And I'll try to be very short. Financial inclusion has been my pain point ever since I started my career in banking. That is actually the reason why I left my job in banking, and also a story of how later crypto, right, and DeFi became the epicenter of the projects and products that I'm working on. Many of us here are familiar with Austrian economy school, and without boring details, and we don't have time to that, there's a very interesting notion there that the value of the global GDP is actually quadratically correlated to the number of economically involved people. Basically, what it means is that financial inclusion, it literally means that the more people can transact globally and interact with each other, the better it is for everyone. So, but as you said, lyrics aside, the reality is much, much more tough. To me, wallets, debit cards, those are just instruments to achieve the ultimate, which is full self-financial control and an ability to give a user full spectrum of options to easily manage their money. And that's why, in HolyHealth, we are very customer-centric around providing the most optimal, yield strategies for the users, providing access to the most advanced features that other great companies are building. The main job is literally abstracting that complexity of the technology and wrapping it in the convenient access layer. My experience in building consumer finance companies focused on financial inclusion is rough. I've been in the space for quite a long time, and it's very, very, very tough path from regulatory approach to the last mile issue. But at the same time, it's a huge opportunity. DeFi is its global permissionless system of networks, I would say, provides unbeatable technological access. Access to features that have never been available to consumers before. Money Lego that we're building can be shaped around any consumer need and request, and that's the beauty of it. So, lastly, just to finish off, going back to your question around inclusivity, being realistic, you see, financial inclusion is not just about the infrastructure layer. If it was that simple, it should have been resolved like years, a while ago. It is also not just about the regulations. We all remember BitMEX, BitMEX news from the last week. We also all remember the FCA news here in the UK that just came up, literally hours ago. It's not about being protective or being preventative legislation, rules or opportunities there. I think that we're still just in the discovery phase where the technology layer is available, and there's so many, fantastic opportunities there. It's just that there's, it is for us to decide how to apply all the available technology that we have in the benefit of many and not few.
Right. There's a very human component, and here we talk about being human-centered, right? When we're talking about very, very complex issues that touch upon many, many, many problems in different societies around the world. Building on what you said and keeping it global, small businesses around the world really need access to financial services. It's been a problem that we've viewed consistently. And today, 99% of companies worldwide are SMEs, and they actually generate 2/3 of all jobs around the world. Yet SMEs have not benefited as much from the current fractional banking system, which is why it opens the opportunity for alternative systems. And turning it to Kane and discussing how can liquidity pools like synthetics, again, leverage existing networks to meet real needs in alternative ways that existing structures have not been able to meet.
So I think, the interesting thing about DeFi is that at its core, it's about participation, right? It's about, enabling people to have a say in how these systems are coordinated, right? And so when you look at, these obviously very nascent protocols that are being built that are enabling, new ways of coordinating people, it's the key kind of component, I think, is lowering barriers to entry, right? ESG and TradFi, I think, is still a very unsolved problem because, in some senses, it's like oil and water, right? You're trying to combine these two things that really don't necessarily go together as well as we might like, right? And the question of why do we need to do that? Why do we need to kind of inject sustainability into traditional finance really comes down to who's in control of it, and at the moment you have very large gatekeepers and high barriers to entry for anyone participating in finance at all, right? You can consume finance, you're allowed to be a consumer of finance, but you're not allowed to necessarily be a producer or participate in financial infrastructure or even direct how it's created or governed, right? Maybe you can get out your Apple shares and do a proxy vote or whatever, but you're not really having any impact on how any of these large corporates are governed. So I think the interesting thing about DeFi is that it really flattens the structure of how these networks are governed and how participation happens, right? And you have much more inclusive pool of people that are directing them, which means that ideally you should have much better outcomes, right? You should have, if all of the people who are both participating and consuming the services are participants and have a seat at the table, you should end up with better outcomes, and you should have more sustainable infrastructure as opposed to having these large gatekeepers. So I think that for small businesses that are consuming finance at the moment, they're just consumers, to be able to both direct and participate in the infrastructure and protocols that they are consuming is a very powerful thing. And that's ideally where we want to get to with DeFi. We're not quite there yet. There's still a long way to go. We need infrastructure to be able to support that, but we are getting closer, and I think it's something that is going to be really, really positive, because these are people that have just been excluded from participating in governance and participating in these systems for all of history today.
Right. And I love what you say in terms of that they know their problems, and if they have a say in in being able to solve those problems, it can be much more effective through the concept of maybe crowdsourcing solutions and building together as a community.
That's, I mean, anyone in DeFi can just turn up and take existing infrastructure, existing protocols, and mash them up together to come up with a different product that supports them, right? You just can't do that in traditional finance. It's not possible. You can't just turn up and say, hey bank, I'd like to create this other product that would really help me. There's no mechanism by which you can even engage in that conversation.
Precisely.
I guess a perfect example would be Curve and Swerve, for instance. That's the power of open source, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's been the open source thing, Kane and Anton. I love what's going on there, and that there is much more participation, and you're seeing so many things that are literally clones of the previous version, and people get more and more participation.
Right. No, building on the concept of crowdsourcing, we have a great example with Luke and and CoreDAO. We have a new panelist. Luke and CoreDAO. Basically, the concept. Let's turn it over to the Caribbean and the region of the Caribbean, where we know that Caribbean nations, for example, struggle with huge energy costs across the board. And that has made the region a very clear target for renewable energy projects and sustainability projects across the board, because energy touches so many different concepts. At the same time, again, we're touching the concept that the value of local knowledge to address domestic issues is paramount for any effective implementation of solutions. Because without local input, for example, a large company or a traditional finance institution may not effectively solve the problems in a very specific way, because it may not understand the culture or the norms or the procedures to change that. And Luke, how has your experience with CoreDAO, and you're going to tell us a little bit more about it, but basically it's crowdsourcing solutions for sustainability in Curaçao. And leveraging localized knowledge to meet these needs in the most effective ways.
Yeah, thank you for that intro, Diana. So I think I'm going to build up on what the other panelists already said. So the infrastructure is what we're really missing in Curaçao. We are not even allowed to participate in the current financial system. We have so-called dollar-pegged currency. So our local currency is pegged to the dollar. Which is great for stability because we have a small nation, only 160,000 people. So we don't have a large enough economy to create a stable currency. But because we have this dollar-pegged stablecoin, we also have all the regulations from the US. We need correspondent banks in the US to do international transactions. And one of the byproducts of that is that we, for example, don't have PayPal and all these regular payment services that any first world country has. Although our infrastructure, so technology-wise and regulatory-wise and education-wise, is very much first world, our financial system is still greatly excluded. And we also, as a community, because we're a tight-knit community, but we do not have control over our financial situation, because we always need to get the dollars in first before we can mint our own currency. So that's also a huge problem, not only for the energy sector, which, by the way, is a government monopoly, so there's not enough freedom to iterate on that. But what we started to do with CuraDAO almost 1.5 years ago, we deployed a social impact DAO as an experiment to see if the local community can leverage these DAO infrastructures. We used the DAO Stack DAO, by the way, to coordinate on these issues that they have locally. So first of all, identifying what they want to solve, then pooling proposals together like, hey, I'm going to do ABC, and funding it together through the DAO. So during that initial pilot, which lasted for about 6 months, we had some interesting proposals, one of which was a group of 60 teenagers who wanted to create a traditional foundation, but they were too young. And they weren't able to get funds in because they were even too young to create a bank account. And their best shot was coming to us to get $200 to organize a big beach cleanup with 60 individuals. And these are the kind of financial interactions that create a lot of value locally for a very low cost, but just because of the frictions of the traditional system, they're not able to get there. Now, of course, the trust aspect of crypto and DAOs, and especially DeFi, being able to see where money flows, that's a really big yeah, that's really big for countries where trust is very low. People don't trust the government, they don't trust each other. They need to have this verification in place to be like, hey, my money is being used well, and I'm feeling good about my money being here. So we took it a step further, and we leveraged the DeFi infrastructure to create a similar currency as our local Gilder, but then backed with DAI. So we call it KuraDAI, and it has the same value as the local Gilder. It basically mimics this whole wrapping of a dollar and then creating this Gilder. But now we are in charge. We can get the dollars in, we can create the currency ourselves, and we can also unwrap it again to participate in this larger ecosystem of DeFi. So in practice, what that means, if someone would, for example, one of the projects we really did during COVID was a food forest, because almost 50% of the country lost their job because we're heavily reliant on tourism. And also 50% of the country was reliant on food aid because they didn't have enough food. So we funded or co-funded a food forest with KuraDAO, and all the volunteers or contributors even that participated in the creation of the food forest, they got some KuraDAI, which they can then again spend at the food forest to purchase food. And in the current iteration, the KuraDAI is 100% backed by DAI, but we're already in conversation with Will Ruddock from Grassroot Economics in Kenya, who uses a bonding curve to create a stablecoin. And in that way, we can really create what we call a regenerative economy. It even goes beyond sustainability. We can get, let's say, $1,000 of value in, and we can leverage that to create $5,000 of impact on the ground. And I think leveraging these pieces of infrastructure and really maximizing what we have learned in these experiments that seem like crazy Ponzi schemes, but there's a lot of value in these initiatives. And yeah, I think it's been a great experience to test it out locally. And I think the next step for DeFi as an industry to become more sustainable is, first of all, maybe me as a Gen Z, it's super weird to talk about traditional finance, and that we need to emphasize even that your financial decision should be based on the environment and social and governance. Like, these are things that to me seem like a given that should be the foundation of any good infrastructure.
Well, that's the case increasingly for younger and younger investors, right? There's an increasing awareness of sustainability and environmentalism. Whereas in older generations, that awareness wasn't expressed in the same ways, or it wasn't outright in the same ways. And we're seeing this in a huge way across the board in traditional finance. I wanted to maybe ask a question to all of you, and maybe have a short discussion for the next few minutes on the value of metrics and comparability, and how could we take something like Luke's very localized project where it's very easy to implement, and it's very important to pilot and see the results from the beginning and in a small context. But how can we devise metrics in order to make something more I guess more comparable across the board and more I guess more reliable, quote unquote, in larger spaces?
For scalability, I think
exactly. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, what Luke has talked about, and bravo for what you're doing. That's just an amazing idea, and to see it actually working and have the idea using bonded curves and all the other stuff. You're literally taking DeFi and putting it into the real world. That's amazing. So Diana, your question, I think, is how do we scale that? How do we get more participants? And I think it's going to be very community driven.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to have to do it community by community. So you have everybody has some skin in the game participating in the community, and then you have things like bonded curves that allow people to have some sort of a bank there that pegs things to each other, so that there's the tokens or the coin or whatever that they're getting is actually fungible. They can go out there and do something with it.
And that's your point about incentives.
Yeah, incentives. And so that's, but I actually really apply what Luke is doing, because I think that it is going to happen via communities and specialized communities. And then I don't know if there's any worldwide way to do this and get everybody participating without starting with communities first.
Right. And along the lines of starting with communities first, also thinking about indicators. I used to work for the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, and it was a very core part of the design of every single project, even though it was the investment banking side of things and we were financing private institutions. There was always an ESG component, and it was very important to measure results. And the only way to measure results over time is to incorporate the right indicators from the beginning, from the design of the project, from the very conception. So what are your thoughts about that, and how can DeFi, I guess, because of the quantification of things and the incentive structures, lead to effective indicators and the project design with this in mind?
I think it's still the private sector, which is obviously us, that will play an important role in redefining business, as usual. And there's a thing there about helping to support the transition from exploitation to restoration, and exploitation of what, you may ask. So anything from from the nature, right, or like to consumers. I think that DeFi allows us to create this idea of sustainable finance around creating sustainable unit economics models. So the very first thing that we see that's going to transition is where there's going to be a bunch of companies that will follow the fair revenue models, right? So not the fair launch, which is another different space, but fair revenue models that benefit users at first. And then that's the goal, right, of making this internet economy easy and available to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean, I think in terms of metrics, one of the challenges is that you need something that is both pushing in the direction that you want, right, but is also something that can be clearly compared across not just individual companies, but industries and more globally. And I think markets are very good at doing that. But when you don't have market forces, for example, like carbon credits, things like that, right? Like if you don't have some kind of market force to define what a price is, then it's very difficult to compare these things, right? They become kind of intangible positive externalities. And I think that that's something that DeFi has the potential to change if we can create markets for some of these positive externalities, and whether that's through DAOs or through some other structure, I'm not sure, but I think getting the infrastructure into people's hands and making it clear to them that they can actually start to build financial infrastructure, because people have an assumption that you just can't do this. If you look at the stuff that Luke's been doing, unless you're highly technical, you're deep in the space, you probably have an assumption that you can't go and do all of the stuff that he's been doing in Curacao, right? And not every local community has a Luke out there to go and help coordinate these things, right? So I think that getting the tools into people's hands, making the infrastructure accessible is really critical, and then we can let things proliferate, and there'll be a whole bunch of experimentation. But that's the kind of key thing.
Yeah, DAO in a box. We need a DAO in a box that you can literally just pull off the shelf and get it going in your community. And I love what you said about positive externalities, because that's what carbon credits has had some issues with, is it's negative externalities that you're being taxed for and traded on. And so the positive externalities is really the key to DeFi, is get people involved early. So it's great ideas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're talking about networks and ecosystems and as a way of scaling and growth, and Luke's project in Curacao, I mean, you're having conversations with Kenya now, right?
Yeah, they didn't mention that, but our AgriForestry guy, he just passed a proposal in Curacao to go to Will Ruddock in Kenya to do kind of a knowledge exchange between his project with Sarafu Credit, which has about 25,000 users, I believe. It's running on XDAI right now, and they have most of it figured out. Where we hope to get, and we're doing kind of a knowledge exchange where we teach them food forestry, and they hopefully come to Curacao next year to help us working on the next iteration of Curacao, which is going to be called Collectivo, which means collective.
Well, we're wrapping things up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I got 2 words for you, bestie. eToro Copy Trader. Just find a top investor on eToro and hit copy. From now on, whenever they make a trade, you make the same trade automatically. eToro.
Let's stay in touch.
Yes, that was wonderful.
What the hell? What the fuck? What just happened?
Oh, hell no. Participating. So I learned a lot from you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
1 donut stand, 5 hidden cameras,
Take care.
2 actors, 100% happiness.
Freshman donuts today.
Or is it?
Is it donut? Can I have jam, please? Cream donut, please.
Ta-ta.
Be safe. Bye.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
What just happened?
Oh, hell no.
Did you just bite that?
You won't even notice, it's very small.
Oh, it's a new one. You don't have to bite.
That's my commission.
But it's out of my donut.
I was expecting 100% of a donut.
What the fuck are you doing? Just how the world works.
Shut the fuck up, I don't want that.
That's disgusting. No way.
Take this back.
If I pay for something, I should get the full thing.
We have to take a bit of commission, otherwise...
See, she's walked away.
Don't let commissions bite into your portfolio. Join eToro and invest in 100% stocks with 0% commission.
You've got a little commission.
What is blockchain? Blockchain is the technology that powers cryptocurrencies. To put it simply, a blockchain is a distributed ledger that facilitates and tracks all transactions for a given cryptocurrency. eToro.
There.
eToro. Join now.
What is blockchain? Blockchain is the technology that powers cryptocurrencies. To put it simply, a blockchain is a distributed ledger that facilitates and tracks all transactions for a given cryptocurrency. eToro.
As one of the first godfathers of crypto lending, our next guest needs no introduction. For the first time at LA Blockchain Summit, please help me welcome Compound Finance's founder, Robert Leshner. DeFi become resilient enough to mainstream adoption? To answer that, please welcome Christina Cobden of Cointelegraph, with Evgeny Yoltev of Zerion, Asaf Naim of Kiribo, Greg Lang of Rivet, and Kevin Kelly of Delphi Digital.
The idea is the same, but it's different.
But Asaf,
Basically,
if
are going live.
Hi there, welcome to our panel session on when will DeFi become resilient enough for mainstream adoption. Really happy to have you all join us and have 4 amazing panelists for this session. My name is Samantha Yap. I'm the founder of Yap Global, a PR agency with a focus on helping fintech, blockchain and cryptocurrency companies tell their story. We work with a few DeFi projects as well, and we have to keep watch of the trends and what's happening in the space. And so really excited to delve into this discussion. To begin, maybe I'll just do a quick intro of everyone so that we can save time and get straight into it. So on the panel today, we have Jose Macedo, partner at Delphi Digital. Delphi Digital began with one simple mission, that is to build the best institutional grade research firm focused exclusively on crypto and digital assets. We also have Asaf Naim, co-founder and CEO of Kiribo, an Israeli startup with an ambitious goal to protect crypto users from human error. And look forward to hearing more about the switch off button or undo button for crypto transactions that you'll share soon. We've got Evgeny, co-founder and CEO of Zerion, an all-in-one interface that lets you track and manage your entire DeFi portfolio. And Greg Lang, Chief Everything Officer of Rivet, the world's best cloud-based Ethereum and Ethereum Classic Node infrastructure service. So welcome all of you. So to begin with, DeFi has exploded this year. Yield farming craze happened. There's more than $11 billion now in locked value, and the governance token phenomenon also took off this year. So with such a rapid pace of development, is this all sustainable?
So let me take that then. So I think that, first of all, DeFi was, I think we can always talk about the productivity growth and the actual hype around this stuff. So I think over the last year, the productivity growth was amazing, and we've seen that in the number of new protocols and kind of money Legos in the DeFi space being developed. But I think only recently this started to the curve of adoption and hype started to kind of grow faster than the productivity. So I think in the recent months, this was definitely not sustainable, looking at the number of kind of like forks of, let's say, Uniswap, like sushi tokens and all the food tokens. And I think that's overall that is not going to stay for long. But I think it brought us to this level of productivity that is going to continue to evolve and grow.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think yield farming does bring back, and all the food coin craze does bring back some sort of like ICO days trauma for people who live through it. But I do think it's fundamentally different. I mean, the similarity is that ultimately yields were sustained by the same thing as returns in the ICO days, which is speculation, right? There's someone buying the food token that's pricing in the yield. But I think that the cool thing about yield farming, and what in my opinion makes it quite different, is that it's found a way to transform what kind of has always been crypto's killer app, which is speculation, into fundamentals, right? Like what we've seen is that yield farming has led to stuff that would have been considered inconceivable a few months ago. Like I can get better execution on a DEX right now than I can on a centralized exchange for stable coins and also on Uniswap for certain pairs. So I think that's what's really cool about yield farming for me. And I think that idea is around to stay. The idea of rewarding ecosystem participants, using that to bootstrap a supply side and to offer much better like actual fundamentals to users.
Yeah, to just stack on top of what Jose said, I think the key here is the ideas are what are going to continue to grow, right? You're going to have people execute things well, you're going to have people execute things poorly, and depending on which one of those you are, your specific project might not still be around, but these ideas are going to retain their power, I think, one or the other.
I think that we see a lot of this in the next month. The key point, the shifting point, in my opinion, is if will be ecosystem that is sustainable. So if it's going to be yield farming that people buy staking mechanism and then dump the coin and all the other participate run away, it's not going to be sustainable. It's going to be the new ICO phase. But if we build a product that, for example, will ensure, for example, staking to as long as the product is living. So, for example, if someone pay for a certain aspect of the system, and the payment go to the people that do the staking, I think because they are performing an action, it doesn't matter. I don't want to go into details. This is something that we plan to do. So basically, this will be something that can go for years and will eventually will create a sustainable system.
Cool. So I guess what I'm hearing is the technology is here to stay. Projects may come and go, or there may be like good projects that will be sustainable, but we're kind of growing in the next direction, in the right direction. But just to challenge this discussion a bit, in reality, do we even need DeFi to be adopted by the mainstream? I mean, what problems does it really solve for the average man?
Well, for my, sorry, I'll let someone else take that one if you want.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, from my perspective, we're still at the infrastructure phase of DeFi, where it's being used more in the back end than in the front end. And I think ultimately the value proposition for DeFi is doing to finance what the internet did to data, right? Transforming financial primitives into these money Legos and creating an open ecosystem where anyone can combine them to create stuff that's completely new. I think we're kind of at the early phase of this, but I think similar to the internet, these new token-based middle business models are going to collapse the cost of financial services and also make them accessible to a much broader swath of people, and also create entirely new kind of use cases. I think we're still at the phase of the internet where we're kind of like putting the letter online and doing email. I think as those primitives get built out, we'll start to see new things that couldn't be done before. I think we arguably already have some. AMMs are completely new. Flash loans are something that's completely new. And I think as we combine these applications, we'll have more and more new stuff. And I think it's worth remembering that sort of DeFi right now, I think the total market cap of DeFi is around 10 billion. You know, in comparison, if you take some of these inactive layer ones like Ripple, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, Litecoin, EOS, Cardano, you know, it's about 3 or 4 times that. So, and if you take consumer finance, it's a 2.3 trillion market. So for me, it's important to keep in perspective just how early we are if this is to be what we all believe it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, there's an immense power in the democratization element. I think there's definitely some huge value to be had by just, you know, regular folks who want to, you know, ultimately understand the specifics of how their resources and their wealth is managed and handled. To get us to a point where we can do that is really a lot of hard groundwork on the parts of the teams that are building these things. You know, whether it's making sure that you have high availability infrastructure, that people can, you know, get to the things that they use to trade with, whether it's handling gas fees, whether it's having good UX metaphors that you know, that don't obfuscate what people are trying to do and communicates the risk appropriately. I think that's where it's really going to be, you know, can we give it to them as opposed to do they want it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, Greg said. From taking from like a different perspective, I think looking at the DeFi space and on overall the crypto ecosystem, it's always been a bottom-up process, and I don't think that mainstream adoption is going to just like suddenly come from somewhere else. I think as Greg said, we need to do a lot of groundwork to make this really happen, to make the infrastructure ready for more and more people, and we should take it step by step. So we started with just like layer 1 solutions like Bitcoin or Ethereum, and now we're building on top of that, creating more and more financial primitives and kind of money Legos that work and they are resilient to support more and more people. But you know, we should test that and like slowly grow this ecosystem rather than trying to jump ahead to like millions of people and like every other person using it left and right.
Mm-hmm.
I think that to answer your question, if people needs DeFi, so we all know that blockchain doesn't have support system, right? Nobody can help you if you made a mistake or if you made anything. And DeFi is the future in that sense. It's basically will allow eventually to the Bitcoin to become like a banking system without all the clerk that will help you to do stuff. You basically can do whatever you want on the blockchain, and you have the same security and reliability as the bank system today. So this is my vision. This is our vision in Kirobo. And I think that a lot of people will connect to that vision. So you ask me if people need that. Yes, they need it. I'm not sure that they know that they need that, but they will understand eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a good point you raise in terms of like DeFi has been a leap to mass adoption of crypto, but I guess, you know, there's still a while to go in terms of the applications and making sure they're like friendly, you know, easy to use, and also that people are, you know, yeah, if they make a wrong transaction that they can undo it, which is hopefully what you're building as well. But right now, all of you have kind of said we're still in the early days. I mean, we've seen several issues at the moment with as DeFi grows, with, you know, investors losing money, protocols, you know, bootstrapping code and, you know, experiencing bugs, manipulation of projects and oracles. So, you know, what apart from the tech is the biggest barrier to mass adoption or the journey towards it at the moment?
I think that first of all, the tech is you said apart from the tech, but the tech himself it's a huge obstacle, because in early days when in 2017 in the ICO phase, so people rely on the smart contract because it's the same smart contract that duplicate thousands of time and people check them. The same go with DeFi today, for example, staking. It's the same smart contract that everyone used. And this is why everyone rely on this smart contract. But what happened when a new functionality adds to this smart contract? And this is the barrier that people needs to understand that we have to go through in order to people to rely on that. So I mentioned that in the waiting room, we, for example, reinvented the smart contract and basically build a smart contract that is have failure. Basically, you cannot mess it up. So, for example, if you upgrade the smart contract or if you do a certain aspect, the money is always accessible and you cannot destroy the critical data. So this is the first obstacle. The second obstacle, I think it's the blockchain obstacle of the UI and UX. So you need to build it, for example, if you go to the market today and you ask 10 people, maybe 1 or 2 hold crypto. And if you ask 10 people that hold crypto, how many use a DeFi product? So you see that it's the same number, maybe 1 or 2. Even us, when we issue the staking mechanism, we need to issue a video to explain to people that hold crypto like 3 or 4 years now, how to do a simple staking. It's not an easy process. You need to go to Uniswap to buy token, to put to different token in Ether, get the LP, and then put it inside the smart contract to do the staking. So we try to do it very, very straightforward, but it's not easy task to do. And I think this is the obstacle that we need to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree. I think UX is definitely an obstacle. I think one really important part of all this is insurance as sort of a core primitive. I mean, full disclosure, we're investors in Nexus Mutual, but we think what they're doing is really important for the space in terms of actually offering smart contract insurance. And we're also seeing people like Aave, like bundle sort of smart contract insurance into an NFT with their yield tokens. Then you can have sort of insured yield. And I think, the same mechanism through which Nexus has done smart contract insurance will also allow it to one day do sort of Oracle manipulation insurance and protect from other risks in the space. I think that infrastructure is really key. And then I think aggregators like Zerion and Zapper and DBank play probably the most important role in terms of being really the front end of DeFi, right? I think those are the neobanks that are sort of putting together all the infrastructure that's being built, putting it into a digestible, sexy format that people can use. And I think that's going to be like, for me, when I use an app like that, I already feel like I'm using an enhanced bank, and obviously the UX is still not there, but you can see the beginnings of it. I mean, if you use DeFi over the last few months, you've had 1 or 2 magic moments with it where you're like, damn, this is pretty cool. And I really think the aggregators play a key role in that as the infrastructure develops, really delivering that to people.
Yeah, just wanted to build on top of that. So we are at Zerion actually doing a lot of the UX work. And this is like, I think we spent a lot of time on designing new features and how to present that to the user such that it's obvious, such that it makes sense, and people feel safe when making transactions, when seeing and trusting the numbers they see in the interface. And recently, I think we were also faced with a lot of challenges because the number of protocols, the number of tokens grew so fast, we weren't able to keep up with everything that's going on. So we are taking security and safety of our users seriously. And I think that is one of the big obstacles. So people just don't know what is the difference between one token or another. They don't know how much phishing is going on, how much scam is going on. So I think that is all, as Jose mentioned, is very important, and it's part of our task as an aggregator in the space, as a front end to DeFi, to serve the users and to be the trusted place where they can find, everything that was verified and checked beforehand, at least somehow, and insured potentially.
Yeah. Well, and dovetailing on the whole UX conversation, a major part of user experience is outward communication, right? And we're all really well versed in the lingo of the things we build, to the point where we can just, slip into jargon and talk about yield farming and talk about, smart contracts, and we weave in and out of them seamlessly. And folks who aren't part of that, who are part of the mainstream, aren't going to be able to follow those conversations. And if we don't also put forward a communication front that can speak to the language of people who don't have that inherent understanding of all the folks who've been building this for years and years and years, then we are going to leave that narrative open to be built by the folks who would prefer that their buddies in centralized finance do not lose their positions of power and trust and authority. So we're kind of, we don't just have to figure out how to speak that language. We have to figure out how to speak it better than guys who've been doing that for years and years and years. And that is, to me, the biggest challenge to mass adoption and biggest barrier. So until we can outspeak Goldman Sachs and make people actually believe it, we're going to be fighting for an expert fringe,
If I may add, I'm going to tell you something that it's quite embarrassing. Basically, we invented the undo button for Bitcoin. It's already working, and this is the only way that we send Bitcoin today. Once you use that, you will never want to do any other way. But Ether, we are working on that. We hope to release the next month the Ether version, and 4 days ago we sent 3 million token to an address that someone give us the address, and this address turned to be smart contract that doesn't know how to operate with our token, and basically the money is lost. So it's 3 million token that lost, and when the Ether version will be ready, hopefully next month, this thing will not be able to happen. And guys, I'm in the space a long time, and if I made this mistake, I think everyone can do that mistake, and and I think it's very important.
Yeah, thank you for admitting that as well and sharing that with us, because I think people are still making mistakes, and you do hear of really silly mistakes in the space, and especially as all of you are more well versed and understand it, and you understand the tech, and if that's still happening today, yeah, it shows just how early we are in the space. And I also think I listened to a roundtable discussion on DEXs and how actually, while DEXs are open to having, basically sharing about security and going, it's secure, you can self-custody your assets. I guess the traders, they're more there are different risk levels, and people, they were saying, don't care so much about security. They just want to take more risks with more liquidity. And so that's something to note as well in terms of the community, where the intention is at the moment. But let's talk about the scaling. So how does Muse that ETH 2.0 scaling is still years away impact DeFi? Where will we see more innovations and other solutions?
Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say, in a way, it's kind of welcome, right? It gives us all a chance to shore things up more and to innovate with the tools that we have. If we all of a sudden had all of this, all this throughput that we could play with, we wouldn't be being as economical as we could be with the capabilities we have now. And I think that is a huge opportunity for all of us to maximize the way we use the resources we have at our disposal at the moment, and not rush into, oh, who cares? We can just throw more bandwidth or more compute or more whatever at it. It's not the way this is going to scale responsibly. That goes back to some of the mistakes that were made during the Web 1 days. And just to touch back on something Jose said earlier, there's something like, how much is locked up in DeFi right now? Just over 8 billion or 10 billion?
10 billion.
Just over 10, right? Circa 2017, the entire finance market was, or entire global banking market was something like 7.9 trillion, right? if we can learn not to make unforced errors with the limited tools we have now, when that kind of attack, that kind of horde is available to folks who might try to subvert the system later, right? There's going to be a lot of pressure from outside nefarious actors to try to make us make forced errors. And right now we kind of have the luxury of a smaller pool to play with, so that it's very easy to make it too expensive to attack this network. But that's not always going to be the case, especially if we get to a mass adoption point. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to get some things right before we get to play with a larger playing field.
Good point.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to look at it. I think it's also pretty sort of bullish for these layer 2 solutions that are coming up. We're pretty optimistic on the optimistic stuff and on the some of the roll-up stuff as well. We're doing actually like a deep dive report into layer 2s right now, just to look at the state of things. It's kind of a notoriously difficult area to predict and invest in. We've kind of been talking about layer 2 for a long time, but we're definitely interested in that. We're also I think it's super interesting to see what Polkadot's doing, what Solana's doing, bootstrapping an ecosystem, especially with sort of Serum and Alameda behind them now. It'll be interesting to see, because it's kind of a DeFi focused ecosystem. I think both of those will provide solutions. I think one sort of interesting drawback of the ETH scalability issues is that we are, to an extent, like the constraint is affecting what is built. So for instance, an AMM is arguably an invention that came about because of the constraints in ETH scalability, and the fact that it's the only like exchange architecture that works on something like ETH. And it's like, is that actually the best way to transact on a system at scale? Because to some extent, and I don't know the answer to this, but there's sort of a reason that all of traditional finance has worked on an order book, like architecture. And so that's one of my worries sometimes, is that are we building, are we sort of building around this constraint that doesn't necessarily need to exist and won't exist forever?
But I think that's, I agree, first of all. Yeah, I'm also pretty optimistic about all the roll-ups, essentially, and pretty excited. We're also looking into them in terms of serving the users better, because I think gas cost is one of the biggest constraints to mass adoption. So talking about, yes, like I really enjoy the experiments that are going on within the roll-up space. And I think just to kind of like, yeah, the news about ETH 2.0, and it's kind of like always delayed, so it's not news anymore. But on the roll-up side, I've seen a few, like there are a few protocols and products that are already operational. And for instance, like ZK Sync supports transfers, and it works quite well. And like I think they do about 1,000 TPS at least. Like they can go up to that. And optimistic rollups and like Uniswap, for instance, is experimenting with that. And I think YEarn is also planning to launch a game using that. So all of these things are pretty, I think, almost ready. And I think in the next 6 months we're going to see more and more live solutions. And yeah, Loopring as well is doing already live trading, so it's not like years away.
Yeah, super interesting. And so moving on to more like back to I guess mainstream adoption in terms of institutions coming in. So how big a role will or are institutions playing in mainstream adoption of DeFi at the moment? I guess maybe Jose, you may be better to speak about this. If institutions are actually playing a role, or when they will come in to this space.
Yeah, I mean, we're still not seeing like kind of traditional financial institutions. I mean, we do have a lot of interest from them. We do conferences, we kind of speak at conferences, but in terms of like clients and people who are investing in the space, we're definitely seeing a lot more family offices, a lot more like private investors. Obviously, crypto funds has always been our main niche, and we're seeing more and more of those pop up. But we're definitely seeing some more interest from traditional financial space, but I'd say more the private investor and family office side of things. I think a lot of people, in the traditional finance space actually tend to understand the potential for DeFi pretty quickly. They tend to understand the kind of the primitives pretty quickly, and in our experience, most of the people that we talk to are just kind of flabbergasted by the pace of innovation of what's going on and the composability and stuff like that. But yeah, we're definitely seeing more, but no kind of big traditional financial institutions yet, other than sort of exploratory curiosity interest.
Yeah.
But I can speak. Sorry, I can speak on my experience. We met with two very large banks that interested in this area. We actually have like 6 or 7 meetings with them in order to embed our technology, and the undo button is not related to smart contract or something like that. So they're really keen to understand that. I don't think that on the DeFi aspect they are ready yet. I think they will purchase companies in maybe 1 or 2 years from now. This is the stage that we will see them go in, but they will not put their hands before that. But on technology that works like undo, I hope that we can announce soon.
Well, we're almost running out of time. And just to wrap up, I guess I'll ask one quick question and each of you can jump in with a yes or no. But on that question, will CeFi and DeFi coexist? Yes or no?
I think they can coexist for a while. I think there's going to be some important bridges. Obviously, you have fiat currency being an important thing for people to get out of this when it's all said and done. I also think DAOs are going to play an important part in building bridge. Just to toss in the plug for Prime DAO real fast, these folks are working on this very question we've been talking about today. And if you're interested in talking about this more and helping out, check them out. But yeah, I think there's definitely a place, at least in the beginning.
Cool. Well, I think that wraps up this session. So thank you very much for all of your time. And yeah, I hope all of you would, those of you viewers will, have a look at all their websites and follow them. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thanks very much, Samantha. Pleasure.
Thank you, Samantha.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
What just happened?
Oh, hell no.
One donut stand, 5 hidden cameras, 2 actors, 100% happiness.
Fresh made donuts today.
Or is it?
Fancy donut?
Can I have jam, please?
Cream donut, please.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
What just happened?
Oh, hell no.
Did you just bite that?
You won't even notice, it's very small.
Oh, it's a new one. You don't have to bite.
That's my commission.
But it's out of my donut.
I was expecting 100% of a donut. What the fuck are you doing?
Just how the world works.
Shut the fuck up, I don't want that. That's disgusting. No way. Take this back.
If I pay for something, I should get the full thing.
We have to take a bit of commission, otherwise...
See, she's walked away.
Don't let commissions bite into your portfolio. Join eToro and invest in 100% stocks with 0% commission.
You've got a little commission right there.
eToro.
As one of the first godfathers of crypto lending, our next guest needs no introduction. For the first time on LA Blockchain Summit, please help me welcome Compound Finance's founder, Robert Leshner, and an executive fireside with Adam Levy of Draper, Goren & Home.
Everybody, welcome to this very, very exciting segment of LA Blockchain Summit. I have here with me the one and only Robert Leshner of Compound Finance, a godfather for crypto lending. Robert, how you doing?
Doing great, and I'm happy to be here with you all.
Yeah, and we're very, very excited to have you. It's your first time here at LA Blockchain Summit, and we have a lot in store, right? We have a whole entire DeFi panel, a DeFi track put in place, and having you a part of it was a no-brainer. So thanks for being a part of it. So I want to take this interview from a more personal perspective, right? There's a ton of content about you already online discussing the amazing things you're doing in finance with Compound, but I'm particularly curious behind learning more about you as a person, right? Because we have a lot of new faces in the audience and a lot of familiar ones, okay? So the reason I bring this up is that you're a role model and a great example of what crypto projects can amass to if they think differently and if they start early, okay? So my first question to you is, what is it about you and the way you're wired that has you obsessed with finance and more specifically DeFi?
That's a great question. So I think it's actually a matter of circumstance and timing and luck for, how this all sort of came together. So I began my career in finance working in interest rates. I was actually an interest rate economist and forecaster. I was a rates guy. After that, I moved into the sort of traditional Silicon Valley startup scene where it's venture-backed companies building new products, working on something new. When Ethereum launched, I sort of looked at this and I said, well, this combines, two of my, passions. One is finance and the other is being able to build new things. And I saw it as a platform that could be used to build entirely new financial products. I got really excited. And in 2017, I set out to create an interest rate market for Ethereum assets that would enable people to have new functionality on the blockchain to either earn an interest rate on crypto in a protocol or to be able to borrow crypto assets. And we designed it as a protocol that other applications could be built on top of, and it's been growing ever since.
Amazing. So I kind of want to take this and start this kind of like looking back at your professional career, okay? So how did you go from being a product lead at Postmates to founding and building one of the leading DeFi projects? And more specifically as a follow-on, take us through some of the major similarities in building a food delivery app to building interest market rates for cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, it's funny because they both exist in this class of entities called marketplaces, where you have to attract, different users that come together to create the end product. In one case, it's people delivering food. In one case, it's people ordering food. And the other is people supplying assets and borrowing assets from them. It's a marketplace. And so there are a lot of similarities in that. And how you think about, creating something and getting it off the ground and building liquidity and then density to the marketplace. So they're less different than you actually might think. And one of the things that we focused on early was taking a lot of the experiences we had building applications, for users and translating that to DeFi. It didn't even have the term DeFi then. But we basically said, let's build products that people want to use. The user experience of, all this was very different, all of 3 years ago. And we really started off with a mindset of let's build something that users enjoy interacting with.
Okay, it's super interesting. And you've built such an incredible platform, which has also led you to become quite an active investor and advisor to projects, probably more on the investor side. So hoping you could also kind of tell us your journey through creating Robot Ventures, right? What do you look for in a team or a project before cutting a check? And as a follow-on, what would you say is your preferred way to be pitched? Do you have a specific formality that you go through? Is it just a deck submission? What do you look for?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I started investing in other teams and founders back when, DeFi was a much lonelier market. There was only a couple companies and a couple, teams in the space. It was very different just a couple years ago. Now there's a billion teams and a billion people, trying to create something new. And so for me, investing in other teams and projects was a way to understand, their worldview and what they were thinking and why and how they were solving problems. And it was really with the goal of educating both myself and the teams I was investing in. So I began, investing in projects a couple years ago. I've, become a more active investor over the last few years. I've probably invested in about 30 different DeFi projects or so. Oftentimes at the very earliest stages, either before they've raised venture funding or in their first venture financing. And, for me, I like to look for things that, seem like, a compound-like project, where it's a team trying to do something new that hasn't been done before, that they have a lot of belief and conviction in. There's oftentimes, 15 different attempts to build the same product, and that's great. But what gets me most excited are teams that are trying to approach something entirely differently and think on their own and, not try to, copy something else, but try to approach it in the market from like creating an entirely new product that doesn't yet exist. And that's what I get really excited about. You know, I try to be extremely accessible both on Telegram and Twitter, and, you know, in the wild, anyone can basically just hit me up at any time and say, this is what I'm working on. And I love to alpha test new things. You know, I think that it's very easy to, you know, talk about an idea. It's much harder to build even a crude working prototype of it. And so, you know, what I love most is being able to alpha test a product, you know, being like the first one, like to play around with it and say like, oh, this is great in these 4 ways. And, you know, this part feels completely broken and like help solve problems with teams.
Right. So I guess the follow-on question to that, so would you see yourself more as a hands-on investor, or do you prefer just to cut the check and let the team do their thing, or do you look for projects that you believe you could add value yourself to?
Yeah, so, you know, what I like to add most is knowledge and experience. You know, even at the venture stage, most of the, you know, investors in a DeFi application, you know, all of the names on the cap table, very rarely is somebody an actual operator and founder in the space. Almost always, you know, all the names on the cap table are just investors who are providing capital but haven't walked the walk that the founder's trying to walk, you know. And it makes sense in other industries where, you know, there's 20 years of best practices. An investor doesn't have to have founded a company to know what to expect. But oftentimes I find that, you know, I'm the only other name on a cap table that's been founding a DeFi application with, you know, a founder that's trying to get something new off the ground. And so what I really try to convey are my own lessons and experiences I've learned personally in building a financial marketplace that, you know, founders, you know, are going to run into themselves. And hopefully I can just, you know, accelerate the learning curve and shave a month off of their own experience.
Right. No, that's awesome. And kind of just to pivot more into the ethos of DeFi. Okay. So when you are approaching decentralized finance, right, and you're talking about open finance, how do you and your team kind of think of marketing and growth from 2 perspectives? One, getting more non-crypto native individuals comfortable with earning above average interest on their money, and 2, encouraging more devs to build on top of Compound?
That's a great question. I actually think the 2 pieces go hand in hand. So Compound is a protocol. It's not meant to always be like an application that end users interact with. We had, you know, consumer interfaces at the get-go so that it could build initial liquidity, but the end goal is not to attract users directly to the protocol, because I don't believe, you know, over time, users are going to themselves interact with smart contracts. I don't think they're going to get out MetaMask, and like, I think it's like a temporary user experience. But what I think is like the end state is that as a protocol, other applications and systems get built on top of it. So, you know, over time, you know, we're not trying to market to users, we're trying to create a platform for developers. And developers can be exchanges, custodians, institutions, applications, other different service providers that can plug into this. And they're the ones who build up an audience and a customer base and market to them and educate users all around the world. And so I think that's, you know, the sort of like methodology by which this plays out. You know, we're really, you know, historically haven't tried to win over individual users. We've tried to create a platform that anyone can build on top of. And in the process over the last couple of months of decentralizing that protocol and handing it off to the community, that was done with an eye towards creating a platform that people know is going to be around in the future. That's not reliant on me anymore.
Right. No, that's very interesting. So now you guys have been around for a few years now, right? And obviously you've collected tons of data. Okay. So I'm curious, what are some of the most interesting insights you've discovered from users leveraging Compound over the last few years?
That's a great question. I think the most interesting thing that I've learned is that, you know, adoption comes in like, you know, waves, right? You know, it took Compound a long time to get to $10 million of assets in the protocol. You know, it was probably like we're a year in before we had $10 million of assets. And then it was another year before, you know, the protocol had $100 million of assets. And it was probably another year before it had $1 billion of assets in it. And what's funny is at each one of these junctures, it seems crazy to the broader marketplace. When Compound first had $10 million in it, you know, people said, oh my God, there's $10 million in a smart contract and a protocol. And like that number for the entire Ethereum ecosystem was large. You know, MakerDAO had like $40 million and Compound had $10 million, right? That was like the scope of the entire industry. And it sounded crazy to even talk about like 100 million. Right. And then when Compound had 100 million, everyone in their mind thought that was like the upper bound of the industry, right? It was like, oh, Maker and Compound have like $100 million in them. Like that's like the upper bound. And now, you know, projects are able to amass $1 billion in a week, you know, and it's a completely different, you know, scale. And so the thing that surprised me the most is that the ecosystem as a whole, you know, moves in these step functions, you know, sort of simultaneously as like more and more capital and users become aware and accessible to the market.
So it's quite interesting. And I guess the next question I have in mind is, a lot of us are deep into DeFi. A lot of people watching, they understand governance models, they understand tokenomics and all these other buzzwords that run the day-to-day of the crypto sector, okay? So for a platform like yours that is breaking the bank, that's creating interest markets for cryptocurrencies, right? And a lot of these other DeFi projects aim to kind of revolutionize finance as we know it, right? And create a new decentralized world for all, right? As the narrative goes. How do you actually explain DeFi, right? And the benefit of DeFi when a lot of the world is actually really financially illiterate, right? That they kind of depend on the normalities of banking. They depend on going in and walking into a retail bank and depositing their money. And they're not as technically savvy as, I guess, younger generations may be.
Yeah, so I think DeFi in its purest sense is able to build financial products that are faster, cheaper, more robust, more transparent, and more fair than any financial product that currently exists in the legacy financial system. And that's the promise of it, right? That's like what we're creating as like a community. And I think that's going to have benefits for everybody. You know, it'll probably, you know, for the most part, start off looking unfair, where most of those benefits will accrue to users who already have, you know, financial access and knowledge, where their financial products will just get faster, cheaper, more fair. But eventually, I think that will sort of roll out and create more access to the entire world. And so, you know, I think it's going to, like anything, have waves to it. But, you know, it holds the promise of just, you know, creating significantly better financial products.
Okay. And before we finish up, I have two more questions for you because I know we're on a time crunch. So you mentioned your whole thing of assets under management, right? And you guys have quite a large amount under management. Okay. So, and especially without having the guardrails that the traditional finance has to offer, how do you view your responsibility with managing so much money?
Yeah. So managing is the wrong word because, you know, there's no.
Well, yeah, right.
But, you know, since day zero, everything that the development of the protocol had was focused on safety. You know, Compound has probably had like 12 audits, both technical and economic, where, you know, that mindset doesn't exist as much today with new financial applications and DeFi projects. You know, in getting to this scale in each wave, going from 1 to 10 to 100 to a billion inside the protocol, all of that occurred over time and on the backdrop of significant analysis, auditing, and control that went into ensuring that the protocol was safe for each level of assets. And that's a challenge that I think all of DeFi is going to have to focus on and stay focused on as they launch new tools.
Okay. And my last question is because the last few months, DeFi has literally gone on a roller coaster, and it's probably brought in a lot of new people that haven't really heard about DeFi. So for anyone that's new in the space, what's that like one bit of advice that you would give them that you would have wished you received when you were building Compound in the beginning?
Yeah, just be focused on the long term. You know, there's a lot of, you know, things that attract attention and capital and visibility that, you know, won't necessarily be here in a couple of years. And so I would say, like, focus on, you know, what's creating real value for users and applications, and not what is, you know, the flashiest thing happening in the moment.
Cool. Perfect. That's a great way to end. Robert, thank you so much. We loved having you here. And everyone that's watching, be sure to tune into the rest of LA Blockchain Summit. Guys, thank you again. We'll see you next time.
Steve and Dave use eToro to invest in the financial markets. Steve does research on global investment opportunities. Dave does research on how to become a level 60 wizard. Steve follows the feed for the latest market news. Dave follows the feed for the latest cat videos. Steve has a watch list for promising investments. Dave has a watch list too. So why is Dave just as good an investor as Steve? It's because Dave used eToro's copy trader to automatically replicate Steve's trading activity. Whenever Steve makes a trade, Dave does too. Trade like a Steve with eToro, the world's leading social trading platform.
NASDAQ reported that 2020 could see the rise of DAOs. It seems like the vision for complete decentralization keeps getting bigger and bigger, with online communities requesting for full control over the longevity of a project. But why? Is this the future of how online communities and projects will operate? To tell us more, please welcome Ivan Sukarski of DeepDAO with Stephen Becker of the Marker Foundation, David Blenzak of PrimeDAO, and George Izauskurkdo of Argon One and Argon Project.
Hello, and good day. Thank you for joining us for this session titled DAOs on the Rise. Are they the future of how online communities will operate? We'll be getting into it with three people from vastly different spaces within DAO. I'm your host, Ivan Saharsky, aka Ivan Thinking. Let's start off by having some introductions. Stephen, you want to start out?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I'm Stephen Becker, Chief Operating Officer of the Maker Foundation. It is the entity that is helping to bootstrap MakerDAO. And as you know, MakerDAO is a DAO which facilitates the necessary tools to really build a DeFi economy on the blockchain, but also well known for its DAI stablecoin. So that's me. Thanks very much for having me.
Absolutely. David, you want to go now?
Hi, I'm David Blesnak. I'm the founder and CEO of Total, also the chairman of the Prime Development Foundation, with the sole goal of furthering the Prime DAO, which is meant to develop and offer services and products in a world where there are not custodians and clearinghouses.
Great. Jorge?
Hi, I'm Jorge, one of the co-founders of the Argon project, which we started back in 2016, almost 4 years ago, which is crazy. And now I'm the CEO of Argon One, which is one of the companies developing core Argon infrastructure, and we're recently working on Optimistic Snapshot.
Great, thanks. My name is Ivan Saharsky, aka Ivan Thinking. I'm a social scientist, head of research for DeepDAO.io, which is a company that is trying to collect as much information about DAOs as possible and organize that data so that those who are interested in DAOs, whether it's investing or research or thinking about joining a DAO, can look into and understand a little bit more about what's going on in the DAO space. We have a dashboard right now. And to start off with, I was going to tell you a couple cool DAO facts about the growth of DAOs, because here this session is called DAOs on the Rise. So let's talk about some growth. So in 2018 and 2019, based on our research, we saw fewer than 250 active members in DAOs during that time period. And our most recent count has over 5,600 people. So quite a big jump since last year. We're tracking 79 DAOs. So we're not tracking every DAO, but we're adding more all the time. And the last one I'll give you is on the monetary side. In 2019, we saw assets under management of less than $5 million across all DAOs. And this month we just saw After a small crash, we saw a recovery to over $350 million under management across the different DAOs. So as you can see, DAOs are real. They are growing quite quickly. There's a huge ecosystem, and without further ado, let's kind of jump into this. So we're trying to understand, based on the session titles, whether or not these DAOs have a space in facilitating online communities in the future. Are they the future of how online communities will operate? So what I'm curious about to start off with is, what do DAOs provide or allow that appeals particularly to online communities or facilitates online communities? Who's got something to say about that?
I can take this.
Sure.
So first of all, I love this that we're starting with online communities and we're not started with DeFi, which would be the obvious way to start. But I think DAOs have a unique appeal for online communities because online communities are insanely cool 21st century innovations. They're purely digital. As Kenny Rowe, also from Maker, said in our video that we released in 2018, you can have the same connection that you have with your neighbor, with someone in a chat room. And that's like purely digital, purely enabled by the internet. And DAOs are companies / organizations that are purely digital. They're purely on the internet. So we've been having companies for over 400 years, and they've, of course, haven't been able to evolve with the rate of growth that computers and the internet have evolved. And with DAOs, we have the opportunity to make this sort of organizations that are digital from day one, and we can experiment with them. We can operate them at the speed of software and not at the speed of lawyers.
Yeah, I think that was really well said. These natively digital organizations allow people to work together and accomplish goals together that there wouldn't otherwise be a framework for them to do. I think they also give people a sense of belonging and a connection to other people that is allows them to be tightly knit that they were missing maybe previous to the existence of DAOs. So I think that there's a practical part of the solution in terms of the the organization and the actual execution, and then there's also like the mimetic and sort of like community sense of belonging that it also provides for individuals. So I think it's doing more than one thing for groups of people.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to extend upon that. That's a really good point. If you just take a couple of steps back and think about in terms of decentralization, there is firstly the level of transparency we've never had before that DAOs provide. And in the transparency and effectively immutability, you've intermediated where a single source of truth is manifested inside of a DAO in a way we've never seen before. So from my point of view, when I think of a DAO, it really is the manifestation of all things good that decentralization has to offer.
So kind of extending upon this, that it seems that DAOs do have something to offer online communities. What kinds of communities? I can't imagine that it's a one size fits all. Are there specific types of online communities that would fit the DAO archetype better, or at least what we have for what DAOs can do today?
Yeah, I think we've seen to date that, specifically the crypto organizations, companies or organizations of people that are built of crypto natives, I think are this fit for these types of organizations for several reasons. And then you have an array of different types of groups within that. Just like you do in other types of organizations, whether it's nonprofit organizations or it's companies or it's political, you have a spectrum of ideologies, and DAOs are really, or in my opinion, DAOs are really just the formation of these different groups. It's not, there's no mandate simply by the definition of a DAO to be one direction or have one goal. It's really just the coordination of people. So I think it fits for people who wouldn't otherwise have coordination. So when you have people in Asia and people in Africa and people in the US and that are trying to coordinate, there's a natural, that didn't have another way to do that. There's a natural fit for those groups of people to utilize a DAO.
Actually, the one thing that David mentioned there was the inclusivity, is the accessibility that a DAO provides really actually expands the question to, you know, not just what type of community, but what communities that could not, you know, effectively connect with each other are allowed to connect now. So that it's expansiveness that really introduces this capability through this independent thing called the DAO. Because, I mean, you know, to the first point, the focus was on, at least from my point of view, from decentralization. This is now focused on organization. So I think you can find that each DAO will have a bespoke objective that will cater for communities that in the traditional sort of world can translate nicely, but can now include communities that previously had no ability to organize, to actually organize.
Yeah, and I usually take that approach, but I'm gonna take the opposite one since we're talking about communities. I think that like you can make the case that people can coordinate and organize on the internet quite well. Like communities exist, like people organize on Reddit, they discuss on Discord, like there's a lot of things. So you cannot, I think it's a little bit unfair to say that DAOs will allow for communities to form in a way that they couldn't be formed because like communities exist. But I think that on the internet, we're seeing like, we saw the transition from Web 1 in which like people had their blogs, like people would go on the forum, like on the comment section and be terrible to each other. We saw the transition to Web 2 in which like people have like this richer interaction model in which like algorithms decide what we see, what terrible ads we see, what political candidates are going to win the elections based on that. So we saw that, and like communities went from Web 1, from Web 2, and now the interesting thing about DAOs, and this is something that someone from my team says, is that DAOs are really Web 3 in the sense that communities have been evolving like all the way from Web 1 to Web 2, and like the real thing that DAOs do to communities is like it gives them the ability to natively hold money, because we finally have internet money. We have that with DAI, we have that with USDC, and we have other types of digital dollars, or like YUSD from Jern, which is this amazing dollar that earns amazing returns. So for me, that's the thing that DAOs do. And the way that I explain it to my friends and my family is like, yeah, you have like online communities with money. So like imagine that you can do a fundraising with your Discord or Reddit community. And that's like the basic idea if we're talking about communities.
Yeah. And
not necessarily about the coordination problems, like which we can get into it, and why DAOs are very great for DeFi, which I think it's also interesting, but like I'm way more interested in this, like, how do we take these like magic internet companies and like make them available to the mainstream? And I personally think that gamer communities are probably the easiest, right? Because like they're used to like virtual things that everyone thinks, oh, that's a scam, that's not real, but like people have built their lives on like World of Warcraft and other games. So I think that we have an angle to get DAOs out of the DeFi world and like building for our friends and the problems that we have created for ourselves, and actually do something out there in the real world.
Yeah, I was going to add on to that, because I think you said one point that I'm also seeing when I'm explaining these things to people who are not crypto natives or not even on the internet all the time for that matter. You know, I'm explaining to them that there are problems that exist with Web 2, and that those are really where I would say the application of a DAO, at least in the mainstream mind, sees the value right away, which is like, you know, you go on Facebook, and right now Facebook is having all these issues of, do we serve political ads? Do we do this? Do we do that? And who's making the decisions? You know, Mark Zuckerberg might be making a lot of these decisions, but if you could imagine if Facebook users were given 15 cents of Facebook shares every time they saw an ad, and then all of those people could then use those shares to vote on what is shown to Facebook users in the future, that really hits home for people. I think that they really understand, wait a minute, if I'm actually a stakeholder in this organization as a participant, as a user, I'm blurring the line between a shareholder, a user, a voter, a non-voting shareholder, blurring the lines between all of those participants in an organization. In my discussions with people who are not familiar with DAOs, that hits home for them. So I think you made a really good point in that transition.
Yeah, and just building a little bit on top of this. So I found myself making an argument to my girlfriend that I was like, did I turn into a communist? Like I having like this identity crisis, in which I was like, all right, so we've had our companies in the world, and like right now the top 5 companies in the world, I think, at least like publicly traded, they're tech companies, right? And like that's just a way to show that like tech scale like has surpassed everything else. Like we have like the top 5 companies, they were not alive like 30 years ago. I think like Apple must be the one that is or Microsoft, the one that is the oldest one. And that's just because the world is not prepared for exponential growth. And like these companies, like especially Facebook or Amazon, that for me are the worst examples. It was like you have these companies, these private companies that are owned by a handful. Like if you put $1 million on Amazon in like 1997, like the grandchildren of the grandchildren of their grandchildren are gonna be fucking billionaires, because that's how it works. But like the externalities of that, and I think it's even worse with Facebook, is that we're basically, these companies are creating like a public utility. Like they're destroying like massive amounts of jobs, and like you cannot compete with tech scale. It's not that people are lazy, it's that you cannot compete with fucking machines that get smarter that 2x every year. And the mere fact that these are private companies, because that is a system that we have and not DAOs, and like what you were saying, David, that like users and like suppliers, like they don't get an ownership stake on this, ends up with a situation in which people are so confused that the only thing that they know how to do is like put a guillotine in front of Jeff Bezos's house, because they're so like, and this is only gonna get worse. So I think like the system is really fucked. And I don't know how we get it better, but like one can dream that if Facebook wasn't owned by Mark Zuckerberg and his buddies that were getting drunk in fucking Harvard like 15 years ago, but like the early users and like current users and the people that do the moderation and all the hard work, if they were owners and it was a public utility and like publicly owned as it should be, that we wouldn't be seeing like some of the problems that we're already seeing and some crazy shit that we'll start seeing soon. So yeah, long down.
So what we're seeing, so to kind of summarize broadly and with my own bent, is that DAOs are really allowing for governance to be shared, for governance to be democratized. They're allowing for the governance of wallets, crypto wallets for the first time, and so communities can really take advantage of voice both, because money is voice as well. So voice in the ability to vote and voice in the ability to spend and to determine how to spend the treasure that the group has gathered. And so whereas in the past you had to kind of trust somebody to spend things in the way that you expected them to, and if they didn't, then hopefully you had some kind of recourse, but often you didn't, which makes DAOs pretty fun from that point of view, and opens up a lot of different possibilities. So we kind of talked a little bit about the types of the communities that fit DAOs, and that DAOs kind of allow these cool things. But I'm curious about what are the biggest barriers that you guys see to people adopting DAOs, to DAOs usability, or to convincing people that they're worth using. It may be a software issue, it may be a community issue, it may be a social issue. So why aren't people adopting them today, and what's it going to take to get them to jump through that hoop?
I think,
Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So if you don't mind, I'll kick off on that. I mean, as you mentioned, DAOs really are an expression of versatility and accessibility that we've never seen before. We're extending upon possibilities and manifesting them in ways that are absolutely incredible. One expression of that is really through autonomy. I mean, autonomy is an ideal characteristic that everyone strives for, but ultimately what comes with autonomy is the flip side of the coin, and that is risk. Being able to have the freedom and autonomy to do something also requires you to be able to assess and understand and control and react to a risk when it does happen. So some of the blockers to DAOs really come down to understanding that both sides of the coin are really what needs to be managed, not just the benefits and the good parts. It does come with the full scale of risk management that one needs to keep in the back of the mind. I mean, if you look at organizations and the specialization of labor and division of labor, it really showcases why autonomy was effectively concentrated. Now we're seeing it as Jorge previously mentioned, being slightly abused to the point where people are saying, okay, well, we want that back. We want the autonomy back. We want the control back. But in doing so, you've got to move from that sort of central mind frame to a decentralized mind frame. And it seems theoretically easy to do, but when you actually do it, it becomes really difficult. Your expression in terms of your technology, your expression in terms of your governance may not always line up appropriately. You may have dissonance. And the dissonance basically comes about in terms of understanding ultimately what the objective of this independent, autonomous thing is trying to do in relation to the stakeholders contributing towards it.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the biggest, just to go back specifically on the question there of what the hindrance to adoption is, I believe, is mostly regulation and then education or marketing. So like you have regulation at the core. I mean, and it's not the fault of, I'm not putting blame or fault on anyone here, but I just think that in the world we live in today, regulators have a duty to uphold the current laws and the current rules, and they can't just shift and say these new things that don't have guidance or don't have a rule book for can just do whatever they want. There are protections in a place for a reason, and so with the technology, as Jorge had mentioned, moving twice, 3 times as fast as the as humans are moving, it makes it very difficult for DAOs, which are this completely new radical concept, to just be accepted or allowed in terms of taking power from a centralized organization, which is the way all of companies work, right? In the US or even around the world. We're just going to change that completely and just everyone should be okay with it. I can understand there being a big struggle in that. So my opinion, it's going to be, can we have a set of rules that allow these things to flourish in one part of the world at least, so that it can exist natively on the internet and then globally. But then the second piece, I think, if you're just going to forget about regulation for a second, is really just messaging and education. You say the word DAO. I mean, you just say DAO to someone and what are you talking about? Are you talking about the chemical company here in Michigan? Are you talking about Dow Jones? And just like DAO doesn't really mean this in terms of mainstream acceptance. It doesn't resonate with people as this decentralized organization. It doesn't hit people. So if there's something more of a different message that people will latch onto, and maybe not something we can think of sitting here today, but I think that there will be a benefit to people, and that's what they'll latch on to, whether it's ownership, it's this governance, whatever it may be, and that's the message that will exist long term for people.
Certainly didn't help that the very first DAO was called the DAO and it got hacked.
Sure.
So if you Google DAO today, you may very well find a trail of tears. It's just not good. So, Jorge, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I very much agree with David. Legal uncertainty is the biggest risk for adoption. It's not a risk in this industry because no one gives a shit about the law and everyone just does illegal things. And it's been fine for most of us so far. Like for everyone, like whatever. But yeah, I very much agree. And I think the only thing that DAOs are being safe right now is because I don't think there's any DAO that needs the D. I don't think there's any DAO that you can make like a DAO, because like Bitcoin is a DAO, Ethereum's a DAO, but like the things that we're calling DAOs, I don't think there's any of this that are decentralized. And and sorry if I throw some shade, Stephen, but I think a prime example is MakerDAO, right? We had the Black Thursday event in March, in which like Maker crashed. Like there were some weird liquidations in DAI, and like people got stolen. Like the protocol worked, but like some CDP holders or vault holders felt like they hadn't been informed about the risk. But then the people that lost money, they didn't go sue a DAO, because like a DAO does not have a legal personality as a company does. They went and sued the Maker Foundation because they assumed that the Maker Foundation was responsible for all of that, even though there was a DAO that set the parameters that made people lose money. So and this is actually a good thing. Like, of course we want to move into DAOs, but it's great that they sued the foundation and not the DAO, because if they had sued the DAO, a DAO is really kind of sort of a general partnership. Therefore, MKR holders would have been held liably together as for their actions, which means that if you're an MKR holder that could have been pinpointed as like, okay, you made this decision that made people lose money, then you have a lawsuit to your name instead of like to the Maker Foundation. So I think legal uncertainty is like the biggest issue. I'm actually optimistic that the regulator, and like it seems like the SEC, particularly in the US, but this is way more than what the SEC can do. They're open to like understanding these things, and like some of their recent, their commissioners' recent speeches, like actually I think that they understand the space and most people that are investing in crypto. So I'm like sort of optimistic, but I think the biggest thing for adoption is actually legal uncertainty, that you participate into a DAO and like no one's aware of the risk that they might be taking on for themselves.
Yeah, particularly if they start to manage quite a bit of money.
Yeah, or a lot of other people's money, which is when the issue comes.
Sure. Yeah, Stephen, did you have anything to add?
Well, the interesting part about this, and this comes back to autonomy and risk, is looking at the regulatory infrastructure and saying, well, what's the purpose of regulators to begin with, and understanding what the objective is. And when you do that, you realize that certain constructs and innovations require iteration in order for people to realize how to apply these constructs. I mean, to a certain extent, we need to live within a framework that we can all agree upon, and that's generally called law. And what you find is, when you engage with something new and something comes of it, you need to take a particular position. And that's the nice thing about a DAO, is that you can take a position. You can take a position on the full scale. And that's what decentralization really offers, is that the broadening of the spectrum to say things like, I want to pursue this avenue of recourse versus this avenue of recourse. And that basically then applies the appropriate position against the framework of law, against the framework of a particular DAO, against the framework of the community, so that they can discover for themselves what this means. And ultimately, there is learnings and lessons that come from this that allow for the iteration to move forward and for progress to be made. So, consequently, sitting back and asking for legal certainty is of itself through an iteration. It's not going to come through some, clear declaration, because that assumes that the folks given this clear declaration are actually in this space and on the forefront. And that in of itself is a little bit of a contradiction.
But I mean, that's all great and beautiful, but like, I feel uncomfortable. I would, like, as a maker person, I would feel uncomfortable recommending people to vote, because like, if it wasn't the foundation that was sued, but it was a DAO, someone could have lost their house on that lawsuit, because they could have been held personally liable for the losses that the protocol had. So I think this is very risky. And like, we live in this utopia, if there's a DAO, nothing happens, the law doesn't apply. Yeah. But I think that's very responsible, because someone could have been like the foundation's going to be okay. Like the Maker Foundation is going to be great. Like there will be arbitration and nothing will happen. There will be people will get paid out. But if like someone had gone to the DAO, like they had identified a few people, like they could have been personally liable for the mistakes that the core developers or the keepers or whatever made. So I think it's very risky to say, just vote and make vote the change you want to see in the world, when what you should be telling people is we don't know legally what you could be getting into. You could if you press vote here, you could lose your house. So I think we need to be really fucking careful with this.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's obviously quite a bit of work to be done, both on the legal side, the regulatory side, how we respond to that, our openness to that, and so forth. Unfortunately, we are running a little low on time here, so I'd like to give each of you guys 15 seconds or less to chill your stuff, say goodbye, and all that. So go ahead, start, David. You're muted.
Sorry, I would check out Prime DAO, as Prime DAO is just starting its development. We're looking for other contributors and partners. You can check us out at primedao.io or primedao.eth.link.
All right, Stephen.
Absolutely. Well, the one thing I can say is from the Make a DAO point of view is it is in fact a DAO, and it is something that needs to be considered appropriately from all points of view. And even if it makes you terribly excited, then I think it's all great. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shill a standard that we're pushing. We're pushing this ERC 3000, ERC 3K. You can visit it at erc3k.org, which we're trying to push as the standard for DAO governance and making DAOs infinitely scalable, so real human beings can also use it.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. And folks at home, if you want to check out deepdao.io for your DAO dashboard needs. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, Ivan.
Thank you, Ivan.
My pleasure.
Let me guess. You're too busy to watch this ad. Just like you were too busy to invest in Bitcoin or Ethereum. Oh, who's a Gucci boo-boo? Who's a Gucci boo-boo? You're a Gucci boo-boo. You think trading crypto is hard? How hard is it to open eToro, pick a coin, and hit trade? Now, maybe you're thinking, but I'm just a food blogger. I can't do this trading stuff on my own. Well, I got news for you, pal. With eToro's social trading, you don't have to. This is called a news feed. It's like your social media feed if your social media feed had things that mattered. And if you've got any questions, just ask them. Observe. Can I pay my babysitter with Bitcoin? But sir, my brain can't handle more than 140 characters. Is there some way you could make things even easier for me? Why, yes, I can. With CopyTrader. Just find a top investor on eToro. How about someone with piercing blue eyes and a voice so husky it could pull a sled and hit copy? You. From now on, whenever they make a trade, you make the same trade automatically. Neato! I just made a trade automatically! I'm so proud of you, bestie. So join eToro and start trading the world's top markets. I got a plane to catch. Got it. eToro.
Next up, we'll explore the trenches behind this industry's investment landscape. The community is growing favorably for fair launches and DeFi's path towards the future adoption. Please welcome Forbes contributor and CEO at Nova Block Capital, Lior Shimron, leading a discussion with Robert Breedlove of Parallax Digital, Larry Sukernick of Digital Currency Group, Santiago Roll, Periati Capital, Min Teo of Consensus Invest, and Michael Anderson of Framework Ventures.
All right, let's get started. So my name is Lior Shimron. I'm the Vice President of Digital Asset Strategy at Fundstrat Global Advisors, and I'm also a Forbes contributor where I write about crypto and blockchain. Fundstrat is an independent research firm providing equities and crypto research to over 200 institutional investors and 700 retail investors. We also have a consulting practice where we advise companies in all segments of the crypto industry. Now, I'm extremely excited for our topic of discussion today, which will cover DeFi investing and adoption. We have a lot to get through, so let's jump right in. So just to get started, I'd love for all of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves. maybe starting with Min, then Larry, then Michael, then Santiago. Please take 30 seconds to introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Min Teo, based in London, and I lead the investment team at Consensus. We've been investing in the space for several years now and have a portfolio of more than 100 early stage companies ranging from infrastructure to decentralized applications. DeFi is a core focus for us, and it's great to see our ecosystem reach an inflection point in terms of UX and resilience, and it can't come at a better time. Thanks for having me. Really look forward to the discussion.
Great. Larry, would you like to go next?
Yep. Hey guys, Larry Sakarnik with DCG, where I lead venture investments. And if you're not familiar with DCG, we're a conglomerate, I think the only large conglomerate in this space. And there's three parts to our business. There's the subsidiaries, which are businesses we own and operate, companies like CoinDesk and Grayscale. There's our digital currency portfolio. And finally, there's the venture portfolio, which is at this point over 160 companies.
Great. Michael?
Hey, my name is Michael Anderson, one of the co-founders of Framework Ventures. Framework is a venture investment firm specifically focused on DeFi. We have about 20 investments in DeFi, including Chainlink, Synthetics, Aave, and a number of others. We also incubate a number of companies. We have a slightly different model than most other funds where we're building alongside a lot of the investments that we make and users of a lot of the platforms that we build with.
Great. Santiago?
Yeah, hey everyone. Santiago, I'm a partner at Verify Capital. Similar to Framework, we're exclusively focused on investing in DeFi, typically run a fairly concentrated portfolio. I guess different from perhaps most other funds, we are large users of DeFi networks, and that largely informs our thesis. And we are big liquidity providers. So we have a specific separate fund to our token fund that is providing liquidity across networks like that we're investing in, like Compound, Maker, Synthetics, Uniswap. And so that really, when we invest in projects, we work very closely with them and provide liquidity, which ends up being the lifeblood of these networks.
Great. Santiago, I'd like to start with you. In order to help build a loyal community, projects like Uniswap and Wire have been rewarding users with tokens. What is the concept of a DeFi fair launch? How does it differ from ICOs, pre-mines, and even Bitcoin's launch?
Yeah, it's a great question and very topical. I think you look at a network like Wi-Fi that distributed tokens to liquidity providers in the system, and even the founder, Andre, did not take a share himself. And I think that really builds a very strong community when the power users of these networks are earning and having a fair shot at earning tokens. And so everyone's on an equal basis, right? And I think that really sets the stage for creating, really bootstrapping communities in a very interesting way. You don't have unfair advantages. You don't have, certainly I'd say like large liquidity providers earn perhaps a greater share, but the proportion itself based on what you're providing to the system is kind of a constant. And so, yeah, we're seeing really interesting experiments like Wi-Fi, YAM, and really across the board, some other projects.
First use case to bring DeFi to the mainstream?
One can hope. NFTs have been a pretty good store of value. They haven't been very liquid, however, until recently, despite best efforts of a lot of early teams and marketplaces. I mean, we saw many CryptoKitties hold value through the bear market, which is not really surprising given art pieces kind of work the same way. Liquidity is really something that the DeFi bull run has brought to the NFT space, which is fitting given NFTs themselves are financial assets, the same way investment art is, and they require the same infrastructure, community participants, pricing dynamics, and so on to have a healthy market. With that said, I think we're actually seeing more of DeFi powering NFTs rather than the other way around at the moment. It's an incredible showcase of the composability and extensibility of DeFi primitives and the broad range of new activity it enables. But most NFT activity today is driven probably by speculation. At the same time, though, I think NFTs is
I think both you and Santiago touched on something interesting, which was liquidity within DeFi. Larry, going off of that tangent, I'd like to ask you about yield farming, which really has offered supercharged returns for investors that provide early liquidity to these protocols. Do you think liquidity mining is having the intended effect of attracting long-term users to the space, or will usage be short-lived once incentives run out?
Hey guys, we just lost stream. We are going to re-rack here in just a moment.
They didn't like the question.
Wonder what happened. Weird. Michael, yield farming has offered supercharged returns for investors that provide early liquidity to these DeFi protocols. Is liquidity mining having the intended effect of attracting long-term users to the space, or will usage be short-lived once incentives run out?
Yeah, great question. I think what we've seen is that liquidity mining works in building short-term attention and getting short-term activation or engagement. But one of the things that I think we're starting to learn is that yield farming is not, in just the way that it's designed currently, something that attracts long-term ownership and participation. I think one of the examples we saw recently is that all the compound tokens that have been mined so far, 87% of them have been sold. Which suggests that the governance rights that Compound and Comp Token are affording these users is not something that attracts them enough to be able to keep the comp and keep the governance rights. As a counterpoint to that, I think one of the examples of something where it's working is something like Synthetics, where you have a 1-year lockup and a continued use of those tokens while they're being locked up. At the same time, Synthetics tokens, once they have come unlocked starting in May of this year, only about 20% of them have been sold after they've become unlocked, which suggests that if you have that long-term buy-in, maybe through a forced or even an opt-in mechanism of locking tokens, it could be something that's more beneficial for long-term engagement.
Interesting, and that's really specific to the token design of each individual protocol, right?
Exactly, and this is where mechanism design, token design really plays a huge part in designing the engagement model for these users and how you can in fact affect the different long-term or short-term engagement models. But this is where you got to be really smart about how you design the token.
Awesome. Larry, switching over to you. DeFi protocols are open source and can be forked at any time. And we've already seen attacks evidenced by SushiSwap trying to steal liquidity from Uniswap in the so-called vampire attack. How do DeFi protocols build a moat? What defensible characteristics should investors look out for?
And ever since Warren Buffett came up with that term moat, it feels like the investment community has, just ran off with it. It's a good term. And I think it's a good way to think qualitatively as an investor about the things you're investing in, right? And I think people, especially when they approach a new space, whether maybe it's internet in the late 90s or crypto today, they tend to over-intellectualize what moats are, right? For businesses, for networks, for protocols. I think at the end of the day, the very same moats that apply to businesses will apply to decentralized networks, right? You look at things like brand. A a good brand is a very strong moat for a business. A good brand is a very strong moat for a network. You look at things like Uniswap, and you know that there's a strong consumer goodwill with using that website. People go there, people swap. You feel good when you're on uniswap.com, right? Or .org, I forget what it is now. And I think a lot of the same moats really do apply to decentralized networks, and there's no need for us to over-intellectualize things.
Great. Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense. Brands still matter, even though it's DeFi and these protocols are decentralized. Santiago, going back to you, TVL or total value locked really is the most common metric that investors and users look at to determine growth of the overall space and ecosystem. How do you measure and quantify community growth and involvement? Are there any other metrics that you would suggest users and investors look at?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, TVL is sort of like a vanity metric for some of these networks, because what you have to look at is the underlying sort of value accrual. I mean, TVL in Kyber is very different than TVL in Uniswap, very different than TVL in Synthetics. And so ultimately, I mean, I think it requires looking at the underlying protocols to see truly how they monetize that TVL. Sometimes that is not even the relevant metric to measure the earnings potential of a network. And so, I think, an exchange business is quite different from something like, Wi-Fi, for instance, or Aave that is deposit or compound, right? Very different business models. To your question around community and how we measure that, it's a little bit more, I'd say, harder to quantify. I mean, we can look at the level of engagement across, Discord channels, GitHub commits, and it really is, there's not a perfect answer to that, but I think you sort of get the feeling when you start interacting with these networks, if the community is, to Michael's point earlier, if they're there to stay or they're just there to farm and dump and truly be sort of like, liquidity is a transient moat in some of these networks. And so what you have to look at is, what are the core developers, how are they incentivized, and what are they building? And I think really at the end of the day, bear markets are great. It really tests the conviction of the community. And I can't think of, better protocols like, Aave and Synthetics really been forged in the fire of bear markets. And I think that's, to me, that's the strongest indicator of community. And, I think it's not only, we saw yesterday MetaMask has 1 million monthly active users, which is a remarkable metric, I think. But, I think, one of the perhaps more interesting metrics is, would you rather have 1 million users, 1 million farmers, or would you rather have 1,000 diehard community members? And I think Synthetics comes top of mind. It has a very strong community that now that the network is fully decentralized and you've really de-risked the core team like Kane and Jordan and the core members have sort of taken a less, they're still relevant, they're still important, there's still a team behind Synthetics, but a lot of community members have become and stepped up, and I think a Maker as well, where these networks, I think over time, de-risk the sort of the key man risk and truly become decentralized organizations that have continuity. And so long-winded answer, but I think you really have to look at independent networks and start become, the best way to measure that is just become very active in these, in governance and in the Discord channels and get a better sense of how the community is evolving.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think that kind of brings us back to the first question about fair launches and how there's all these new experiments that are going on in terms of just getting the token into people's hands and like what's the best way to do that and incentivize different stakeholders within these networks. So I think that's largely something that's still developing. It'll be interesting to see how that continues to develop. So moving on, Michael, we've been seeing Bitcoin really invading DeFi over the last few months. Tokenized Bitcoin now totals over, I think it's $1.3 billion, or about 0.66% of Bitcoin's total supply. What role will Bitcoin play in DeFi? Do you think the growth of Bitcoin on the Ethereum blockchain fundamentally threatens or bolsters either one of those chains?
To unpack that, I think essentially there's two arguments. There's two discussion points here. The first is, what does Bitcoin in DeFi mean? And the second is it a threat or is it a benefit? And I think the first one here is we just have yet to see really new swaths of liquidity coming into DeFi and Ethereum writ large. Other than stablecoins, at least our view is that Bitcoin could represent that next layer of liquidity that DeFi is looking for and wanting to attract to the ecosystem. And I think if we think about just what the activation energy is for people who are staying on the sidelines in traditional finance versus people who have Bitcoin, it's a very easy logical leap to go from I have Bitcoin to I want to use it in productive ways, versus people who have dollars or financial assets in traditional finance and they want to use that in DeFi. And so I think the next logical leap for DeFi is to start to usurp some of the centralized crypto finance that we've seen. We saw September, I think it was on Block Research, about 14% of DEX volume was actually DeFi. Of all volume was DeFi, was DEXs. And so I think that as we start to see DeFi eat CeFi, this logical leap of Bitcoin coming into DeFi will be the next kind of, maybe the next $10 billion of total value locked in DeFi. And then I think, what are the steps to get there? And does this threaten the Ethereum ecosystem? I think we have yet to see a clear-cut winner in a truly trustless bridge for Bitcoin into Ethereum. And I think that's what's really been holding things up. Ren seems to be making some interesting moves. TBTC hopefully can provide another competitive product there. But I think we also need to see the infrastructure ready to go to be able to support all these different variants of Bitcoin on ETH. Whether it's maybe a Curve competitor to having a stablecoin or Bitcoin AMM type model is something that we need if we have all these different variants and if we're trading them and using them productively. But I think those are the things that we're looking for, is just what's that trustless bridge. And then we're really excited about DeFi having Bitcoin involved.
Awesome. Min, turning over to you. So Ether's performance hasn't exactly been in line with DeFi tokens. As DeFi grows, do you believe Ether will inevitably accrue value as well, or will DeFi applications accrue most of the value?
Yeah, so I think, in some sense, comparing ETH with, DeFi, it's a bit of a good case of comparing apples with oranges. ETH is a reserve asset. DeFi tokens are far more speculative. They each have their own market betas, correlations with TradFi market indicators. Ultimately, DeFi increases activity on Ethereum, which also increases network transaction fees, which has shown over time to be positive correlated with value of the Ethereum network. In early September, there was a data Ethereum posted 500K in fees in just 1 hour. I think DeFi token prices outpacing ETH at the moment doesn't mean that markets are efficient 100% of the time. And you can make a good argument about why ETH is undervalued. You could see value reversion in the long run. No investment advice from my case, just, from a purely theoretical view. I think, in terms of activity, particularly with the rollout of EIP 1559,
DeFi today is largely confined to really an insular user base within the crypto community, typically individuals who are more tech savvy and understand crypto very well. Do you envision DeFi having applications outside of crypto? And will DeFi encourage a larger group of financial professionals to enter the space?
I think at the end of the day, it's about what problem is DeFi solving? Just like any other product, right? What problem is it solving for the end customer? And is the friction to getting to that product high or low, right? And I think today, obviously, DeFi is solving a lot of problems for people. Certainly, the folks on this Zoom call, the yields are high and the alternatives are low, and so DeFi solves a big problem. But I think, the reason it's not really gone into mainstream consciousness, in other words, you're not really seeing folks like your parents or your friends who don't work in the industry using DeFi, is because the friction is so damn high, right? If you just send someone some Ether, give them some free Ether and say, hey, buy some token on Uniswap, and you tell them to do that in a half hour or so, no one's going to be able to figure it out, right? Even though the problem is being solved, right? The friction is too high. And so I think, as a community, we've not really done a great job of thinking about product and user experience and educating the market on how to actually use these products and why they're actually important. And I think the only way for the addressable market to grow is for the product to solve a problem and continue solving the problem. And two is for the friction to significantly go down, because right now it's really hard to use.
Right. And I think especially with the Ethereum fees being so exorbitant, you're really pricing out so many users. If you want teenagers into the space and just tinker around and play with these tools, they're not able to, because you need at least $1,000, if not more, in order for it to be economically viable given these huge fees. What do you think is kind of going to come of all of that? And are these fees going to naturally compress with ETH 2.0, or maybe move to other chains? Just kind of an open question for anyone who wants to take it.
Well, the fees suck, right? Even investors think that, right? Think about how much we're all spending on fees. I think this is a solvable problem, right? There are so many smart people who are productive that are incentivized to make Ethereum scale. And over time, I think it's really hard to bet against smart people. And I think they'll figure out a cool solution, whether it's scaling the main chain or using some sort of layer twos. But long story short, I think fees will go down over time. I think everyone thinks that as well. It's just a matter of when, not if.
I think we're already there in some respects, right? You have Optimism launching 2 weeks ago. Anyone that, we saw this, there was a pilot early on in March, was it? Where Synthetix rolled out Optimism. You saw that and you saw a path towards, it's like you're migrating from dial-up to broadband, fast settlement, and you're talking about cents, right? Not only that, but something like USDC now enables less transactions, just pure signatures. So to Larry's point, I think we're converging in a state of the world where fees will compress quite a lot and enable through layer 2 users, like regular users, to not pay $18 per transaction, more like 2 cents or less than a cent. I think that's the nature of the state of the world. In many ways, Ethereum, DeFi, crypto is not ready for mainstream adoption. It's a good natural barrier to have when we are testing protocols that can blow up overnight. Like your MVP in DeFi is still quite risky. And so in many ways, we should take, the scalability concern has always been overblown. In my opinion, I think these things take time to test and battle test. And I'm glad that we haven't seen 1 billion users. Let's onboard 1 billion developers, build rock solid products. And then naturally, I think people will come. But we're not far away from that state of the world. And Optimism, XDAI, and a bunch of other solutions out there are out there and are working. So,
yeah, I think that's very well said. So it looks like we're running up against the end of our time. As the last question, I'd love for everyone to chime in, but what is in store for the future of DeFi? What exciting innovations are yet to be built? Maybe let's start with Min.
Sure. I think we want DeFi for the unbanked, but not as we think of it. I think DeFi protocols and applications targeted at startups, teenagers. We've seen how it's provided access to wealth creation, and there's huge potential to provide a few more months of runway to startups, or to provide kids with a way to learn how to manage their money.
Great. Larry?
If I had a good answer to this, I would start a company, not be an investor. So I'll pass it on to the other guys.
Sure. Michael?
Yeah, I'd say, solving all the different financial primitives is probably the next 3 to 5 years. But as we look past that, we're looking at things where speculation and entertainment actually combine. We've always talked about games on blockchain. I think, if we really think about what DeFi is in some respects, it is a game. And I think the melding of those two worlds could combine at some point.
Great. And Santiago?
Yeah, candidly, we've never had this sort of paradigm of programmability of money with if-then statements combined with really powerful incentives. And I think DeFi broadly, we define it as just transfer of value. And now you have the ability, crypto single-handedly created digital scarcity. And so this idea of fiat is relatively young. And so I think it's going to enable us to look back and is it crazy to put your collateral with an NFT to pay down your mortgage? Not crazy. And so I think we're just scratching the surface, I think, of what we think of value and really just create new primitives. For now, it's a lot been hey, let's copy existing primitives in traditional finance into DeFi. But the composability of the space and also the open source nature of it, I think, is attracting, to Larry's point, one of the smartest developers out there. And so very, very excited. Any new entrant into DeFi creates sort of highly synergistic, increases the value of existing protocols. And so that level of open source innovation candidly opens up and detonates like a whole like catalyst for new innovation. And my imagination doesn't stretch that far. If it would, I wouldn't be an investor, I'd be a builder, to Larry's point. So I'll leave it there.
Great. Awesome. Thanks so much, everyone. This was really an awesome conversation. Appreciate you all making the time to be on here and lending your insights. Thank you to the audience for taking the time to listen, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of their day.
Great. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Steve and Dave use eToro to invest in the financial markets. Steve does research on global investment opportunities. Dave does research on how to become a level 60 wizard. Steve follows the feed for the latest market news. Dave follows the feed for the latest cat videos. Steve has a watch list for promising investments. Dave has a watch list too. So why is Dave just as good an investor as Steve? It's because Dave used eToro's copy trader to automatically replicate Steve's trading activity. Whenever Steve makes a trade, Dave does too. Trade like a Steve with eToro, the world's leading social trading platform.
Let me guess. You're too busy to watch this ad. Just like you were too busy to invest in Bitcoin or Ethereum. Oh, who's a Gucci boo-boo? Who's a Gucci boo-boo? You're a Gucci boo-boo. You think trading crypto is hard? How hard is it to open eToro, pick a coin, and hit trade? Now, maybe you're thinking, but I'm just a food blogger. I can't do this trading stuff on my own. Well, I got news for you, pal. With eToro's social trading, you don't have to. This is called a news feed. It's like your social media feed if your social media feed had things that mattered. And if you've got any questions, just ask them. Observe. Can I pay my babysitter with Bitcoin? But sir, my brain can't handle more than 140 characters. Is there some way you could make things even easier for me? Why, yes, I can. With Copy Trader. Just find a top investor on eToro. How about someone with piercing blue eyes and a voice so husky you could pull a sled and hit copy? You. From now on, whenever they make a trade, you make the same trade automatically. Neato! I just made a trade automatically! I'm so proud of you, bestie. So join eToro and start trading the world's top markets. I got a plane to catch. Got it. eToro.
For 12.
Can I get that confirmation on time, please? We'll have about 12 to 15 minutes, and we'll be live in 5, 4, 3, 2, bye.
Our next guest will explain to us exactly why DeFi needs to adopt a more sustainable ethos and how this Builders Collective is developing these guardrails for the future of open finance. Please welcome David Blesnak, founder of Total and chairman of the Prime Foundation, introducing Prime DAO.
Okay, what's our countdown? You are live. Go.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Blesnak. I'm the founder and CEO of Total. I'm also the chairman of the Prime Development Foundation. The Prime Development Foundation sole goal is to further the development of Prime DAO. Prime DAO is DeFi's first prime brokerage, and our goal is to offer prime brokerage services and products in a space, in a world where there are no clearinghouses or custodians. So let me dive into that a little bit for you right now. So we've seen with the advent of DeFi and yield farming and a couple of the other crazes recently, some really interesting applications of decentralized finance. But we've seen also a little bit of musical chairs with some of these implementations. A lot of projects offering tens of thousands of % APY to come join their organization. Some offering even more egregious reward systems. And what we're looking to do at Prime DAO is to build products and services that are sustainable and offer the benefit of DeFi over the long term to the end users. So we're looking to make all of DeFi more accessible globally. What I've got up here pulled up is our website. You can get to this, this landing page here by navigating to primedao.io or directly through IPFS at primedao.eth.link. And you can scroll through here, and I'll describe what's going on and what we've posted here in a minute. You can also navigate to the Connect tab and the Learn tab to see the light paper and more information on the organization and the direction we're going. We are looking for more organizations and individuals to join our effort. So please make sure to jump into the socials in our Discord channel to connect with all of the participants and leading members to learn more about how you can contribute. So at the core of PrimeDAO is our smart aggregation technology that's contributed by Total. And at the core of any decentralized finance application, there's an exchange of value. We're seeing that even with borrowing and lending platforms. You can see there's receipt tokens that are created like CDAI. And with exchange venues like Uniswap, there's LP shares that are tokenized. So really at the core of any DeFi product is exchange of two tokens, an exchange of value. And since the decentralized finance space is so fragmented, what's needed is an order routing system or a DEX aggregation platform, which is exactly what Total has been working on for the past 3 years. And we'll be receiving an allocation in PrimeDAO for contributing an open source version of the technology. And so what that technology does is it looks through all of the venues out there on Ethereum, out there in the decentralized finance space for the exchange that the user is ultimately looking for. So if I have one token and I want another, the smart aggregation technology will go out and look at the markets on Uniswap, Kyber, Bancor, you name it, and find you the best exchange for the assets that you're looking to swap. You can see this port over to the traditional finance space in smart order routing, similar to organizations like Tagomi that was recently purchased by Coinbase that have been compared to crypto prime brokerage themselves. We take that concept one step further here in terms of a decentralized prime brokerage. So in a world where there are no custodians, there are no clearing houses, there's still going to be similar applications offered, except there isn't one central organization or point of failure that's responsible for picking and choosing what items are listed, what routes they're taken, and how they're governed. In fact, these organizations will be governed in a DAO, hence PrimeDAO, by the token holders, by the participants, the contributors, and the users themselves. So in order to participate in the ecosystem, you can contribute by building. You'll be able to earn Prime tokens for fulfilling development proposals that will be posted by other participants or yourself. You can submit a proposal to the organization for products and services to be built, and then rewarded for the progress and building that goes on. Here's a good visual of PrimeDAO and all of the pieces that we're working on today. The Prime Development Foundation, or also called Prime Foundation, is based out of Curacao. And as I mentioned, it's a nonprofit organization with the sole mandate to further the development of PrimeDAO. We're also working on unique set of features that will allow for DAO to DAO interactions. So this is pretty straightforward. There are other DAOs that exist or that are in development that have tangential or alike goals to PrimeDAO. And the goal here is to work together with those DAOs in order to more efficiently meet the goals together that we're looking to achieve. So you have a lot of projects now that are just looking to the DAO space and that have recently, like Compound, and like Kyber, like Uniswap and several others. And we're looking to interact with those DAOs in an equitable way for all organizations. As I mentioned, we also have the Prime aggregator that will be contributed by Total, and then will be built on by the community, owned by Prime DAO, and furthered by the developers over here, which are referred to as Prime DAO builders. We also have liquidity providers and managers to the Prime DAO that will contribute assets to liquidity pools and will be governed by token holders. As I mentioned, if you would like to join, you can come to primedao.io, click join. You can sign up to enter your email and get more information as it becomes available. We are hosting sessions bi-weekly for builders at this time to come learn more about the organization and what types of things are needed to be built and what types of concepts are being proposed by the community at this time. So I encourage all builders in the space to take a look and come join us in this effort. And now I'll give a short demonstration here of the smart aggregation technology. So currently, the best way to navigate to the technology is through Total directly. You can go there by navigating to total.exchange. And then you can go ahead and connect up your wallet. All you have to do is hit connect wallet to swap. It'll ask you, there's all sorts of different type of wallets you can hook up here. I'm going to use MetaMask at this time. You can then select the assets you want to exchange. You may want to trade some Ethereum for some DAI. And if I want to exchange 1 ETH for DAI, all I have to do is hit submit swap. And you can see down here that Total order routing technology is showing you the route that's being taken. So this exchange will actually split the assets 40% to Uniswap and 60% to the balancer venue. So if I just hit the submit swap here, that's all that's needed. I just hit confirm. I don't know if it's going to let me during the screen share here. Oh, we got it. And that transaction's off on its way. And what's happening right now is Total's order routing system has routed this transaction to, as I mentioned, to a Uniswap pool partially and partially to a balancer pool in order to get the best execution for this swap. And it looks like this transaction was just mined. We can even see the details of the transaction here on Etherscan. The demo gods have been very nice today. And that's it. I can see my DAI balance. Now I can see I have the 300 some DAI here in my wallet. And if I want to go back to ETH, I can do that fairly easily. I just select the trader on me and look, there's a positive arbitrage that I was able to make by going back to ETH only through the balancer pool. And the transaction's off. And now I'm exchanging the DAI that I just bought with my ETH back to Ethereum, or ETH, I should say, only going through the balancer pool at this time. And it looks like that transaction was mined. And now I have all the ETH back into my wallet. So it's very easy. And as you can tell, using these products is super easy. Making these transactions is very easy. All of decentralized finance is making access to financial products, exchange, borrowing and lending, derivatives, extremely easy to access. And that is the entire goal of what we're aiming for here with PrimeDAO, to make all of financial products easy to access, easy to use, globally and fairly by everyone. So if you're an interested builder, if you're in the traditional finance space and you're interested in DeFi, or you're an organization in DeFi that would like to learn more about community organization or DAO to DAO interactions in business development, make sure to navigate to primedao.io and join us in our Discord channel. That's all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Let me guess. You're too busy to watch this ad. Just like you were too busy to invest in Bitcoin or Ethereum. Oh, who's a Gucci boo-boo? Who's a Gucci boo-boo? You're a Gucci boo-boo. You think trading crypto is hard? How hard is it to open eToro, pick a coin, and hit trade? Now, maybe you're thinking, but I'm just a food blogger. I can't do this trading stuff on my own. Well, I got news for you, pal. With eToro's social trading, you don't have to. This is called a news feed. It's like your social media feed if your social media feed had things that mattered. And if you've got any questions, just ask them. Observe. Can I pay my babysitter with Bitcoin? But sir, my brain can't handle more than 140 characters. Is there some way you could make things even easier for me? Why, yes, I can. With CopyTrader. Just find a top investor on eToro. How about someone with piercing blue eyes and a voice so husky it could pull a sled and hit copy? You. From now on, whenever they make a trade, you make the same trade automatically. Neato! I just made a trade automatically! I'm so proud of you, bestie. So join eToro and start trading the world's top markets. I got a plane to catch. Got it. eToro.
Thank you all for tuning in to the Decentralized Finance Track. We hope you enjoyed the valuable insight of our incredible speakers shared with you today. Next, we're deep diving into Asia's crypto blockchain landscape. See you soon.
What is blockchain? Blockchain is the technology that powers cryptocurrencies. To put it simply, a blockchain is a distributed ledger that facilitates and tracks all transactions for a given cryptocurrency. eToro.
It feels like there's a constant rivalry, primarily between the US and China, but also the rest of the world. This couldn't be more true for blockchain technology. While China holds more patents, the US is fueling their pockets, trying to invest in the next big thing. One of the biggest questions arises, being China so centralized, why would they want to adopt a truly decentralized technology? Our next track will uncover the different moving parts of Asia's blockchain landscape, and to this extent, we have the help of Draper Dragon leading the front for our next 3 sessions. First on our list, we're revisiting DeFi, but this time exploring activity in China. Please welcome Robert Lee of Draper Dragon with Qi Jiaoqi of QuarkChain, Eric Gu of Metaverse, and Xin Wang Shibin of HeckBitsX.
Attitude today of institutional investors and professional investors in China towards this space? Do you see a lot of them already actively participating in DeFi?
On the one hand, I have to say that the DeFi is so hot in China. China is always a booming,
blockchain market. But I have to say, on the other hand, DeFi is still in infancy to professional investors. But the reason why I always say that China is the biggest blockchain market is because I think at least 99% of the professional investors are still not stepping into the market yet. So I think there, of course, we know that there are smart traders and liquidity in China. On the other hand, the professional investors are still very cautious in DeFi market. They study, they design, but not actively trading for now. DeFi logic and even the economic model behind DeFi are not so strange to them.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning into our session today. I'm your host, Robert. Decentralized finance is probably the hottest topic in the crypto community today, and we're currently seeing a lot of exciting activity in the last 2 to 3 months. Today, we want to share with you what we know about users engaging with DeFi on the other side of the world, in China. I'm personally very excited to introduce our 3 distinguished guests today, Eric Gu, Zhou Qi, and Wang Shibin, joining me on the panel today to discuss their perspective on DeFi in China and their prognosis on what the future holds for this exciting sector. So, gentlemen, can you each take some time to briefly introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'll start. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Gu, being in the crypto space since 2013. So currently I'm running my own project called Metaverse. So we have a chain called ETP and another chain called DNA. We're trying to do a dual chain at this moment. So currently I'm in Canada. So we have a team in Canada. We have a European team and 2 Chinese team located in Shanghai and Shenzhen. They are both working on the crypto space. Since 2013, I've seen uppers and downs and many excitements. So the DeFi is really this year's excitement. So let's talk about it.
Hey everyone, this is Qi Zhou. I'm the founder of Quockchain, a next generation sharding technology built on top of sharding technologies with, for example, high performance. And also I'm currently a technical advisor of a DeFi project called Equalizer, which aims to become a next generation DEX. So I'm firmly believe in the DeFi, which can fundamentally change the financial world. And also I'm actively participate in a lot of DeFi events, especially recently experienced a lot of up and down. And so we'll be very happy to share my thoughts and opinions in the market.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. So thank you for inviting. My name is Shibin Wang. I'm the co-founder of Hong Kong BTX. So Hong Kong BTX is a digital asset trading platform based in Hong Kong. We provide brokerage and trading service to professional investors, not just in Hong Kong, also to international investors. Now we are in process of application license from local regulator SFC. Before founding Hong Kong BTX with my partners, I spent more than 15 years in investment banking as banker and portfolio manager, including Goldman Sachs and Deutsche Bank. It's my pleasure to talk with you guys about DeFi here today. Thank you.
Great. So let's jump into our first question. How actively is the Chinese community currently engaging with DeFi and building on DeFi? Are they yield farming on protocols like Compound or Uniswap? Are they speculating on DeFi tokens?
I just joined complete 2 AMAs in Chinese crypto community. So I can share some of my thoughts. Right now, I think the Chinese community is very active in the DeFi, also in the DeFi area. So besides, like, there's a lot of groups that created for discussing DeFi. There are lots of inside discussion, like, for example, Lanhu notes, and also a lot of like the ranking of the different DeFi projects. And basically every day they will closely watch the new list and to see whether they can be able to farm besides like a Compound, Uniswap, Eon, and there's a lot of other protocols every day. So basically hundreds of projects every day. So definitely there are a lot of speculation, but right now a lot of people are more making study on the, for example, the behind mechanism of each DeFi tokens, how it works, how the governance work, how its value capturing is being achieved, and what is the result, and all these things. So I think it's become more and more bigger community and become more and more mature.
Yeah, I'd like to share something as well. At the beginning of this DeFi this year, I do see like two camps of Chinese investors. One is really who actually did their own research, and the other is like, oh, I really don't know what those are, right? So, so in the Chinese term, I don't know if it in a Western term there's the same thing. They call it the scientists' bull market. It's very interesting. So basically, whoever did research, they actually gain a lot from this bull run of a DeFi bull run. So it's interestingly, I saw that on the WeChat platform, there are hundreds of scientists group. So they create a group called scientists, right? So all of a sudden you have like hundreds of those groups, and they're teaching people how to become a farmer. I mean, EO farming, right? And it's very interesting that most people didn't really know how to use MetaMask at the very beginning. Now they are like, seasoned farmer now. They call them, we are the farmer, scientific farmer. So, still today, we still have two camps. One is really, oh, I don't really want to be part of the MetaMask scientists. I just go to decentralized exchanges to go buy coins. Or there's another new group of, I would say thousands of new scientists actually start farming. My observation, yeah.
What about you, Shibin? What is the attitude today of institutional investors and professional investors in China towards this space? Do you see a lot of them already actively participating in DeFi?
On the one hand, I have to say that the DeFi is so hot in China. China is always a booming, blockchain market. But I have to say, on the other hand, DeFi is still in infancy to professional investors. But the reason why I always say that China is the biggest blockchain market is because I think at least 99% of the professional investors are still not stepping into the market yet. So I think of course, we know that there are smart traders and liquidity in China. On the other hand, the professional investors are still very cautious in the DeFi market. They study, they design, but not actively trading for now. DeFi logic and even the economic model behind DeFi are not so strange to them. And they can even find some answers in DeFi to deal with the problem. For example, everybody in China know the P2P lending. I believe P2P lending should be a very different picture if there was DeFi protocol as supporting at that time. It's not joking. Actually, we need many things to do to comfort the professional investor to use or trade DeFi. I think the first one should be, more advanced protocol to show at least the same or similar method to price risk, not just the credit risk, but also liquidity risk, time decay, everything. Now, most of the DeFi projects we can see are using, over collateral to price risk and giving return back. But I think the method is too simple to scale out other parameters. This means professional investor cannot review or approve such kind of investment in outstanding methodologies. So also we need, I think, the real security token to bridge real world and crypto technology. This is also what our company, Hong Kong BTX, daily engaging and developing to create a token really based on physical asset. So without the regulated ITO or security token, I think the DeFi market will always just perform without fiat money fade away. More importantly, professional investors would like to trade under the same accounting standard, comfortable custodian support, which they maybe already used for so many years. I think these things would only happen if we tokenize financial asset, but random in a DeFi ecosystem to catalyzing liquidity of the market. I think the last one we have to, to invite a professional investor into the market is we need a stable coin. I mean stable, that means which is really agreed by all parties in the market to be really stable. So professional investor feel confident to use either when they staking, flight to quality, any other movement when market switch. But luckily, we look forward to see China CBDC to come in very short future. So I think if all the mentioned realized, DeFi not just only have a professional investors, DeFi can have the whole world.
So let's talk about the other side of the coin. Eric, on social media, you previously expressed your concerns about the recent congestion on Ethereum network caused by DeFi-related activity. What's your prediction on the future? Will users continue to tolerate these increasingly high and unpredictable gas fees and transaction times, and such as we've seen quite a number of gas fee spikes in the last 2 months? Or do you think that they will start migrating to other smart contract platforms while we wait for ETH 2.0?
One thing I'm pretty sure that user won't tolerate this increasingly high gas fee and the network congestion. That's the key problem. If you ever try this liquidity mining, basically if you go to let's say SushiSwap, right? You say you approve a pair, then you add liquidity on Uniswap and you come back to start farming. But you probably already sent like 4 or 5 different transactions already. So number one, each transaction can cost you $5 to $10. So it might cost you anywhere from $25 to $50. Then it could luckily cost you about 10 to 20 minutes. Or if you did something wrong, you didn't give enough gas, it could cost a day, right? So I don't think user will be able to do anything like that when the traffic increase 10 times by early next year, right? So the traffic, if the traffic increase 10 times, then the Ethereum network won't hold. That's my general sense. Now, ETH 2.0 is coming. A lot of people ask me if ETH 2.0 will solve the problem. This is a very tricky question. I think maybe Qi Zhou has more insights on that, because from my knowledge that this year's delivery is the phase 0, they call it. The only thing they have is a beacon chain. So beacon chain doesn't really solve much problem. And next year, by the end of next year, they're gonna deliver sharding chain. Still, it won't solve all the problem. If you have like 10 times or maybe 10 times or 50 times of traffic increase, that wouldn't really solve the problem. So my proposal to this problem actually come 3 solutions. Number one, don't hate me for this, centralization. Don't hate me for this. If it's really networks really congested, then I mean centralized exchanges like Shibin has. You guys are lucky that in the right position, because people can just send the fund to you and you do liquidity farming. You do the DeFi for them. That's one solution. I know this idea may not fly in Silicon Valley, but still, it's a solution. I need to say it. The other solution is, number 2 solution is layer 2 technology. I think a lot of people a lot of teams are already doing the layer 2 research. So I think that might solve the problem, but I'm not 100% sure. When will be a really good layer 2 project delivered? I don't know. So the third solution, just like you mentioned, migrate to some other smart contract platform, even not smart contract platform. I believe BTS is not a smart contract platform, and they just recently had a 5.0 release that comes with auto market maker. I'm not saying they're great. I haven't tried out yet, but it's a solution that without smart contract. And I think Polkadot is not a solution that without smart contract. Of course, you can try Tron. Tron is like almost same as a EVM. It's a smart contract platform. But to me, I will more lean towards layer 2 solution. I just mentioned that I actually leading have a project called Metaverse. We recently have this DNA chain. DNA chain is really a layer 2 solution, and hopefully we'll solve that problem. Yeah, be part of the competition.
So that's actually a great segue into my next question. What are some of these up and coming DeFi applications built by Chinese development teams that the audience should hear about?
Well, sorry, I'm gonna continue. So I have my DNA chain. I think by next week we'll have a DNA swap. So it's a decentralized swap exchange. And also by next month, we will have a decentralized exchange running on DNA chain, which is the layer 2 solution. So just want to mention this.
What do we see in China, DeFi market is people are really using Western technology to solve some China local problem. For example, so I'm not, I don't have comments on the technology development, but I think some idea in China is good. For example, DeForce is a Chinese-based project trying to provide the underlying infrastructure to DeFi and open financial applications to integrate decentralized exchange, like to link money markets or loan market. Another project, DeBank, is kind of all-in-one DeFi wallet based on data dashboard. That people can use that to find the DeFi trading opportunities in the market. I think it is maybe can help people to lower the threshold to the DeFi investment market. I think that's good. Ideas are good.
So, Zhouqi, would you care to share a bit more about Equalizer, the DeFi product that you have been working on?
Sure. So Equalizer is actually a DAX, a Uniswap-like DAX that is but with major innovations in terms of governance, token distribution, and also value capturing. Why we want to do that? So first of all, Uniswap describes a very good vision of that everybody can permissionlessly to create any trading pair and also participate in any swaps, and then all the transactions will be on top of the network. Everybody can see it and without any fear of, for example, discrimination or sanction. And I think this is a very good vision of called universal swap that I think this name comes from. But however, recently when they released their governance token that's called Uni, we found actually the existence of Uni actually in some sense harms their original vision. So actually when they start, the Uni only offer to 4 trading pairs to provide liquidity mining incentive for these 4 trading pairs, while for the rest of the token pairs, trading pairs, they are not able to mine Uni at this moment. This someone kind of prioritized, someone kind of introduced the discrimination as the which I would say betray their vision. And further, in order to become one of the maybe the 5th or 6th trading pairs, in order to get the governance token incentive, they need to go through the governance voting, which in general need to collect 4% of the unit in the total circulating supply. That means it's about $20 million worth $20 million. So I need the support from all those votes. And this kind of like become a very high bar for those tokens that, hey, for those small amount of tokens that they say, hey, although they contribute some traffic, they also contribute trading fee on Uniswap. Unfortunately, they may be highly unlikely that they will be able to get any incentive from governance token distribution. And so our vision try to solve this problem. So our slogan is that for all trading pairs, they are born equal. As long as they are able to contribute to the DEX, to the ecosystem, for example, by trading fee, then they are entitled to receive the governance token incentive and use this token to vote for their long-term benefits of whole ecosystem. And this is something that we really believe the universal swap, not only the swap, not only the added liquidity, but also in terms of getting the incentive of the governance token everybody should be on the same rights, have the same right. And that's why we come up with the name called Equalizer, because we want it to be more equal, not only to swap or not only add liquidity, but also for governance token incentive. And so this is a product that we are actually very excited to work on it. And right now it is online at equalizer.fi. And so it's first liquid mining will happen in roughly 2 and 3 hours. And we have the auditing report. We also have initial launch, and a lot of people are discussing. So I'm very happy to share the Equalizer also here. Thank you.
Great. Can't wait to try it out when it launches. So gentlemen, do you have any closing remarks for our listeners today?
Yeah, we noticed that growth in DeFi during the 2020 is largely due to the new buyers emerging from China market. And also among all topics related to DeFi, we will pay more attention on the combination or the correlation between decentralized exchange and centralized exchange, because of course, we are building a regulated trading platform in Hong Kong. So again, I'm so happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to discuss that topic with Eric, Josie, and Robert in the near future. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. I think DeFi is here to stay. I think DeFi actually solved the liquidity problem, which is very important in the crypto industry. And I think the second half, actually the last quarter of 2020, I can't wait for this year to end. But for the last quarter of this year, I think DeFi together with NFT will bring another big wave. I hope it will bring a new bull market. Plus this year's halving, Bitcoin halving. I guess everybody already forgot about the halving, but remember, halving effect will take effect in a year time. So I really look forward to witness the new bull market together with all of you.
Yes, I think for this year, I think the biggest surprise is probably the DeFi. I still remember last year, people are still debating, arguing what is the future of blockchain. And at the time, the market is so bearish that I know a lot of people left the market, and also kind of find hope. But this year with the DeFi, actually, this is really surprised everybody, because like when we see at the beginning of this year and right now, for example, even for 3 months, for example, in June, at that time, the total lock, for example, DeFi, the asset value is roughly 2 billion. Right now, it's more than 10 billions, and just in short 3 months. And I would imagine one day this can be even more, maybe becomes hundreds of millions, and maybe becomes of thousands of billions, and even more. So I think this is a really, really exciting market, and it's just beginning. Everything is beginning, and I really believe that this can bring a lot of renovations in this also in this blockchain area. For example, the better blockchain infrastructure, better L2 layers, and also more innovations in the DeFi applications. So I'm very happy to be in this area. I'm looking forward to for its future growth.
Great. I want to thank you all once again for tuning in to our session today. I hope you found today's session to be educational and helpful.
Thank you.
What the hell? What the fuck? What just happened? Oh, hell no.
One donut stand, 5 hidden cameras, 2 actors, 100% happiness.
Fresh made donuts today.
Or is it?
Fancy donut? Can I have jam, please? Cream donut, please. What the hell? What the fuck? What just happened? Oh, hell no.
Did you just bite that?
You won't even notice, it's very small.
I want a new one. You don't have to bite.
That's my commission.
But it's out of my donut.
I was expecting 100% of a donut. What the fuck are you doing?
Just how the world works.
Shut the fuck up, I don't want that. That's disgusting. No way.
Take this back.
If I pay for something, I should get the full thing.
We have to take a bit of commission, otherwise.
See, she's walked away.
Don't let commissions bite into your portfolio. Join eToro and invest in 100% stocks with 0% commission.
You've got a little commission. Right there.
eToro.
China is a blockchain juggernaut, as it's been known to deploy its digital agenda to the whole entire economy. To better understand how it plans to use distributed ledger technology, we have Yuming Q of Draper Dragon leading a discussion with Suni Liu of VeChain, Michael Sung of Carbon Blue and BSN, and Xiao Peng of Ginkgo.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to LA Blockchain Summit, and thank you very much for tuning in to our section. I'm your host, Yiming. Today, we're going to talk about blockchain applications in China. When we talk about blockchain, many of us will first think of Bitcoin, of course, and a lot of people say that there's no actual usage scenarios or any killer apps on blockchain right now. Is it really true? Today, we have invited 4 guests to share what they know about blockchain applications in China. And gentlemen, can you take some time to briefly introduce yourself?
Sure. So I go first?
Yeah.
All right. So my name is Sunny Liu. I'm a co-founder and also CEO of VeChain. We started in 2015, and in the last 4 or 5 years, we have been focused on building up blockchain platform for enterprise applications. We have done many cases with different enterprise in different territories. The big names such like PwC, DNVGL, Walmart, etc. We believe in blockchain going to shape the future, but starting from transforming the technology value to the business value.
Great.
Hi guys, I'm co-founder of Ziggurat Tech. I'm Song Tao Xuan, and we are a blockchain startup in China called Ziggurat. And we started our business in 2016, and now we become one of the leading blockchain companies in China, which focusing on practical blockchain. So it means that we are paying more attention on consortium blockchain or regulated blockchain, depending on Chinese regulations. And we have applied the blockchain in many scenarios, including supply chain finance, smart city, traceability, and data governance. We also made great contributions to the Hyperledger society community. That we are one of the first 6 Hyperledger certified service providers, besides IBM, Accenture, and Ant Group. So now we have our own consortium blockchain, public blockchain system, and we have served many important consumers, including Toyota, ICBC, China Unicom, and KT in Korea. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'll go next. I'm David Ritter, CEO of Penta Network. It's my third time at LA Blockchain Summit, so I'm really happy to be back and pleased to be a part of this awesome panel. Penta, we've been building blockchain solutions since 2017. We've done a lot of stuff in the banking sector. Recently, we've really moved into the supply chain space. So we do a lot of supply chain traceability, really focused on the enterprise blockchain space at the moment. We have projects currently on 4 different continents. Just last month, we launched a new partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture in Uganda. So that's really exciting for us to see how this technology can extend to communities in the developing world. And so I'm really looking forward to chatting with everybody on the panel today. Thank you.
I'll go next. My name is Michael Sung. I'm a professor at Fudan University at the Fanhai International School of Finance. I'm the co-director and founder of the Fudan Fanhai FinTech Research Center. So we're studying a lot of interesting use cases for digital asset securitization and kind of the blend between sort of digital assets and blockchain with traditional finance. And I also am the chairman of a company called Carbon Blue Innovations, which is a venture building company meant to scale fintech and digital finance innovation to developing countries.
Great. I think everybody just finished their self-introductions. So let's jump into our first question. Sunny, VeChain has so many great partnerships such as DNVGL, PwC, Walmart China. Can you give us some, 1 or 2 outstanding cases about how VeChain as a blockchain expert plays a role in this business?
Yeah, sure. So actually we play as a role as, the blockchain technology provider, not only about the platform itself, but also like all of the necessary tools and services for any enterprise try to adopt the blockchain. They might need to integrate with the current existing systems or even shaping the business processes. So before we like building out everything from scratch for any enterprise, but more and more we find out, the blockchain application cannot be, or blockchain project cannot be a purely technical project. It has to be a business project. And while, as a startup, as a blockchain technology startup, we're not able to do them all. So the solution for us is to build up the partnership with those professional service provider like PwC, like DNVGL. They have expertise, they have a focus in each different territories, which can help us, to move to the customers or move to the enterprise together. One of the highlight cases actually, it's the full safety platform we have done with Walmart China since 2019. Actually, that case was managed by VeChain and PwC together. So we provide the technology and PwC providing the consultant services in terms of food safety, like helping Walmart China to analyze what the gap of the realistic target, and also how we can meet the gap, how we can using the blockchain technology to build the much better food safety platform for them. And also thanks for our SaaS platform, VeChain 2Chain, we are able to, deliver that in a very quick time. So give an example, usually a blockchain project for any enterprise, starting from analysis until the delivery, it could take, 9 to 10 months, something like that. But when we work with Walmart China, including the consulting phase and designing phase, the total delivery time was only 3 months. And when we replicate to Sam's Club this year, it only takes 3 to 4 weeks. So our target is to, using the mature tools and the mature services to not only for blockchain side, but also for the, preference, how to integrate, how to adapt the enterprise processes or enterprise applications to the blockchain, the whole package. With that, we are able to, deliver the blockchain application within, let's say, 1 to 2 weeks. That's the only way we can really scale up. That's the only way how, the enterprise more and more enterprise can really adopt the blockchain technology and build the different business applications to find the value for the business and eventually be a sustainable development for the technology and the market.
Great, thank you for sharing that. That's very interesting. And the next question is for Song Tao. As we all know, China's national digital currency DCEP is built with blockchain technology and is testing in 4 cities in China right now. This cryptocurrency could be the first digital currency backed by the central bank. And I heard that your company is also helping them with something. I'm just wondering, how is your company participating and contributing in this such a huge project? Song Tao.
Okay, I see. Actually, that DCEP is quite a sensitive topic to talk in China right now, because central bank is really want to classify it. But yes, actually, that Ziggurat is participating some part of the DCEP right now. And I want to introduce the background of DCEP first, that the DCEP project was launched by the Central Bank of China in 2016. And it has been researched for about 3 years in the past. And the Central Bank of China established an institute called the China Cryptocurrency Research Center in the Central Bank. So, and the first POC was accomplished in 2016. So, and now there are four cities are under the testing of DCEP, which are Chengdu, Suzhou, Xiong'an, and Shenzhen. But each city have their own functions. Like Chengdu is trying to use DCEP in some offline payment scenarios, and Suzhou is using DCEP in some industrial internet or the supply chain finance scenarios. Shenzhen is trying to use it in the cross-border payment. So each cities have their own functions. And there are 3 very interesting functions on DCEP, which are, it's not a completely based on the blockchain, but it supports the smart contract. And it also supports the oriented payments, which means that all the transactions and all the payments are traceable. And also it supports the double offline payments, which means that if both the mobile phones do not have internet, it also can accomplish the payment. So the reason that the Chinese government want to build this system is depending on 2 major reasons. The first one is the conflict between China and America is getting worse and worse. And if America stops the SWIFT system, it means that the 99% of the overseas payments and investment will be stopped. So it needs a replacement of the cross-border payment system. So it's the first reason. And the second reason is that actually when the DCEP replace all the cash in the future, and it will become a very huge database. So it means that Chinese government can use all this data to support the regulations and the censor of the country. So it may be support the formulation of the financial policies. So that's the reason that the Chinese government wants to build this system. And actually, the development of DCEP is really fast right now. And I think for the blockchain companies, especially startups like Ziggurat, that we have 2 major reasons in this time. The first is that Ziggurat is trying to help the smaller banks. You know, there are 5 banks in China can launch the DCEP to other banks, which are the ICBC, Bank of China, China Construction Bank, and China Agricultural Bank. And we are trying to help the smaller banks like the city commercial bank or rural commercial banks to build their own DCEP system or the wallet. And because those banks are lakes of the technology abilities, and they need the fintech companies like Ziggurat to help them to build these systems. So that's the first opportunity for the startups like us. And the second opportunity is that we are also doing some consulting services to some local government, because there are many cities they're trying to be one of the second testing cities of DCEP besides the 4 in the past. So we are trying to help them to make some solutions or some consultant services, and in this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing. And David, my next question is for you. As you said, in your self-introductions, you mentioned that Penta has been providing blockchain technical assistance to many banks in China, and also you guys are focusing on supply chain right now. I'm just wondering, how is Penta really using blockchain to improve our current supply chain industry?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the question. So we come at this from an enterprise background, having provided SaaS software solutions to banks for years. And the reason that this led us into supply chain is there's twofold. One, we spent a lot of time building RegTech systems, which help international banks that are active in China meet the regulatory requirements and the tax kind of software and financial management software. So we recognize the importance of using software in problem solution fits in specific industries. We started in the banking sector, but in blockchain, banks are not really great clients. So what we're seeing now is banks want to have their own blockchains, and there's a lot of regulatory red tape that people are trying to get through. So we recognize that after financial services, supply chain was going to be the next mass adoption industry area for blockchain. And so back in 2017, we launched our first supply chain project in China called Blockchain Rice. Maybe some of the viewers have heard of it. It's gotten a lot of press attention. And we basically we used a blockchain system and RFID technology. So it was a sensor integrated blockchain to track rice from about 13 million acres of rice farmland to JD.com, which was the place where this rice was sold. The really interesting thing about this project, and why I think some people know about it, is that blockchain rice sold for 3 times as much as the rice sold prior to the blockchain solution. And the reason I think we can all understand is that consumers in modern consumer markets are demanding transparency in consumer products. This is because we have huge problems with product safety and with counterfeit products. This week, I had the opportunity to present to the Chamber of Commerce of Abu.
Hi everyone, welcome to LA Blockchain Summit, and thank you very much for tuning in to our section. I'm your host, Yiming. Today we're going to talk about blockchain applications in China. When we talk about blockchain, many of us will first think of Bitcoin, of course, and a lot of people say that there's no actual usage scenarios or any killer apps on blockchain right now. Is it really true? Today we have invited 4
products. That's a supply chain problem, and we look at it from a data perspective. So while we have done some work in the crypto space, we really see a huge revolution in blockchain in data systems, and that's where supply chain comes in, because you can think about the complex global supply chain systems that bring food products, pharmaceuticals, luxury goods from all over the world into American borders, and the same is true for other countries. We have these very integrated global supply chains with very poor visibility into the manufacturing processes and the supply networks that bring these products into the US. We're talking about $600 billion a year that's coming out of the pockets of, as we saw in the use case of blockchain rice. Another project that we did this year, and points to another value proposition of blockchain technology and these kinds of new data systems for supply chain, is a partnership we did with Juan Valdez, the largest coffee company in Colombia. And I invite everybody to check out their campaign this year. The biggest product launch they did was called Renacer, and we were their partner on the traceability. And what's really interesting about this project is that it was bringing coffee. They sell this product all over the world. And it's a partnership also with the National Coffee Growers Federation in Colombia. And the whole point here is to bring traceability. What's unique about this project is in the coffee market, we really care about the origin, and the origin, being able to verify the origin of coffee. Think about how much money you pay for single origin coffee at Starbucks or a coffee shop near you. Being able to verify the origin of that coffee informs the premium that you might see at a retailer. And what we hope to do also is to disintermediate some of these supply chains like coffee, where you have very complex value chains, so that more money can come back to the producers, who too often are left out of that wealth generation that comes from selling their coffee in markets all over the world. So we are, as I mentioned earlier, we're active in 4 continents right now. We're really focused on using distributed ledger technology, not only blockchain. In fact, we work with multiple blockchain or DLT frameworks to deploy problem solution fits that bring transparency to supply chains, visibility to supply chain data, and are able to improve the regulatory oversight for product safety, counterfeit issues, and the like. So that's really what we're focused on. And I really just want to drive home to everybody with my last comment here, that blockchain is as much about transforming the international financial system as it is about transforming data systems. And I think we're going to see a lot more disruption and a lot more growth in the latter half of that, in the data side of that, in the years to come. And watch supply chain, because that's going to be a space where we see mass adoption very soon, I think, of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So we have covered many hot topics in the last 3 questions. We know how big enterprises are using blockchain and DCEP, and also how about the regulation tag and also supply chain. So my last question is for Michael. BSN has been a very hot topic recently, and it's initiated by China Information Center, China Mobile, and China UnionPay. And many people in China think that BSN will become the official or state-owned blockchain of China. If like foreign companies want to enter the Chinese market, you have
to the development of BSN called Red Date Technology. It's a growth stage blockchain private company, and they're the main architect of this technology. The reason why I think that's important to note is recently the BSN actually has been launched since April 25th. And in the few short months that it's been launched, it has credibly grown into one of the largest and certainly the fastest growing enterprise blockchain ecosystems in the world, right? Because it's the China effect. The Chinese government can say, all the city governments, all the state-owned enterprise, and eventually all the private enterprise and organizations will be interoperable with it. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because right now, if you take Taobao records from AntChain and WeChat records from Fisco Because, and Baidu has their super chain records, and the court system here has their own IT system, they're not interoperable, and so therefore you can't do the data integration to put the big data and AI systems on top, which would massively drive the digital economy. So because of this, BSN becomes essentially this infrastructure of infrastructures to be able to connect all these heterogeneous data chains together, the blockchain internet, but also vertically integrated into the cloud. So AWS, and they've already integrated with basically all the cloud providers like Azure and Google Drive, Baidu, and all the China Telecom and all the other service providers. So now you have an environment where you can actually interoperate across chains, across clouds, across different frameworks. And I think Sunny had mentioned that in order for enterprise adoption to really take hold, you need to really lower the bar to be able to join the digital economy, right? In the first internet, in the 90s, if you want to create your own web, site presence, you needed to have a whole data center, you need an engineering team. I mean, it's a very high bar. And now you have Shopify, a mega unicorn, which you click a couple buttons and anybody can now join the digital economy. So that's the trend, and interoperability and portability and integration with cloud and creating a unified environment, and then really dropping the bar for that. BSN is pricing their initial cloud integrated services with blockchain internet with smart contract functionality on top for portability at a very low price. We're talking a couple $100 US per year, okay, not per month. If you're trying to go to the equivalent services on Amazon Web Services, if you don't have tens of thousands of dollars a month, you can't really participate in cloud or and certainly not blockchain engineering, which is a lot. So the idea here is now you have a framework to allow people to join the digital economy. Now the BSN is meant to be a global interoperability network. So not only is it being massively deployed on the mainland in over 100 cities, there's I think around 130 or 40 city nodes all across the country, which is massively scaled in China, but it's also meant to be the backbone of the digital Silk Road to connect internationally. And as an interoperability network, it therefore needs to connect to what we call public permissionless blockchains, like the Ethereums and Tezos and EOSs of the world, which currently are not supported on the mainland as being too decentralized, right? The government's uncomfortable with that. So recently there's been a decision by the BSN to actually split the governance of the BSN to two essentially unified networks, but governed on the mainland, which will be governed by the same founding partners, but also an international version called BSN International, which will be solely given to the private company that was the founding partner, which is Red Date Technology. And Red Date Technology is now forming a foundation and integrating. There was public chain integrations in end of July with quite a few different frameworks. And they just recently announced, very interesting enough, something called the Open Permission Blockchain Initiative. Okay, what that means is they can take a Western international decentralized blockchain like Ethereum or EOS or Tezos, right, and create a permission version with a white list of nodes so that it could be compliant with local regulation, and thereby have interoperability for the entire world's sort of decentralized DApp ecosystem that can, in a compliant way, operate on the mainland. For things like EOS, you have gas fees, right? You have to pay for Ether to run the network. They basically detokenize it and create a local version, presumably that will be driven by the digital RMB later down the road. But it gives you this interoperability. And so because of the China effect, okay, like with the DCEP, which I think is very clear, going to drive global adoption of CBDCs around the world. 80% of central banks are now considering CBDCs with Libra as a catalyst, but now China as a first mover to move in that direction. China also will catalyze massive enterprise adoption because China is the largest trade partner for most of the developing world, right? And so if China goes to different countries and says, hey, if we want to trade, we do trade finance, do supply chain, do payments, do whatever it is, they're going to have to interoperate with the BSN. So therefore, is my strong opinion that the BSN is going to have a major effect worldwide on the global adoption of blockchain. I think we're at a tipping point now where the technology is maturing, right? TPS speeds, security, enterprise scale stuff is happening now. The regulation's in place, but there hasn't been that strong institutional traction just yet. And I think that's a combination of, lowering the costs to jump onto the digital economy, and then also major use cases with enterprise and institutionals, which is being driven by the China side. And the final piece I want to mention is that not only is China going to lead the sort of blockchain infrastructure and also the CBDCs, but things like digital assets. From my front row seat, right, I can tell you that the common notion that China is really against crypto is a little bit more nuanced than that. Okay, it's more of like a blockchain, not Bitcoin stance. They certainly don't support ICOs and very unregulated stuff. But the regulated versions, the STO versions, of digital assets is just around the corner of China. And when China is going to, all the test beds are happening right now. I'm working with quite a few partners who have the early, sort of mandate to do these type of things. And when they flip a switch, okay, the whole country, which is arguably the world's largest economy of PPP, will flip into digital assets in a regulated way. And all of that is going to, flow all over the world through infrastructure like the DSM. And a final word is for my company, Carbon Blue, how we're helping out. We are, as I mentioned, bringing fintech solutions and digital finance solutions to the developing world. And I see a huge opportunity here to leverage this global interoperability network, which, by the way, doesn't just connect to the China side system, but connects to the whole world, which includes all of the stuff happening in Europe, all the stuff happening in the United States. So interoperability, I think, is a common goal that will benefit humanity, right? So if we can connect all these trade finance platforms that don't talk to each other, and then all cross-border payment stuff, and we give it to the developing world, and I'm very interested in finding new digital finance techniques to get both sides of the world these days to play, right? To get the, like bankers from Wall Street to co-invest in digital infrastructure in developing countries with the China side, and also to develop that digital infrastructure for the developing world, which will allow billions of people, frankly, to join the digital economy and be prosperous, and figure out models where there's a triple win, where all three sides can actually benefit from that. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your insight. That's very helpful and detailed. So my last question will be, it's actually for everyone. Feel free to join the discussion. So my last question is, which industry has the greatest potential using blockchain technology, and why? And what do we need to facilitate the development of blockchain applications? Do we need more, government fundings, or do we need better regulations? What do you think? Anybody?
Well, I'll speak if I wanted to give other people a chance, but my notion is, if you look at what's happening in the world right now, post-COVID, right? Anything offline is really dying and struggling, and anything online is thriving. So we see a bifurcation here of different businesses. So I think the key here is the key critical technologies that will get companies online, right? And also, I'll also point out, in the developing world, right, where most of the most fragile economies are, they're mostly SMEs, right? 90% of ASEAN, country is SME companies, representing over 50% of GDP, something like this. And the reason why is because they can't join the digital economy. So what are the main ingredients to joining the digital economy? One is to be able to do commerce. So things like Shopify type thing, where we're working on Asian SME developing country version of Shopify to be able to provide digital economy tools. Second is to be able to make payments. So cross-border payments, so you can conduct trade facilitation, to digitize that trade process. And finally, trade finance, right? Which is, a lot of these SMEs are getting locked out of the financing for stuff. They have legitimate, credible business, but the world is tightening up because of the macro and COVID and that kind of thing. So if you can imagine a fintech as a service, super app or a middleware layer that can sit on top of this blockchain infrastructure to provide these basic functionalities to SMEs, I think that would be very, very important for the future.
Yeah, also I can add something on that. I think Michael just make it very right. But also, from our experiences, firstly, to answer the question from Yiming, I think the blockchain can serve many different industries. It's more like internet thing. When internet gets started, people just set up the website, but actually right now, like every different industries, every different sectors are somehow, using internet like on a daily basis. Everybody is living on the internet on a daily basis as well. So I would say the blockchain is just like another version of internet. Given like 10 to 15 years, people will use blockchain everywhere every day, but just knowing or without knowing its existence. So it's like infrastructure protocols. But also how to get to there, how to get that part, I would say we're missing two things. The firstly from the first 10 years of blockchain technology, I would say we have too many technical guys. Now we need a more like enterprise mindset or business mindset, how to transform technology value to the business value, and then could build up more and more blockchain applications, which can serve the value for the business. And secondly, I would say the entire market is still lack of mature tools and services to make everyone to build blockchain application easily and with lower costs as well. Think about that. If you think about like a company wanted to build up e-commerce platform 25 years ago, it was so difficult, right? You got to build up everything from scratch. You got to build up website. You got to build the interface with banking system for payments. There is no logistics system or digital marketing, nothing there. So a company like 25 years ago try to do e-commerce, it was like almost impossible. But nowadays, you can easily set up an e-commerce website like in 30 minutes. You can choose a different platform like Amazon or JD.com or Tmall. They provide the templates, they provide the mature services sets. Basically, you just need to focus on your own business without taking care of any kind of technical details. So I would say the blockchain is, at the early stage, it's the same thing. So we need a more and more professional, like a blockchain as a service or even a software as a service to help different enterprise to build application like super easily, like BSN, like VeChain, 2Chain. Not only about the blockchain part, but also about the enterprise system part, and even including the third-party services like the service from tech industry like DNVGL or PwC. They can help the enterprise to tell them or to guide them like, okay, this is the way you should go. This is application you should try first in your industry to maintain your leading position or secure your future position, like that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll add something to that. I really agree with what everybody has said. One thing that I'd like to add to the conversation here is how businesses are thinking about blockchain technology and DLT technology. What makes a business want to pay money for this kind of technology? And they look at it through the lens of business logic. What am I getting for blockchain technology that's better or different or has a unique value proposition versus existing technologies? And I think that's a really important question to be able to answer when you're trying to build something and sell it to a company. And so to answer your question, Yiming, about what industries we're going to see blockchain adoption, my simple answer is we're going to see it first in the industries where DLT and blockchain have a unique value proposition that existing technologies don't. So a lot of us are involved with supply chain innovation. I think that's wonderful. And it points to the fact that that's going to be definitely a huge place where we see digital transformation and movement to distributed ledger, just because the need is so great right now, and the existing technology is not up to the task. And I think there's a number of other industries which include very complex value chains like supply chain systems, where you have multi-stakeholder ecosystems and problems with information parity. I'll give you another example. Healthcare is another industry where I think we're going to see a tremendous amount of disruption for distributed ledger technology, similar to some of the interoperability challenges that Michael was talking about, where blockchains don't talk to each other and financial systems and trading platforms don't talk to each other. In the healthcare system, insurance companies don't always use the same software as other insurance companies, don't use the same software as hospitals, don't use the same software as record keepers, don't use the same software as government agencies that regulate those industries. And so interoperability is a problem not just of blockchain, but of digital transformation. Being able to build blockchains that not only check the box for business logic, as I just said, but also check the box for being able to integrate with existing systems. Because government agencies and enterprise don't necessarily want to abandon technology that they've spent millions of dollars in over the last decade or so. They want to be able to use new software and new technologies that can solve real business problems that they're having, but that can also integrate with their existing systems. And so I think one of the challenges that we as an industry of blockchain innovators, DLT innovators have to think about is how can we build technology that can interoperate and integrate with existing technologies and still be able to achieve that digital transformation that people are looking at. And I think in many cases over time, we will see attrition of existing technologies in favor of blockchain and DLT, where the unique value proposition is borne out. And a reality that we should also talk about is that maybe not every industry is going to become a mass adoption industry for blockchain. So the places where blockchain has a value proposition, where it's better than other technologies and existing technologies, and I think, from our experience, where data transparency and data access are really important to the functioning of that industry, I think that's where we're going to see adoption.
Got it. Gentlemen, if you would like to share a short closing remark for our listeners today, Mark, if you still have anything to share, that would be great. Okay, please go ahead. I think you mute yourself. Mark, you mute yourself. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, blockchain is one of the core technologies of new infrastructure in China right now. So I think there are two greatest potential using blockchain application in the short term. One of it is on social governance, because the Chinese government will have huge investment in this field in short term, and we're also doing some things related to social governance right now to help some local governments to improve the efficiency on the social governance. First is to use the traceability to control the food safety, to help the schools to trace their food to their students. And second is we use blockchain to help the government to manage their contract. And third is we also use blockchain to improve the efficiency of the cooperation among different departments in the government. And the second opportunity is data governance. And in the past 20 years, we call it it's the information internet, that the internet tokens like Facebook, Google, or Baidu, they are using the individuals and organizations' data to earn a lot of money in the past 20 or 30 years. But the data privacy have been strongly damaged by their actions. So the application of blockchain is to help everyone, including organizations and individuals, to protect their data and privacy. And we can use blockchain to turn this data into traceable digital assets. And all the individuals and organizations can decide how to use their data and share the benefits together. So in order to help the development of blockchain in China, that we need to provide more scenarios. The government needs to provide more scenarios and fundings to support the applications of blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks to our four distinguished guests. We have covered many sectors today. I actually learned so much from you guys today. And many thanks to our audience. Thank you for joining us. That's it for today. Thank you.
Let me guess. You're too busy to watch this ad. Just like you were too busy to invest in Bitcoin or Ethereum. Oh, who's a Gucci boo-boo? Who's a Gucci boo-boo? You're a Gucci boo-boo. You think trading crypto is hard? How hard is it to open eToro, pick a coin, and hit trade? Now, maybe you're thinking, but I'm just a food blogger. I can't do this trading stuff on my own. Well, I got news for you, pal. With eToro's social trading, you don't have to. This is called a news feed. It's like your social media feed if your social media feed had things that mattered. And if you've got any questions, just ask them. Observe. Can I pay my babysitter with Bitcoin? But sir, my brain can't handle more than 140 characters. Is there some way you could make things even easier for me? Why, yes, I can. With CopyTrader. Just find a top investor on eToro. How about someone with piercing blue eyes and a voice so husky it could pull a sled and hit copy? you. From now on, whenever they make a trade, you make the same trade automatically.
Neato! I just made a trade automatically!
I'm so proud of you, bestie. So join eToro and start trading the world's top markets. I got a plane to catch. Got it. eToro.
Next up, we're transitioning into understanding China's venture capital landscape with Richard Wang of Draper Dragon, Deng Chao of Hashkey, Hongfei Day of Neo, Remington Ong of Fenbushi.
Welcome to LA Blockchain Summit. We have a very good discussion today, I believe. And I welcome the DC from Hashkey, and welcome the Remington from the Fenbushi, and also welcome the Da Hongfei from the NEO. So why don't you guys give some brief introduction about your institution or your organization or even yourself, what you are trying to do recently? Okay, I guess we can start from maybe from DC.
Hi everybody, this is Deng Chao from Hashkey Capital. Hashkey Capital is a blockchain investor based out of Hong Kong. Currently, we run 2 funds, one focused more on equity investment, the other more on token investments. We've been in a place for quite a long time. I guess since 2015, together with our parent company, Wanxiang Blockchain. Great pleasure to join the panel today. Looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, and how about Remy?
Hi, my name is Remington. I'm a partner at Fenbushi Capital. Fenbushi Capital is Asia's first blockchain VC. We're founded in 2015, also worked very closely together with DC and the Wanxiang Group as well. Since then, we've invested in over 120 plus projects globally. Our mission has been to, over the past 5 years, has been to kind of grow the ecosystem and bring a lot of new talent into the blockchain space. And I think that since then, the space has grown a lot. So over the next 5 years, we'll be focused on growth and adoption.
Okay, then it's Uncle Da, right? Da Hongfei from NEO is very well known. So yes, please.
Yeah, just call me Da. Yeah, it is a bit weird to call me Uncle Da. Yeah, from you, from Richard.
Okay.
So my name is Da Hongfei. I'm probably best known to be the founder of NEO. NEO is the first public blockchain that is originated from China, and we started around the same time as Ethereum did in 2014. And currently, NEO is one of the maybe top 20 market cap public blockchains. I'm also involved in other blockchain business. For example, I funded a blockchain solution company mostly for enterprises and governments in China, which is called OnChain. And OnChain also has a branch in Singapore to do custody business. It's called OnChain Custodian. So I'm quite involved in a lot of line of business in the blockchain industry.
Okay, great. So welcome the panelists again. Today we have 2 guests from the VC side, institution side, right? And one from the project entrepreneur like Da. So today we are very brief discussion for Remington and also DC. We're still wondering, are you still investing in crypto project? And how about the equity side, right? Because most of people, maybe they are in the crypto side, but how about the equity side of the blockchain company, especially in China? So maybe you can start from DC again.
Hi, that's a very good and interesting question. We're still actively looking at the projects and investing, even during the coldest time of the crypto winter in last year. We're moving at the same pace as the industry involves. We are investing both in the crypto space, in token projects, and also in equity projects. You mentioned a very important phenomenon, especially in China, when the Chinese president Xi advocated blockchain technology to a national strategy level. I think that boosted the morale at least in mainland China. You see a lot of projects focused on the permission chain space. You can name a few of them in Beijing, Hangzhou, and Shenzhen and Shanghai. But they are mostly focused on the tech space, blockchain as a technology. Everybody knows that they are not encouraged to do anything related to tokens. But given the market size in mainland China and the support from local governments, I do think there are a lot of opportunities in this area. So we are actively working with corporates, local governments, and some government-backed investors and industry players to both invest in a space and work together to bring the technology to real-world application. So that's a brief answer to your question. I hope that addresses your
Right, good. Understand that. Well, actually, we're also working with some local.
Your question.
Right. Yes. Thank you. You know what? Actually, we're also trying to working with some local government. By the way, earlier you mentioned about the crypto winter, right? So, how do you see the DeFi things, this DeFi hype right now, especially again in China?
Richard, is that question for me?
I mean, you just mentioned earlier about the so-called crypto winter, right? You said so, right?
Yeah.
So how do you see the DeFi hype in China, especially?
Oh, DeFi is I talked about this recently. You see, the blockchain space is never the lack of new ideas. The DeFi is a new wave of efforts to try it deserves a lot of attention, our attention. To watch very closely what's value investing.
Okay, I guess
we got to be careful. Hype projects from a. Sorry.
Right, I guess this connection is not that good, right? So, well, the same question goes to Remington, right, about the crypto investment and also the equity. How do you see that?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, in China, Remington.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so in terms of investing, I think very similar to DC, we've been continually investing. Crypto winter 2018, 2019, we were doing a couple of deals per month. Same thing this year in terms of sort of after COVID, we've done a dozen new investments and maybe half a dozen follow-ons to our existing portfolio as well. I think DC already mentioned some interesting things about equity of blockchain company in China, because over the past 5 years, the trend has been for Chinese entrepreneurs and Chinese teams to incorporate overseas, to incorporate in Switzerland or Singapore or some other place in order to raise funds. And that has largely been due to sort of lack of clarity in regulations and things like that. But ever since blockchain became a national priority, and especially with companies that are focused on serving enterprise customers, like on-chain, like Uncle Dad mentioned, or some of the companies, there is a necessity, there's a return of some of these technology companies to incorporate in China and raise money with their equity in China as well. So that's something that we've started seeing more in 2019. So at Fanbushi, I mean, we started with both a USD and RMB fund, and historically we've been more active on the USD side, but I think over this year and over the coming years we will have more activity on the RMB side as well.
I see. Well, it looks like it's still pretty promising about this industry, right? So yeah, how about Da, right, Dangfei? You must know a lot of crypto VC in China, and do you see them still investing actively? And also, I heard that you have also your own new project, right? It's also DeFi project. So could you give us a little bit introduction about that?
Okay, let me talk about the investment first. I'm not as optimistic as DC. I'm not seeing a lot of investment from venture capitalists into the blockchain technology company itself. So we have to, at least in China, you have to separate or you have to categorize blockchain business into two categories. So the first one is crypto related. The other one is non-crypto. I saw a lot of Chinese originated capital venturists. They set up entities in Hong Kong, in Singapore, or maybe other places, and they use that entity to invest in crypto-related business. But for blockchain technology alone, I haven't seen a lot of investment events happened in mainland China. Most of the VCs are hoping their portfolio, their blockchain portfolio, will one day or very soon be listed on the Kechuangban, or I don't know how to say it in exact English word. It could be technology and startup board in the A stock market.
Traditional regular exchange, right? The stock exchange in Shanghai.
Yeah, to be listed in the exchanges, regulated exchanges in Shanghai. But that is difficult because it's still very difficult to make profits from providing blockchain technology to enterprises and governments. So that's my answer to the investment. And for DeFi, I think it's there is a craze around DeFi recently. Everybody is trying to do yield farming, but it cooled down a little bit in the past few weeks. NEO recently launched a new project called Flamingo. Flamingo is a cross-chain full stack DeFi project. And last time I checked, that is yesterday, the total value locked is about $1.5 billion US. And out of this 1.5 billion, 1/3 is coming from came from Ethereum, and the other half came from centralized exchanges, and the other 1/3 came from a centralized exchange, and the left 1/3 came from NEO and Ontology. So it's a very diverse asset or origination or region.
Right. Okay, I see. But I can tell that DeFi still has a very good potential, right, in the future. Right, depends on how the team doing that. So yeah. Also, you mentioned about the blockchain technology company is quite difficult to get a profit in China. Yeah, indeed, we also see that. But as traditional equity investors, right? So we're still looking for that kind of company anyway. So the next questions go to Remington. Okay. So what is the difference that between China and US regarding the blockchain startup from your angle? So, and do you using any different strategy or statistics to do that investment between the US and China?
Yeah, thank you. So I think that when we started 5 years ago, the difference was more clear. I think that in the US and in Western countries, there's more of a focus on product, whereas in China, there was more of a focus on commercialization and on sort of getting users and traction and things like that. I think that, well, I mean, one of the reasons we started Fenbushi was to bridge that gap between the talent in the West and the East. And I think because blockchain is such a decentralized culture, there have been a lot of teams that are really global. So all the teams are spread out in different countries. So it's not, the difference between Chinese projects and US projects is not as obvious now as it was a few years ago. So in terms of our strategy, I mean, we think there needs to be a balance between innovative product and commercialization. You can have a very high-tech product with no users, and that's quite useless as well. So we try to kind of drive synergies within our portfolio. We will invest in talented people on kind of both sides of the spectrum, and we try to drive synergies by connecting them, by getting cooperation, so that you have both an innovative product and traction.
I see. Okay, so DC, may I have a comment from you about your strategy? How do you see the difference between the US and the blockchain and also China startups in blockchain area? So again, I guess the DC's connection is not that good. Right, so, okay, let's skip this a little bit and let's go to,
Can you hear me?
Okay, you come back. So anyway, this is so.
Okay, sorry.
You heard my comment, my message earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I was cut out for like 30 seconds. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Remington's comment that the projects in the Western community tend to be focused more on the tech side, more deep tech, more about the token economic design. The projects in Asia, particularly in China, are more about commercialization. But that's the uniqueness of the blockchain community, the space. It's been like this since very early days. So our strategy in investment has been adapting to the landscape. We are investing both in the US and in China. Our investment strategy has been consistent. So that doesn't that regional uniqueness, regional features doesn't affect our investment strategy, because we've been investing under the same strategy since very early days.
I see. Good. Okay. So let's go to Dab. So Dangfei, you are very successful entrepreneur, right? And there are a lot of DApps. Either they develop based on Neo or based on the on-chain, right? And you do see a lot of different teams worldwide. So what's your observation about the difference between the team, China and US?
I think many of our audience probably heard of the diffusion of innovation. There is a curve describes the spread of innovation, original ideas. At the very left of the curve are the innovators and early adopters. I think that the concentration percentage of these kind of people are probably higher in US, in the Western world. But the Chinese startups, Chinese engineers are more like early majority, early adopters, early majority, and sometimes late majority, but they are also equivalently or sometimes even more essentially important to the spread of innovation. So China people tend to be very practical. Only if they saw business opportunities, they will invest in their money, invest in their time, their talents. The Western world is relatively more more open to new ideas. So I think it's a very good combination. So on the Chinese side, we can learn, we can influence by new ideas coming from the Western side, and then we adopt them, we engineer them, and make it better.
Okay, so actually there's a lot of Chinese team, they learn about the idea from US or Europe, right? And they can develop their market here in China and make maybe even more, say, better development here. Okay, good. And
yeah,
you know,
but sorry, I also need to make an addition to the point is, but we are gradually seeing a lot of new ideas coming from China, and some big giant internet companies are trying to learn from Chinese enterprise, Chinese internet business are doing, like WeChat, like Alipay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So actually, for this blockchain summit, it's open for the worldwide, right? So I believe your insight is very useful to the foreign audience. Okay, so I guess now I have a last one question for all of you. Today we still see the traditional venture capitalists still not into this, not into commit this blockchain market, right? I mean traditional, right? Equity investors. So not even mentioned about the crypto, right? So why is that? Why? Because we are all in this market, but there's still a lot of people, a lot of institutions not in this market. So why is that? I'd like to get your comment about that. And if that can be changed, how? What's your solution or what's your suggestion? So let's go to DC first, okay? DC. Hope I got a connection from you now.
Can you hear me? Hi, Richard.
Yes.
Thanks for the question. That's also very, very interesting and often asked by investors, both from traditional VC capitalists and also from the blockchain community. Through my personal experience, I think there are several factors that are affecting the current status of traditional investor getting into the blockchain space. What tops the list is regulatory clarity. I think that is a big obstacle or a big challenge for a lot of traditional investors. Because for traditional investors, when they are evaluating a project or an investment opportunity, their internal legal team, compliance team will have to approve the project or the way they invest in the project. If there's no regulatory clarity, I think they will not give a green light to the investment opportunity. And that, but to our what we can see, there are positive changes in the space. Regulators either in the US and in Asia, in Hong Kong, Singapore, they're getting more and more like clearer in terms of regulatory frameworks, regulatory directions. I think the situation is getting better. The other factor that we may consider is institutional infrastructures. The investors in traditional VC or financial institutions, the scale or the size of the investment is much larger than what we see in the existing market, probably like 10 times or 100 times bigger. When they get in, they need to feel comfortable about their funds in terms of custodians, fund administration, auditor, etc. When all these pieces, when all these are at place, when they feel comfortable, they can come in because their money is entrusted by their investors. They have to make everything ready before they can trust their money with the projects and the investment funds. Probably if we can see more investment vehicles or investment products like Grayscale, or blockchain-based ETF, futures, then they have more options, more choices to get into the place. Also, there are some other factors. I think mainly 3 factors: regulatory clarity, infrastructures, and professional like service providers.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty true. Yes. Okay, indeed. Okay, how about Remington? What's your thought about this?
So first of all, I want to say I don't agree that traditional VCs are not in blockchain and crypto. I mean, this whole LA Blockchain Summit is put together by the Draper Venture Capital. Andreessen Horowitz has committed, dedicated A16Z crypto fund. And then we've got big players like Sequoia, like XLIDG, like Union Square Ventures and so forth, which have all made very significant investments in the space. So I don't agree that traditional VC is not in yet. And even beyond traditional VC, I mean, we've done co-investments with Goldman Sachs, with American Express, with Fidelity, and so forth. So even large financial institutions, they've made investments in the space. That said, they do tend to be more on the equity side, and there's a little bit less on crypto. So to that second point, I do agree with what VC mentioned, which is that in the past few years, some of the infrastructure, some of the regulations haven't really caught up yet. But that has also changed a lot in the past 5 years. We now have custodians that are set up by major financial institutions. We now have even recently crypto exchanges that have full bank charters in the US. And I think that there are sort of, in terms of regulatory clarity, in places like Singapore and the US and so forth, it's come a long way in the past 5 years. So I think that as that continues to improve, we will see more and more traditional institutions get into the space.
I see. Yes, it's definitely a good thing to have more own money come into this sector. So how about Da Hongfei? What's your comment on this? Because I do believe that you also meet a lot of investors, right? Oh, whoops. So, right, I'm not sure what happened with the connection. Okay, we got you back. So, yeah.
Okay, so same question, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that the non-crypto startups are not getting as much money as the crypto business did. It's just a free market. It's just because the opportunities are the returns, the investments are just better deals in the crypto side. So I think it's not a bad thing. Money is very smart. Where there is an opportunity, where money will flow to. So it's just it just means that the opportunities in the crypto area at this moment, at this stage, are just bigger, are just better.
Right.
Yeah. So my understanding is Hashkey and Fenbushi invested a lot in both in crypto and non-crypto businesses. So if you want to bet on both sides, just put your money into them.
Right, that's true. I think, yes, your comment is the market will decide by itself, right? So it's free market, as you mentioned. And I guess the smart money is not necessarily smart, but the money itself needs to be smart. It really depends on how we use that. We do the investment. Okay, good. So I guess that this is trying to catch your fly, right? And we have a very short panel. I guess it's about it. Again, welcome, all of you, welcome. Thank you for DC, thank you for Remington, and also thank you for Da Hongfei to join this panel. I guess this end of our discussion today.
Steve and Dave use eToro to invest in the financial markets. Steve does research on global investment opportunities. Dave does research on how to become a level 60 wizard. Steve follows the feed for the latest market news. Dave follows the feed for the latest cat videos. Steve has a watch list for promising investments. Dave has a watch list too. So why is Dave just as good an investor as Steve? It's because Dave used eToro's copy trader to automatically replicate Steve's trading activity. Whenever Steve makes a trade, Dave does too. Trade like a Steve with eToro, the world's leading social trading platform.
That's a wrap, everyone. Thank you for tuning into day one of Draper Goren Home's LA Blockchain Summit. Go network, chat with others, and we'll see you tomorrow for day two of LA Blockchain Summit.